The story begins in the city of Zhonghai. That day was quite bright and sunny, but the sun was not so blinding. A woman sitting at a table asked her interlocutor if he had a car. A 20-year-old guy looking into her eyes replied that this was not so. Surprised, the woman asked if he had real estate, to which he also refused. The indignant woman asked how he dared to appear on blind dates if he had neither a car nor property. She immediately got up from the table and said that she was a senior employee, and it was a good attempt to take advantage of her advantages. Without moving his head, Jahang Huan asked what all this was for. The woman was indignant and screamed at the whole restaurant about what he dared to say. The guy turned around and said that her so-called luxury bag was nothing more than a high-quality fake. The guy said the Prada she was wearing was bought on eBay with free shipping and her makeup was really bad. With this, he was trying to ask why she was so pretentious. He said that she was just the receptionist at the front desk, and she thought of herself as a senior employee. When asked if he had misunderstood something, the woman only became angrier. However, the guy did not stop and said that she was still single, although she was already 30. After such an analysis, he asked if she really thought that she was still interesting to the main character, advising her to find a bachelor and marry him. After that, the woman screamed and called him an asshole, unable to refute anything that was said. She literally screamed at the restaurant and continued to insult the main character. Very soon, she came out, and the guy sadly looked at his cup of coffee. He looked at his hand and saw a ring there. Taking it off his finger, he looked even closer. Memories surfaced in his head about how his ex packed up her things and, giving this ring, said that he could not give her this life that she wanted, so they should break up. He was unable to control himself and squeezed the very ring that reminded him of this incident with all his strength. As it turned out, he squeezed his hand so tightly that the ring cut his own flesh as. However, what I didn't notice was that the ring glowed with some kind of red light. Having finally noticed it, he wondered to me if this was what happened when the blood got on him. At some point, this ring began to levitate and collect that red light around itself. The guy was extremely surprised. This whole phenomenon was acquiring a massive scale, and he could not do anything. At some point, the ring was struck by enough red light and glowed with a snow-white light. Immediately after this, the body of the main character appeared on the table as if lifeless. However, after some time, when Ye Qiu lost consciousness, he heard some voices who were wondering what to do with the guy. After some time, the guy woke up and I don't understand why he lost consciousness and began to look around. At some point, he noticed that the ring itself was no longer in his hand. Frightened, he began asking nearby workers if any of them had seen his ring. I suddenly looked at my friend and thought if the same situation had really happened, they began to discuss what to do with the main character. The guy who didn't understand looked around while they decided to act according to the plan. Very soon, the waiter kicked the main character out of the cafe and told him to get out of there, otherwise they would call the police. I understand that everything was lost. Ye Qiu could only cry from the lost things. At the same time, Ye Qiu realized that since you weren't even allowed to pay the bill, they were simply afraid of getting into trouble. While Ye Qiu was walking along the road, he simply could not help but whine about the lost jewel as he passed by some kind of stall. There, he noticed that this stall was a banal lottery and took a closer look. Someone remembered a saying that said that if you are unlucky in relationships, you will be lucky in gambling, and decided to try it. He pulled out one of the tickets, clearly not expecting anything good. However, when he looked closer, he couldn't help but be surprised. As it turned out, the guy could see through all things. For example, he was able to find a winning ticket. Not believing his eyes, he could not help but rub them. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that this was indeed the case and his eyes were not deceiving. Then he realized that this was his chance. After reviewing all the tickets, he realized that he had received X-ray vision. Then he remembered that same ring. Without thinking twice, the guy realized that in this way he would very quickly become super rich and his best days would finally come. The seller already considered the main character annoying, if not crazy, and told him to get out of here if he didn't buy anything. However, after some time, Ye Qiu chose 3 tickets and said that he would buy them. The salesman said it wasn't a supermarket after all, so he could just take one and leave. When Ye Qiu felt all the hostility of the seller, he couldn't help but scold him. In the end, he decided to teach him a lesson. As a result, Ye Qiu took 1 ticket. As if without expecting this, Ye Qiu shouted to the whole street that he had won 10,000 bucks. When passers-by heard this, they could not help but be surprised because they thought that there was only washing powder there. The seller narrowed his eyes and decided to check the ticket. He squinted at the winning lottery ticket. However, in the end, putting it away in his pocket, he said that it was just a fake. Yekyu said that he had just taken them from him and he dared to deny it. However, after this, the seller noticed why he did not wash them for so long, and this means that he simply had fakes, and when he was not looking, he replaced the tickets. Accusing him of cheating, the seller said that he knew people like him and told him to get out now. However, Yekyu said that he must provide him with evidence if he claims that it is a fake. Without thinking twice, the seller squinted and said that he himself was the proof. Angry, Yekyu said, "Why don't you tear up the ticket if it's a fake?" After that, he accused him of simply wanting to take the winning money. Realizing that the seller had figured him out, he began to sweat profusely. The man said that he would sue him for libel if he continued to talk like that. Yekyu said that if he talks about this, then you shouldn't blame him. After that, with a sharp movement, he took away tickets worth $100 and paid for them. "I don't understand what the guy is trying to do." The seller calmly took the money. After that, he called everyone passing by and asked to be his witnesses and just check the tickets. Yekyu said that if they win something, they can keep it for themselves, but they must be his witnesses. Many began to refuse this because, of course, he simply does not deserve it, and a lot of money is earned through hard work. However, not wanting to give up, Yekyu simply asked him to believe him. The man didn't understand what Yekyu was going to pull off and wondered who Yekyu thought he was. The first person to check, it turned out, won $30. While others started checking, they realized that they too had won a lot of money. After that, Yekyu looked at the seller and said that he would be the one to pay them. "I don't understand how this could happen," the seller began to panic. Very soon, all the passers-by who won at least something began to call the seller a liar because he refused to give them the money. When the verbal insults turned to very persistent touching of the face, the seller began to say that he would give them money and asked only not to touch the face. Only when the seller gave everyone who won their prizes was he able to breathe calmly and couldn't help but feel how broken he was. However, when everyone was about to leave, one of the passers-by handed the main character's ticket to its owner. The guy said that he made them rich and they couldn't let him be left with nothing, for which Yekyu gave his respect. Squeezing this ticket in his hands, he realized that this was just the beginning. However, very soon, he noticed that these eyes also have another function. As it turned out, the guy could very easily see through the girl's clothes and couldn't help but blush. However, immediately after that, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Bent over and barely able to just stand, Yekyu couldn't help but notice how dangerous this ability was. When he felt the blood under his nose, he realized that he couldn't use those eyes too often. The very next day, Yekyu decided to try his luck at the jewelry store. Having settled there as an employee, Yekyu thought that working there would be a good choice for him. As soon as he entered the store, someone shouted to him to come over. Not understanding what was happening, Yekyu looked around and seemed to be asking for an explanation. His boss, who was standing near the display case, asked what he was doing because they didn't have much time. He handed the suitcase to the main character and said that he needed to go with it to the auction of unprocessed stones. The boss said that a certain Miss Zhao, who is the daughter of the chairman, will be there, so he should behave decently and keep his mouth closed. After hearing this, Yekyu could only smile moronically. That guy realized that this was really his chance. The boss asked if the guy could really hear him, but he said that he thought he needed to be silent. The boss told him to stop doing this, and if he made a scene for him, he would be fired today. Yekyu narrowed his eyes and had already decided to show him what a professional was. Very soon, the main character's company approached a building. Yekyu looked up and learned that this was a national auction of rough diamonds. The boss was quite surprised that Yekyu even knew what it was, so he once again asked him to watch himself and not say anything stupid. Not understanding what was wrong, Yekyu wondered why. The boss was so sure that he would stare at her. Very soon, Yekyu entered the VIP room. Having sat down for this money, he took the cup in his hands and looked around. On the opposite side of the sofa sat a beautiful girl, most likely the same Miss Zhao. Noticing that the girl was staring at her, she could not help but squint. Very soon, Yekyu approached her company and apologized for keeping them waiting. Miss Zhao couldn't help but look away because she felt the gaze of the protagonist. The girl asked, "Has Yekyu never seen a girl stare at her so much in his life?" Still looking intently at the girl, Yekyu said that this is not at all like that. Tanya knows how different she is and asked her to take it as a compliment. However, the girl just got angry at such a remark and asked the main character's boss who they dared to hire because it was nothing other than an ordinary hooligan and said to fire him immediately. Hearing such speeches, Yekyu just said that he was mistaken. Therefore, she is not at all beautiful because she is simply ugly from the inside. However, for others, the main character's words sounded like a literally direct request to fire him while the boss tried to smooth out the corners. However, as if digging herself even deeper, Ye Chu said that her bad character would make the girl age faster and she would soon simply become an old woman. When the boss heard this, he asked if he was out of his mind and whether he even wanted to keep his job or not. However, overstepping all boundaries, Ye Q told him to move away because now it was not his turn to speak. Finally, angry, the boss said that he would deal with him after checking things. The man took out a suitcase and asked if he was going to steal something from the company and said that he was going to find out. As expected, Miss Zhao was already completely annoyed. However, as soon as the boss opened the suitcase, he opened his eyes wide and, as if renouncing everything that would happen next, said that he had had enough. With a blue face, the man said that Ye Qiu broke their blue and white porcelain bowl from the Yuan dynasty. When Ye Qiu found out about this, he was also quite surprised. When Miss Zhao heard this, she opened her eyes wide, and her attendant couldn't help but be surprised. He understood that this blue and white porcelain bowl from ancient times was worth millions and asked whether Ye Qiu could afford something like that. The man who was accompanying the lady began to sigh heavily. While discouraged, Ye Qiu still couldn't understand the situation. He said that he warned him and thought that it was he who broke it and did it on purpose to release his anger. When the lady heard this, she could not miss the main character and said to immediately call the police. At the same time, Ye Qiu remembered that he had been holding it in his hands all the time and was extremely careful. However, at the same time, his eyes seemed to glow with some kind of fire. Suddenly, he noticed how his boss, in ordinary clothes, was wiping porcelain bowls. Suddenly, the main character's head began to hurt. Squinting, he wondered if it was an illusion or if it was something else entirely. However, suddenly his eyes sparkled with fire again. Then he saw how literally before his arrival, he broke this porcelain bowl at night and out of panic could not understand what to do. Ye Qiu then realized that his piercing gaze could also see the past. However, while Ye Qiu stood in a stupor, Miss Zhao told the protagonist's boss to grab him before he came to his senses. Unexpectedly, Ye Qiu said that this porcelain was just a fake. When Lady's escort saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised. The girl asked if he really had no brains at all, or if he was blind, because Mr. Qi checked it himself and it costs at least 1,000,000 yuan, so he can't even think that he will avoid this. Then the boss grabbed the main character by the tie and asked if he was completely crazy, asking if he even knew what authority the gentleman had and how he laughed at his professionalism. However, Ye Qiu just narrowed his eyes and asked whether he would bet or not. The boss was clearly discouraged and asked if this was really so. As if in a state of shock, he let go of the main character and laughed. He said that he really looked crazy and agreed to argue. He said that if the porcelain is real, then in addition to paying compensation, he will have to bow to the floor in front of everyone and apologize. Smiling, Ye Qiu asked what would happen if he was really right. Confident that he was right, he first said that if this was really the case, he would kneel in front of him. At the same time, the gentleman decided to look in the suitcase again and said that he was very sorry for this porcelain. However, immediately after that, he narrowed his eyes and said to stop. Taking one of the fragments in his hands, he realized that something was really wrong, and this piece was very suspicious. When the boss heard this, he could not help but be surprised. It was the same with Miss Zhao, who opened her eyes and mouth wide. The gentleman said that it seemed that someone had replaced the porcelain because it was not the same porcelain that he was checking. At this point, Miss Zhao got angry and asked what happened, because all this time he had been lying in the warehouse and in the store. The boss said that he himself did not know, and this was clearly noticeable from his frightened face. In a panic, he began to point at the main character and says that he was the one who replaced the porcelain. Ye Qiu got angry and asked if he had really lost his head because the suitcase was under his supervision all the time, and Ye Qiu was physically unable to replace it. After that, Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes and said that before he handed the suitcase to him, the boss was the only one who had access to this porcelain, and most likely it was he who made the substitution. Very soon, Miss Zhao said to arrest Li Wenchao. The security guards approached and didn't think long and grabbed the intruder. However, Ye Qiu restored them and told them to wait a little. Smiling, he said that they had some kind of agreement and asked if he would lag behind on his knees. Being irritated and at the same time in prostration, Li Wenchao did not even immediately answer. Ye Qiu asked if it was Miss Zhao's manager because he couldn't even keep his word. He said that people need to be sent to check the warehouse. Otherwise, the original of that porcelain product might turn out to be there. Miss Zhao snorted, but agreed with the protagonist's words. Very soon, she picked up the phone and called somewhere. The gentleman said that although it is a disgrace for a man to kneel, a man must keep his word and Li Wenchao must fulfill his conditions. Li Wenchao did not know what to do, but due to lack of choice, he agreed. This decision was not as easy for him as expected. However, he still knelt down. Prostrate in front of the main character, he apologized. Mr. asked the main character in the same way. The guy determined that this porcelain is fake because not every expert could do it so quickly. Yeqiu said that, in his opinion, the gentleman understands this matter much better, and, in general, this porcelain was a benefit dam recently, and he realized this when he saw the splits. The gentleman couldn't help but smile and praise the main character in his thoughts. After that, the man said that the meeting would start soon, so they should leave, and after that, they would solve the problem with the porcelain. Miss Zhao agreed and turned off her phone. After that, she turned to security and told her to hand the man over to the police. Nevertheless, the gentleman stopped the girl and asked her not to act rashly. The man told Yeqiu to come with them because he wanted to see his skill. Miss Zhao agreed. I told her guards to at least take Li Wenchao under surveillance, to which they agreed. After that, Yeqiu followed Miss Zhao's company. Yeqiu understood that the gentleman was a very experienced master and he did not have piercing vision, but thanks to his experience, he accurately identified the fake, so it is not for nothing that everyone respects him. Suddenly, someone shouted and Yeqiu paid attention to the events taking place. Coming closer to the gentleman, he noticed that he was examining some kind of stone. When Yeqiu looked at the gentleman's face, he couldn't help but think that since he had doubts, they wanted to sell this stone at an exorbitant price. As a result, the guy decided to help the man. Yeqiu activated his vision and looked inside the stone. As it turned out, inside this fossil was some other turquoise-colored stone. When Yeqiu saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim with joy. However, unlike the main character, the gentleman decided not to spend money, but this material. He turned around and walked away while everyone else thought the stone wasn't worth it. However, unexpectedly, the gentleman heard the voice of the main character, who asked if it really costs only 10,000 and if so, he buys it. As if the gentleman was expecting this with a smile on his face, he turned and saw the main character. When Yeqiu noticed that he was the center of attention, he couldn't help but look at his observers. Miss Zhao was clearly outraged by the actions of the protagonist and said that the old man had carefully studied this fossil, so of course it could be sold, but obviously inexpensively, and asked if he really wanted to waste his money. However, the guy said in a calm voice that he had just recently won 10,000 yuan in the lottery, so he would try his luck with the stone, and lately he was simply lucky. After that, the old man took a step forward and said that Yeqiu is really good. As if the man was sure of this, he said that Yeqiu was really good with stones. The people nearby could not understand what was going on until Yeqiu said that he just wanted to try his luck. After Yeqiu paid, the gentleman said that he would help him cut the stone for free. Without refusing, the guy was naturally happy with this offer. At the same moment, Miss Zhao reminded that they needed to check their criminal, to which the gentleman said that he just wanted to see what would come out of this stone. Blushing, Miss Zhao said that in any case there would be some nonsense. Closed, asked what would happen if the value of the material was paid for by the stone itself. The girl said that if he suddenly earns something, then she will change in front of him for these words, but if anyone here is at a loss, then he himself must apologize to her. But that Yeqiu agreed. Very soon, they started cutting the stone and everyone was wondering what was inside. At some point, Yeqiu stopped the worker. The worker was very upset and asked if he had already changed his mind because he said that the stone could not be cut, but the money would not be returned to him. However, Yeqiu said that he had not changed his mind, so there was no need to worry. After that, he took the stamps and drew a line on the stone. Yeqiu said that he just wanted to indicate how to cut this stone. Ultimately, the worker cut along the lines drawn by the main character. Miss Zhao clearly did not expect anything specific, but decided to see what was there. As it turned out, the stone contained another turquoise gem as Yeqiu had seen. After the worker cut one part, he began to cut the rest as well, while they waited only to envy the main character. The same time, when the gentleman saw what stone the main character got, he could not help but be scared. Very soon the machine finished its work and absolutely everyone watching was left speechless. When Yeqiu received his stone, he could not help but be overjoyed at his discovery. When the gentleman saw what kind of stone Yeqiu had taken out, he could not help but fall into despair because the guy knew about the stone inside from a piece of sticky rock. When the rest of the audience heard what the gentleman was saying, they could not say a word. The man understood that it was not so difficult to find out that there was something inside the stone, but Ye Chu, among other things, even showed the lines along which it was necessary to cut. While Ye Chu was smiling like a fool, other people began to suspect him of something. However, some spectators were still delighted and immediately began shouting prices. Among all, the gentleman offered $1.5 million for the stone, the highest price at that time. When the others heard this, they could not say a word because it was indeed a very high price. Immediately after this, as if as a mockery, someone added 1 yuan to this price, but no one paid attention to it. The gentleman offered to sell him the stone for 1.5 million yuan because it adds money to him for the accuracy during cutting, and also to punish himself for not seeing the blood. However, Ye Q did not agree to this price and said that he would simply sell it at the market price of 1 million yuan. After all, the stones were at their expense. The guy understands that the man is very smart and managed to discern talent in him and is now trying to appease him, but he is conscientious enough so he will not fall for such a trick. The old man could not help but notice this quality in the guy and again praised him silently. After this, Ye Chu turned to Miss Zhao and said that it was time to fulfill the agreement. When the girl remembered this, she couldn't help but snort and blush. However, she realized that she had acted hastily and apologized. Ye Q couldn't help but notice that the changes weren't particularly sincere, but he decided not to dig into it. All this time, Ye Chu still could not get over the fact that he had such luck and had already begun to tell his parents that he would allow them to live a rich and carefree life. However, everything was not as smooth as Ye Chu thought. Among the surprised spectators was also a certain employee, Li Yong. Very soon, Ye Q left that building, and they headed to another department. The old man at night, one by one, asks the main character what he thinks about this or that stone. Pointing to another stone with a green tint, Ye Chu said that perhaps it was just a green thin layer, and the price was raised too much, not to mention the risk. The old man understood that he was deliberately trying to get rid of him with well-known facts so as not to show him real experience. Suddenly, the phone in the protagonist's jacket rang. Picking up the phone, Ye Q listened to what his interlocutor said and very soon shouted. As it turned out, his grandfather was admitted to the hospital and he immediately began asking where he should go. After that, he turned to Miss Zhao and said that his grandfather was in the hospital, so he should visit him now, so if she was worried, she should send bodyguards after him. The girl was about to say something, but the old man stopped her. The man said he didn't think he had anything to do with the recent porcelain incident, so he could go. Immediately after this, the man picked up his phone and asked his friend to give the main character a lift. And clearly being in prostration, Ye Chu thanked the old man. Immediately after that, he hurriedly went to the exit. Almost leaving the building, he pointed to the stone number 264 and said that they wanted you, dear, but it was worth buying. After that, he finally turned around and left the building. Miss Zhao looked at the old man and asked why he was so protective of him, because it was obvious that the main character was simply lucky. However, the man had a different opinion and said that she should always think more with her head and not let the first impression cloud her mind. Squinting, the old man said that this young man understood stones better than he himself. Hastily approaching the stone, he said that you need to buy that stone as quickly as possible, otherwise other people will buy it. A few minutes later, it turned out that the volcano was not a type of horsetooth. The man was extremely surprised that although he remained in the black, he earned very little, and despite this, Ye Chu was able to identify this stone as profitable. When the girl saw the result, she was speechless. After this, the old man asked what she thought about this. The girl agreed that she had gone too far with her emotions, but now they know how to behave. Being pleased with the actions of the lady, he said that he wanted to mention only one thing. If they get this guy, they will get the whole world because of it. Very soon, Ye Q found himself near the first hospital. Hastily getting out of the car, he thanked the driver. Suddenly, behind him, he heard a familiar voice. Behind him were all the relatives of the main character, from his aunt to his brother's wife. The main character's cousin asked if he had arrived in a Rolls Royce. Zhang Fan asked the main character if he really rented a car because he usually rides a motorcycle. After that, Ye Jiangguo approached him and said that I have the right to be his eldest. He says that there is so little money in the family, and he is squandering it, and if his grandfather finds out about this, it will only get worse for him. Huanyan said that her brother's monthly income is 20,000 yuan, and even he does not dare to rent luxury cars, and he just works part-time in a jewelry store and pretends to be rich, completely forgetting about the family. Angry, Ye Q said to look at himself first and not at others. With these words, he put his head down and did not look at his relatives, who supposedly did all this for his good. Very soon, they found themselves in the intensive care unit. Yekyu and his father were the most worried about his grandfather's condition. He knows that the conversation will go in this direction. Ye Jiangguo said that in order to cure him, they need a lot of money, but they don't have that much money. The protagonist's father said that the doctor told him that at the initial stage, a lot of money is required, and then it will be much easier. Nevertheless, Huan Yun was against this because he needed a heart transplant. And this is already more than 1,000,000 yuan, which tells me that post-operative care also costs a lot of money, along with medications. He went to his brother and said that since his father somehow pulled out the four of them, he needed to be saved. Yejuan was the first to speak out against it, saying that she was still a daughter. Her arguments were that a married daughter is no longer considered a family, and besides, they won't have that much money. Ye Jianjun also supported Ye Juan, saying that he was a beggar and he simply did not have millions of yuan. Moreover, he generally wondered why such a large sum should be spent on an old man who clearly would not live long. Ye Jiango said that they haven't paid the mortgage yet, and although their son has a lot of income, the mortgage is too expensive and they don't have any money either. The protagonist's father was in despair and could not understand how they could do this to his grandfather and how they could not just leave him to his fate. Unexpectedly, Huan Yan said that it was the protagonist's father who was to blame for his illness, and so the desperate man asked why suddenly this happened. The woman said that while his father lived at his house, they sent him money so that he could take care of him, and besides, he had extra money, but in the end, he did not take care of him at all. Here, they began to find any shortcomings in someone's behavior, remembering the protagonist's recent trip. Ultimately, the guy couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at them to stop. Instantly, all the relatives shut their mouths and turned their attention to the main character. He literally shakes his anger and asks how they can even be called these, because here their grandfather dies and they shift the blame onto each other. However, relatives took this argument as a tripod of the right to talk to elders like that since he himself behaves terribly. Unable to bear it, Ye Q told them to shut up. He stood up and told his father that he would cover the costs of the operation. He had the money. When the rest of the relatives heard about this, they could not help but be surprised. Ye Wenhui said that Ye Q is simply a dreamer, and clearly he can get that kind of money. Then he will publicly apologize to him on his knees. Zhang Fan supported her husband and said that he doesn't know how to make money, but he shows off a lot. Ye Q said that these were exactly his words, and if he now proves that he has money, then he will have to fulfill his promise. Angry Zhang Fan said that she had a portable cash register with her, so she could check by asking whether Ye Chu was afraid of disgracing herself. Without thinking twice, Ye Chu said to take out his terminal because soon her dear brother would kneel in front of him. When the woman saw that there was more than 1,000,000 on the card, she couldn't believe her eyes. She held the device with languid hands and wondered how this was possible. Smile, Ye Q asked whether Ye Wenhui would stand up or kneel down. However, he got angry and asked how he was talking to him since he was older than him. Without expecting another answer, the guy said that he was simply not worthy to be called a man because he did not keep his words and therefore had the audacity to say that he was behaving like a child. Here, Huan Yin intervened in the conversation and told the protagonist's father that he should have raised his son better because he is too rude. However, even then, the father simply got angry and told them to stop. After this, the man turned to his son and asked if it was really his money, and he earned it himself. Yaku confirmed this and said that with their help they would cure grandfather. After this, the protagonist's father turned and looked at his relatives. He asked whether they would chip in for treatment or not. Everyone else continued to pursue their line, saying that they have no money. The man smiled and said that he and his son would pay for the treatment and asked the guy to hurry up. Suddenly, someone knocked on the intensive care room. It was a 30-year-old woman who apologized and entered the room. Unexpectedly, among all the people, Ye Wenhui recognized her. As it turned out, it was a certain Su Qing Yue, and the guy asked why she came. However, the girl clearly did not recognize the speaker and asked who he was. The guy was not surprised that she didn't know him and said that his name was Ye Wenhui, and he was from an advertising agency. He also said that he and Mr. Zhang went to her and did advertising for their companies. Vaguely remembering who this woman was, she nodded her head, but ignored the guy. Without thinking twice, she asked among her relatives which of them was Ye Chu. Still smiling, he said that he was the brother of the main character and asked if he had done something. The woman greeted the main character and said that she was Mr. Zhao's assistant named Su Qing Yue. Ye Q asked why Mr. Zhao sent her to him. The woman blushed and said that he knew that his girlfriend was in the hospital, so he sent her to find out how they could help him. Look at the old man in intensive care. She said that she had already agreed with the head of the hospital that his grandfather would be provided with the best doctors, and on top of that, their company would pay for his treatment. When the relatives heard this, they all opened their mouths and were speechless. Yewenhui clearly did not understand what was happening and asked the question that was in people's minds. However, Ye-Q did not pay attention to him and asked him to convey his gratitude to the old man, but said that there was no need to incur expenses for the company because he had money. The woman handed over her business card and asked to keep it and contact him if any difficulties arise. The guy smiled and thanked him for your concern. Su King Yue said that this is not worth the gratitude. He is a very valuable guest for them, and Mr. Zhao wanted to come himself, but urgent matters suddenly appeared at the company, so he sent her. After Ye-Q promised that they would have dinner sometime, the girl turned around and said that Mr. Zhao would gladly agree, but she went out and asked to call at any time. Ye-Q blushed and said goodbye to the woman. Yewenhui still couldn't believe that he was completely ignored, but the woman had already left the room. Ye-Q understood that Mr. Zhao Meirui's behavior had changed a lot, and it was not for nothing that they said that he worked as a director. However, the father of the protagonist broke the deathly silence and asked what it was just now. The guy explained that the company appreciated his abilities, so their boss tried to please him and, in fact, he arrived in his car. Smiling, his father asked why he didn't tell him about it earlier and said that he was very proud of him. The guy explained that his father always taught him that he needed to be more modest and brag less about his achievements. The guy said that there are people who achieve minimal success and start shouting about it everywhere, which obviously shamed his brothers. Huan Yen blushed but tried to smooth things over by saying that this was all just a misunderstanding and they were a family, so they should stick together. Then Ye-Q was already angry. They said that grandfather worked all his life and even did housework, and if you don't ask him, he's still looking, and in order not to spend a penny, they are ready to let such a person die. Zhang Fan pinched her husband and told her to apologize to the main character. I'm still in doubt. My brother gave in to his wife's persuasion. With an expression of feigned regret, he turned to the main character and asked for forgiveness. However, Ye-Q simply ignored his brother and said that he would pay for the treatment in full, but grandfather needed a good mood for his recovery. Addressing all his relatives, he asked them for only one thing, to visit his grandfather more often and talk to him. After leaving the hospital, Ye-Q was lost in thought. He understood in his head that he simply had to learn more about his abilities and thus earn more money. However, he understood that if the ability disappeared, he still would not panic. Suddenly, Ye-Q noticed something strange. He was surrounded by some men in hoodies, and accordingly, Ye-Q couldn't help but get scared. Suddenly, one of the bandits took off his mask and called the main character names. As it turned out, it was the same lottery ticket seller who asked if Ye-Q had forgotten about him so quickly. Then, Ye-Q remembered who he was and asked if this was the same man whose plans to steal the lottery he ruined. Nevertheless, the seller no longer succumbed to such provocations and already foreshadowed how Ye-Q would lie on Earth. After that, he ordered his henchmen to attack the main character, and several large men with iron bats attacked him. Ye-Q realized that he was in a far from enviable position as his eyes activated. Unexpectedly, Ye-Q became much faster and stronger than before. Even the guy himself did not expect such a reaction. As it turned out, his muscles were much stronger due to his vision. At this point, the guy stopped being afraid of anything and calmly accepted the attack of the hooligans. He was so happy that he even urged them on. Very soon, all the hooligans were beaten by the main character. Looking at the men lying near him, Ye-Q told them to get out of here. Ye-Q then realized that his piercing gaze could anticipate opponents' attacks and improve his reflexes. At the same time, Hooligan's legs, someone noticed an altercation with the main character. As it turned out, a certain man observed the actions of the main character and said that he did not think that this teenager also fought like a kung fu master. The man's driver asked what they should do in this case. His interlocutor said that Mr. Zhao saw his abilities at the exhibition of ancient stones, and he recognized the talent of this guy, so he ordered them to lure him to work with them by all means. The man understood that he could see even those stones that Mr. Zhao doubted, and he urgently needed to not hire him. However, the driver wondered how they would do this. His interlocutor naturally said that if they cannot achieve this with the carrot, he will use the stick, so they must take him to themselves by any means. The man decided to hit vulnerable spots. Very soon, Ye-Q found himself near a jewelry store. He opened the door to it, but clearly did not expect what would follow after that. As it turned out, someone, as soon as Ye Q entered the store, shouted with all his might that he finally had the courage to come here. A woman in formal clothes approached the main character and asked with irritation why he didn't come to work yesterday and asked him to explain. Ye Q calmly said that yesterday he was at the stone auction with Mr. Qi. When Su Jingjing heard about this, she thought that the guy was simply having a fantasy. With irritation, she asked if he was still not aware of his status in society. However, Ye Chu said that Li Wenchao was also there, and if she didn't believe it, then she should ask him. However, the woman clearly did not appreciate this answer from the protagonist and asked how he dares to behave like that and call his boss by name. However, Ye Q just calmly said to stop looking for problems. Then the woman finally got angry and said that he forced her to do it. At the beginning, the woman wanted to say that she would deduct 500 yuan from his salary for yesterday's absenteeism, but after thinking for a moment, she decided that it was not worth it and simply fired him. When the woman called the guards, Ye Chu said that it was not worth it and he would probably go himself, saying not to regret it. The woman was adamant and said that her only regret was that she did not send him away sooner. Ye Q was calmly leaving the jewelry store when someone called him. He picked up the phone and greeted Su Qing Yue. The woman was in the car at the time and asked if he had already arrived at the store. Norm, the hero, said that he was fired, so he is now going to go to the hospital. When Su Qing Yue heard this, she asked him to wait because she was ready to fix everything. When the boss saw that Ye Chu was communicating with Su Qing Yue, she became even more angry. However, at that moment, her phone rang. After answering it, she found out that it was Su Qing Yue who was bothering her, and the woman asked what she wanted from her. However, despite the extremely harmless question, the voice that sounded from the other side of the receiver shouted at her like she was crazy, asking if she knew what she was doing. Frightened, Su Jingjing asked what happened, to which Su Qing Yue said to return the main character with the words that she doesn't care how she does it. But if she doesn't correct the situation, then not only she, but also Su Jingjing will drown in problems herself. When Su Jingjing finally realized that it was about the main character, she couldn't help but be scared. When Su Qing Yue heard Su Jingjing calling the main character by his simple name, know your place and quickly follow him. When Su Qing Yue hung up the phone, the boss immediately ran to the exit, telling the main character to wait. With tears in her eyes, she stopped the main character, begging him to forgive her. Ye Q asked why he had to do this all the time. He had been working in this company for 3 months and suffered insults from her and Li Wenchao every day. And why did she suddenly decide to apologize? I don't explain the reason. The initial price began to abruptly bow to the main character with the words that she was just a girl. However, Ye Q understood that even if he forgave her, it would still not change anything, because her boyfriend Li Wenchao was seen stealing company property and had already been arrested by the police. The guy explained that if he was not mistaken, then she was also involved in this, and very soon they would come for her too, which came as a shock to the woman. When the woman heard about this, her legs began to shake, and she literally could not stand still. When she heard this, she couldn't believe her ears. Suddenly, during a conversation, several black cars drove up to the main character. Men in black came out and began to approach the main character. To be more precise, they began to approach the boss specifically, saying that they must thoroughly investigate what was happening, so she should go with them. And Miss Zhao came out from the other car. Su Qing Yue also came out with her and once again apologized to the main character for this misunderstanding. The guy said that it was not her fault, so she shouldn't apologize. Miss Zhao said that they would strictly punish the boss for her actions, and she, on behalf of the company, apologizes for moral damage, so we hope for his mercy. Ye Q said that it was not worth such gratitude, and he still did not have time to thank them for helping his grandfather. Miss Zhao smiled and said that it was their duty, and as soon as they have time, they will weigh it. Su Qing Yue, who was standing behind, said that they had one request and asked if Ye Chu could go with them to the warehouse and check something. Ye Q said that since he had not yet been officially fired, he was considered their employee, so he should fulfill their request. At the same time, when the rest of the employees saw how impressively Ye Chu spoke, together with his superiors, they began to envy him, but at some point many began to rejoice that Su Jingjing had been taught a lesson. Having gone to the warehouse, Miss Zhao would have said that after the interrogation of Li Wenchao, they should not begin to suspect that some part of the product in the warehouse had been replaced. After this, the woman asked for a check. Ye Q smiled and said that he would try. His gaze caught on some kind of jade vase. Taking the suitcase and taking a closer look, he began to analyze this vase. At some point, he felt something strange. As it turned out, when he looked at this vase, he began to see something. I saw a man about 40 carrying this ancient vase. It was obvious from the clothing that these were the activities of a distant dynasty. When Su Qingyue tried to ask something to the main character, Miss Zhao motioned for her to shut up while Ye Qiu worked. When Ye Qiu finished his analysis, he said that this is a Qin dynasty vase and it is genuine. Taking a closer look at the other vase, Ye Qiu analyzed that it was white porcelain from the Song era, which is also authentic. Time after time, Ye Qiu began to analyze the things that were in the suitcases and identified a couple of fakes. After some time, Ye Qiu didn't even notice how the dimples under his eyes turned blue. At some point, he felt so bad that he could not stand on his feet because he was very afraid. The girls immediately ran up to the main character and began asking what happened to him. Tired, Ye Qiu said that he should take a break and check the rest later. However, he understood that the piercing gaze had its limitations. Very soon, Miss Zhao and Su Qingyue thanked the main character for his work and said that if he needed their help, he could safely call them. The guy thanked them and left for the hospital. Looking at the retreating back of the main character, both women were in thought. The girl asked the assistant to check how accurately he determined everything. After Su Qingyue looked at her phone, it turned out that absolutely every detail was correct. However, Miss Zhao could not believe it because she and the experts spent a lot of time establishing the authenticity of the antiques, but he was able to do it all in such a short period and correctly determine even the era. Nevertheless, Su Qingyue said that this is something mystical because doing something like this alone in half an hour without any help is simply scary. Miss Zhao realized that they must keep the main character in their company at all costs. When Ye Qiu arrived at the hospital, he noticed 2 guards near his grandfather's room. He thought that it was Mr. Zhao's doing and didn't ask any more questions. When Ye Qiu entered the room, father said that he was just in time because his friends wanted to see him. When Ye Qiu looked around, he realized who they were talking about. These were 2 unfamiliar men who were sitting next to grandfather's bed. The same stalker appeared in front of the main character and introduced himself that his name was Chen Xiaobin, and he was the assistant director of the Fuyun Company. When the protagonist's father heard this, he wondered if these were not the main competitors of the Hengfu Company where Ye Qiu worked. After shaking the man's hand, Ye Qiu asked how he could help them. Chen Xiaobin congratulated the main character and said that their director appreciated his abilities, and now he can move to a new level of life by becoming very rich. Squinting, the guy explained that he didn't understand him. The man who stood behind the assistant director asked what was incomprehensible here. Because their boss liked him and he wanted to give him a great job, I invite him to the company. Ye Qiu closed his eyes and thanked him for the offer but said that he had to think about it. When the man behind the assistant director heard this, he couldn't help but get angry and asked if he really asked for time right in front of them. This time, Ye Qiu literally ignored the rude man and asked Chen Xiaobin what kind of traditions they have in the company, because they lure him away as if they were training a dog to use the tray. When the man heard this, he raised his voice and told him to say it to his face one more time, threatening to beat him up. Ye Qiu once again ignored the man and told him to leave the premises before he personally had to kick them out. After that, he turned to his father and asked if he had already signed up his grandfather for the operation. Chen Xiaobin was clearly unhappy and said that Ye Qiu was too arrogant and dared to despise their boss in return for his kindness. However, Ye Qiu said that it was he who despised him. Otherwise, he would not have sent 2 idiots after him and told him to leave the premises again. He calmed down because the director said that he asked for it himself, and now the main character told his son that he was too hot-tempered and it was impossible to refuse them in this way. After all, the company is connected with the Mafia, and it is better not to become their enemies. Ye Qiu, however, said that if he gets a job in their company, he will thereby offend the current one, and vice versa. The guy said that, although he was previously despised in the current company, everything has changed and their company came here and behaved as if they had thrown him a handout, and it was simply better not to hang out with such people. The protagonist's father agreed with the guy's idea, and now he simply doesn't know what nasty things these guys can do to him. Ye Qiu said that he was only afraid that they would blackmail him by threatening him and his grandfather. Now the guy realized that he was to blame for answering too impudently and rudely. When Chen Xiaobin came out of the hospital, his driver asked if he should just be kidnapped, and if he refused to work for them, he would simply beat the brains out of him. Chen Xiaobin, however, said that he only had fights and murders on his mind and asked if he really couldn't move his brain at all. The man asked if he really doesn't know him that well, and he only knows how to beat and kill. He doesn't have it on his lips at all, which is why they complement each other. After that, he asked what they should do about it. Chen Xiaobin smiled and said that he himself would make him come to them on his knees with a request that they accommodate him. Very soon, night fell in the hospital. Yekyu told his father that today he will guard his grandfather and he can rest. Yekyu said that he had already arranged the treatment for his grandfather and very soon he would be fully restored. The patient said that he was very proud that his grandson was such a great guy. Very soon, Yekyu settled down on the next bed and decided to play with his superpower. She activated and began to look around. Suddenly, he looked up. There were a couple of people there and Yekyu felt the feeling of fatigue that is usually caused by activating. The gaze decreased and realized that this superpower can be trained. Ultimately, watching what was happening, the guy decided to try to increase the power even more. However, even as he tried to do this, his eyes began to hurt violently. The guy couldn't hold it and literally took off. When the grandfather heard screams about how the guy was in pain, he even woke up and asked what was wrong with him. The guy said that there was nothing special about it, he just accidentally hit his head. Then Yekyu remembered the climb he saw during the day, and it is quite possible that the antique aura enhances the effect of the piercing gaze. After that, he decided to check out as many antiques as possible. Smiling, he could not help but be surprised by such irony. After all, he received such a superpower, but still had to work hard like at work. Very soon, the next day arrived and Yekyu was about to come to work. From inside the store, someone could be heard threatening employees with legal action if they did not compensate for the damage. The employees said that when the client took out the vase, there were cracks on it and with a light touch a piece broke off. A middle-aged man asked if she was really trying to say that they decided to set her up on purpose. At exactly that moment, Yekyu walked in and heard the employee's excuse. However, it was obvious that the client did not care about them and said that since she had broken his base, she should compensate. When Yekyu understood the situation, he approached the employee and asked what happened. The woman said that it was really good that he came and these two gentlemen had just taken out the vase they met, and when she touched it, a piece fell off of it despite the fact that she had not applied any force at all. After some thought, Yekyu realized that she was being scammed. He said not to panic because he would inspect the vase. Yekyu activated his vision and took a closer look at the vase. After some time, he laughed lightly and said that since, according to the client, this belongs to some era, then there must be documents and asked about their availability. The client asked whether Yekyu was deaf and provided him with a certificate of authenticity of the antique, saying that the vase was definitely genuine. Suddenly, someone came into the store and tried to figure out the situation. A man in a formal suit next to his assistant asked who was so impudent that he dared to doubt that their company had correctly identified the authenticity of antiques. The client recognized this man and said that he should help him because 2 days ago he brought this vase to him for inspection, and their employee broke it today. Pointing to the employees, he also said that they doubted the authenticity of the vase. After this, the man approached the client and asked who exactly said this and whether the person really didn't understand anything. After this, clients began to say that Master Lynn is a member of the State Academy of Antiques, and their company has been invited to international exhibitions many times, which is why they are very authoritative. However, Yekyu did not blink an eye and said that it was a fake and nothing else. After that, he asked to check the vase again, because sometimes experts can make mistakes. After this, one of the clients asked who Yekyu was and that he dared point out to everyone. However, Yekyu ignored this and turned to the master, asking if he had checked this vase and asked him to take a closer look. The man was surprised, but said that this was impossible and he carefully examined her because she was real. Smiling, Yekyu asked if he was ready, he would bet on it. The man asked who Yekyu was in order to argue with him, and if he was afraid, he could just say so. Yekyu said that if he didn't check this vase again, he might roll along with these idiots. At this point, the appraiser himself became angry and said that he was simply insulting everyone here. However, he agreed to the argument and asked what they would bet. Yekyu said that if the vase is real, then he will pay double its value, and if it is fake, then he should transfer to work for their company. The appraiser said that he asked for it himself, and if he wins the argument, then Yekyu will have to kneel before him. Yekyu agreed and said that they don't even know why people like him like to bring others to their knees. After that, Yekyu dialed some phone while others were telling the main character to collect money. As it turned out, the guy called Miss Zhao and asked if she knew a certain Lin Qian. The girl said that this is indeed true, and he is the first-class appraiser, and also falls in love with the mainstay of the Ding Tai company. After this, the guy asked how much authority he had. The girl said that he was quite famous in their circles. Yaku said that he was giving them a gift and told them to prepare a contract because soon he would be working for them in the company. And the salary should not be inflated because it can be average. Yaku said that the rest is not so important, so it's just worth organizing the hiring procedure. When the appraiser heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. However, immediately after that, he literally exploded with laughter. At some point, he even wondered why he had not yet been nominated for an Oscar. After this, the employee approached the main character and said that the authorities asked her to print out these papers for him. Smiling, the guy thanked him and said that they would still be needed. The appraiser laughed because it was funny to him how Ye Chu still didn't give up. Here the main characters suddenly picked up a vase. Without thinking twice, he swung with all his might. Seconds later, the vase was already in pieces. Nobody clearly expected this. The fragments lay everywhere, and even the employees were very surprised by this action of the main character. After this, the client pointed to the main character and asked if he was completely crazy and said that he should compensate everything double. Then Ye Chu picked up one of the fragments. Sitting on his knees, Ye Chu said to look at that very fragment. The appraiser hesitantly took this piece in his hands and peered. On the seemingly ancient vase there was a number, 90, which indicated that it was a factory product. When the appraiser saw this, he immediately turned pale and wondered how this was even possible. Yaku said that this is a good fake, and there is nothing shameful in the fact that they did not see it, because two good crafts are also sometimes found. So one cannot refuse to double-check, because even the owners themselves may think that the product is real. After that, he asked whether they would comply with the terms of the dispute. However, the client still did not give up because he said that the appraiser himself checked this vase and it simply could not be fake. Here, the specialist himself took off his mask of confidence and said that it was really a fake and he just didn't notice it. Here, the edges began to insist that this was simply impossible, and they all agreed because this vase was very ancient and either did not compensate for it in double size, or the man called the police. Then Yaku gave him the flag in his hands and said that Lin Chang had only made a mistake during work and he would return the full amount of the cost to him, and that would be the end of the matter. While they came with counterfeit goods, this is already considered a criminal offense, because of which they will be imprisoned for 5 years. Then Yaku told the store employee to call the police. When they heard this warning, the scammers hastily ran out of the store, leaving a parting promise that they would meet. Yaku then turned to the appraiser, saying that these two cowards would not dare to cause him trouble. After that, Lin Chang simply thanked the protagonist. The guy said that there was no need to do this, after all. They were colleagues, and colleagues should help each other out. After he heard these words, he literally felt ashamed of his previous actions. Very soon, Miss Zhao, her assistant, and some blue-haired guy entered a jewelry store. Miss Zhao welcomed Lin Chang to the company. The woman said not to worry about their place of work because they would send qualified lawyers to ensure that they owned everything there and their company would pay the fine for terminating the contract. The woman said that, given their high experience, they would double their previous salary. Someone intervened, Ye Chu, who said to quickly sign the contract because they have money and beautiful workers, asking if this is not wonderful. Su Qingyue blushed at the same time because she heard a compliment directed at her. When Miss Zhao heard the main character's words, she just freaked out and tutted. Yaku decided to take up this awkwardness with just a bag. Very soon, Miss Zhao had the contract signed by the appraiser. The girl gave this contract to her assistant and said that from now on, he was the pillar of their company. Blushing, the man said that you shouldn't be so polite to him, and besides, the real master here is Ye Chu, and he wants to learn from him. Ye Chu said that he is not a particularly good teacher and is also leaving soon, so he will really be the pillar of the company, after which she told the rest of the employees to learn from him. When Lin Chang heard about this, he said that it was a pity that Ye Chu was leaving, because such skills in the main character were extremely rare, and he wanted to learn from him. When Miss Zhao heard this, she couldn't help but be surprised and asked what was going on. Then the blue-haired guy spoke up and asked if they were all so stupid and how Ye Chu could become the mainstay of a company with such weak skills, and they were just throwing money away by paying him a salary. Miss Zhao asked what he meant by this. The man asked if he really thought that this guy was worthy of his attention. Apparently he was just a deceiver, and they fell for his tricks. Miss Zhao told him to watch his words because she was in the video of his abilities, and especially since Mr. Zhao praised him and he himself is deaf, so he shouldn't attribute them to them. The blue-haired guy said that she was too kind, and the old man had already become senile and it was obvious that he would fool them. The blue-haired guy said that they all conspired to deceive them. Otherwise, how did he know about the numbers inside the vase? When Miss Zhao heard this, she fell silent while Ye Chu was simply annoyed. The guy said that if he thinks that he is deceiving them, who can check him? Arrange it as he pleases, it would not hurt him to improve his skills in working with anti-Garant. His opponent said that he would expose him and disgrace him, so he said to bring his treasures from the car. Very soon, workers brought a huge jade vat to the store. After that, the man said to leave the vat in a separate place. After that, he asked the main character and from what era this thing was from. Yakyu walked around this Chan, looking closely at him. The guy took a closer look at this antique, and a light laugh came out of his mouth. Suddenly, he lightly kicked the product. When the blue-haired guy saw this, he screamed and asked why he was kicking her, because in his entire life he would not be able to earn compensation if he broke it. After this, the guy asked why he shouted because he didn't even apply any force to this blow, and besides, a fake exhibit from the Qing Times is not that expensive. When Ye Kyo said these words, the master couldn't believe it. He still pretended to be irritated and asked why he thought it was a fake. However, before answering this question, the guy asked whether it was true or not. The man blushed and said that it was indeed true. Ye Kyo put his hand on his shoulder and said that he owes me to prove his abilities to him, and you just want to show him something. Something they will like is that he shouldn't be so hot-tempered, and here the right to call him a deceiver is simply numb, and he simply doesn't know how to get out of it. When the guy heard this, he squinted. However, Ye Kyo said not to be angry because he likes this exhibit, and asked how much he would sell it for. Blue-haired said that he could take it for 500,000. Bent down, Ye Kyo asked what would happen if he didn't joke. Ye Kyo said that he was ready to give 200,000 for it and asked him how such a deal was. After that, the guy asked if he was really trying to cheat him for 200,000. However, Ye Kyo said that he was just raising the price in a friendly manner. The guy agreed to this deal but said that it was worth a maximum of 100,000, and since he himself was ready to give 200,000, then there was no need to tell him that he had deceived him. After that, Ye Kyo turned to Miss Zhao and asked to borrow 200,000. The girl agreed with this request, but said that there was no need to return the money and we could consider that she gave it to him. However, Ye Kyo refused and said that although he is a pretty good-looking guy, he himself does not want to be. When Miss Zhao heard this, she immediately blushed. At the same time, behind the jewelry store there was a black car where someone asked if he was sure of his statement. There were 4 people in the car. Among them were Chen Xiaobin and the driver, as well as 2 new faces. Chen Xiaobin said that Ye Kyo is a real Master Cloud, only he is too arrogant and pretends that he doesn't care about everything, including their company. The director chuckled and said that they would look at it. Chen Xiaobin told me to worry Mr. Zhao because he knows when to make this guy be obedient and he will still beg them to join the company. When Ye Kyo arrived at the warehouse, he asked the assistant what city she was from. Su Qingyue replied that she was from Binhai. Ye Kyo noted that in his hand there was a real figurine of a child and then said that they were fellow countrymen. Su Qingyue clearly didn't expect this and asked if he was also from this city. However, Ye Kyo said that he was like that at heart. Realizing that this was obvious flirting, the girl blushed and said that this was not funny at all. However, at some point she remembered and said that she had better not distract him while checking out the antiques. The guy said that she doesn't have to worry about distracting him. Su Qingyue said that Ye Chu is too good at this, and it is difficult to become as good as him, so she admires him. Ye Kyo said that she was also great, because being a beautiful girl, she became an assistant, okay to lose precisely because of her abilities, and she can easily cope with this tigress Miss Zhao, which is worthy of admiration. Su Qingyue just said that she doesn't know her well, because in fact she is good and only very strict on the outside, but kind on the inside. She explained that if she swears at him, then she shouldn't hold on. Smiling, Ye Kyo said that he would not be known to her, and especially since he no longer worked for the company. When Su Qingyue found out this, she asked if it was true. He suggested that perhaps Miss Zhao could somehow offend him. She apologized in advance for this. After that, she invited him to stay in the company because there would be a good attitude here. After that, as a last act of desperation, she blushed and said that she wanted to be his colleague. Seeing the embarrassment on her face, Ye Chu asked if she really wanted to see him, and then they could see each other on dates, and if Ta didn't mind, then they could live together. When the girl heard this, she deliberately hit the guy, calling him a fool. Very soon it was evening and I was about to close. The fake was still in the store and Yechu looked at it. The guy closed his eyes and realized that ancient antiques improve his abilities and today, his head doesn't hurt as much as before. Suddenly, two men came into the store and asked who called them. The store employees immediately said that perhaps they had entered the wrong way because they were a jewelry store and did not buy junk. However, Yechu stopped and said that he was the one who called her. After that, Yechu asked to take the fake to his home. When Su Qingyue saw this, she said that this exhibit was not precious at all, and its price did not exceed hundreds of thousands of yuan, and asked if he would at least like to pack it. However, Yeqiu said that this was not worth it, because the exhibit was still cheap. Yeqiu said that you don't have to be afraid of scratching it and just throw it in the trunk and bring it in. Very soon, Yeqiu found himself at home. He rummaged through his tools, clearly looking for something specific. After that, he pulled out a hammer and said that he hoped that it would not fail him. Yeqiu swung and hit the fake with all his might. Very soon, the hammer came into contact with the product and split it. Suddenly, there was a blue scroll inside. Picking it up from the floor, Yeqiu decided to see if it was in vain. He spent so much money. When he brought the book back to normal, he saw that it was called the Heavenly Dragon Technique and wondered what it was. After reading the story, the guy realized that the writer, in the 13th year of his reign, practiced these techniques to strengthen vital energy and revitalize the blood. As a result, he became a great martial artist thanks to these techniques. The book also said that the fate of time is determined by God, and there is no need to be greedy or cowardly because fear makes them weak. After reading such an impressive preface, Yeqiu hoped that this book would not deceive him. He turned the page, otherwise he could read it. As it turns out, there are 3 celestial, spiritual, interesting techniques. However, the guy understood that the contents of one of the books were incomplete and wondered if this book still had parts. However, he decided not to think about it. I said that since the book is ancient, it is still necessary to fly its energy. At some point, the guy realized that this energy was much stronger than that of ordinary antiques. He put it under the bed. He decided to read the rest later because for now, he needs to see his grandfather since today he is scheduled for surgery. Very soon, Yeqiu found himself in the hospital. All the relatives gathered again because this was a decisive moment in my grandfather's health. Suddenly, someone called the main character from behind him. This someone turned out to be Miss Zhao and her assistant. She said hello and said that they had already found a very good doctor for him and he was the best surgeon in the city, so the operation would definitely be successful. The grandfather thanked the girl and said that he and the main character thank her well. At the same time, the guy narrowed his eyes because he realized that Miss Zhao would be able to manipulate him with the help of his grandfather. However, the girl herself said that she and the main character are friends, therefore they should help each other free of charge. Very soon, grandfather found himself in the operating room and there were long hours of waiting. The guy turned to his superiors and said that they already had a lot of work to do and it was better not to waste time on him here. Miss Zhao said that she would return to the company, leaving behind an assistant. After that, she said that the work was done by Su Qingyue herself. Suddenly, a nurse ran out of the operating room and asked if my grandfather's relatives were here. Yeqiu Hu mentally picked up and said that they are here asking how the operation went. The woman said that during the operation there was bleeding, and now the doctors are fighting for the patient's life, but the situation is critical, so they better prepare themselves mentally. However, this time, Yeqiu was already angry and asked how this could happen if the operation was being performed by almost the best surgeon. The nurse was confused and asked if this didn't mean Dr. An. She explained that today he left on business, so he was replaced by another doctor, and she felt that only Dr. An could save his grandfather. When Su Qingyue heard this, she couldn't believe her ears because Miss Zhao had personally arranged with their hospital for Dr. An to operate on this patient and asked how this could happen. The woman said that she did not know and was just a nurse who was not responsible for anything. Su Qingyue immediately called the lady and said that they were in trouble. Very soon, another doctor came out of the operating room and said to look for Dr. Anon as soon as possible, because only he could cope with the bleeding and there was no time to delay. Yeqiu became completely furious and said to look for Dr. An immediately because his grandfather is on the verge of life and death, and if they don't save him, he won't forgive them. Suddenly, a man's voice interrupted the protagonist's scream and asked if they needed Dr. An. All family members immediately turned to look at the one who interrupted the conversation. As it turned out, this someone was Chen Xiaobin, who looked at what was happening with a hard-to-see smile. When Yeqiu saw him, he screamed even louder because he clearly did not expect to see these people. The guy begged those who came to stop the bleeding, and he was ready to pay any money. However, Chen Xiaobin intervened in their conversation and said that Dr. An had just left the hospital and was now his personal physician. Understanding where this situation was going, Ye Qi asked if it was true that they wanted to blackmail him with his grandfather's life. However, the man stood his ground, saying that he was losing his mind. After that, he showed the contract to the main character and told him to sign it, after which he was ready to allow Dr. Anu to cure his grandfather. However, Su Qingyue snatched this contract and read the terms. Among these conditions were the secrecy of the contract, a salary of 3,000, and a duration of 10 years. Approaching the main character, the woman explained that this is literally a slave contract and cannot be signed. However, the assistant director was clearly dissatisfied with such statements and said that if the guy did not sign the contract, he would not see his grandfather again. After a long silence, the main character agreed to these conditions. At the same moment, the director of the hospital ran up to the company and said that it was their administration that was to blame for this incident. He told the doctors to remain calm and ordered them to take care of the patient. After that, he shouted to the other doctors to get to work. Throwing wood into the fire, Chen Xiaobin hurried Ye Qi, saying that only Dr. An could cure his grandfather now, and if he missed the time, he would be carried out before his feet. The main character was clearly torn because this situation was truly tragic and hopeless. Torn in his choice, Ye Q asked how things were going with the bleeding of the doctor who came out. The man said that one of the vessels had burst and they didn't have enough experience, so they wouldn't have time to examine it. Ye Q then asked if they could complete the operation if they found out the source of the bleeding. The man said that if they knew where the blood was coming from, they would stop it, but this is impossible. I understand what's going on. The guy said that he would go with them and point out the source and take responsibility for himself. The doctors were taken aback because this was an unprecedented situation. However, it was obvious that Ye Chu had no intention of retreating. When the director heard that the guy was taking responsibility, he told the doctors to follow the words of the main character. Very soon, the guy found himself in the operating room. He instantly activated his vision and said that the third vessel from the bottom with a depth of about 2 by the mints was damaged. After the doctor began to examine the wounds, Ye Chu guided him. Very soon they found the source of the bleeding, and the doctor could not help but be surprised at how the guy found it so quickly. The people near the operating room were clearly tired, but everyone was tense. Chen Xiaobin turned to the protagonist's father and said that his son was completely stupid, but he did not blame him. He began to say that the man himself was already an adult and should understand that he would be to blame for the death of his grandfather. Chen Xiaobin said that this is when Ye Chu will regret it greatly. When the father heard about this, he still could not come to his senses and his face simply turned pale. Very soon, people came out of the operating room and told us to clear the way. The protagonist's father immediately ran to the doctors and began asking what his grandfather's condition was. Smiling, the doctor explained that the patient's blood had stopped and he himself was temporarily safe. When the father heard this, he could not help but burst into tears because he did not even have the strength in his legs from the stress. However, the doctor said that this was not entirely his merit. If it were not for Ye Chu, they would not have been able to cope on their own. When Su Qingyue heard this, she asked if the guy also knew medicine. When Chen Xiaobin heard this, he could not believe his ears and asked how this was even possible. Chen Xiaobin turned to Dr. Anna, asking how this happened because, according to him, the situation is critical and they cannot cope without him. At this point, the doctor himself turned pale because even 4 doctors could not do anything, and Ye Cho is probably just a God-given doctor. After this, the doctor approached the director and said that the patient had lost a lot of blood and was now on life support, and the operation itself was delayed for some time. The man said to notify special staff that the patient needed round-the-clock monitoring, and they needed to gather a council of doctors in the city to discuss a treatment plan. Naturally, the doctors agreed and got to work. After this, the director turned to the main character and his assistant. He said that he deeply apologizes for today's misunderstandings. However, Ye Q understood everything and said that it was not his fault and that it was all the work of vile people. You understand that Ye Chu is speaking specifically about him. Chen Xiaobin tisked and said a warning. Immediately after this, Ye Chu walked towards him, clearly not in the best mood. However, Chen Xiaobin said that sooner or later he would kneel before him. Suddenly, Ye Q raised his leg. Without thinking twice, he literally knocked Chen Xiaobin to the floor. When the driver saw this, he once again told the main character that he was finished and in vain he hit his brother. However, Ye Q clearly had no intention of giving in and was ready. Chen Xiaobin was about to make another threat, but Ye Chu interrupted him. He once again raised his leg and walked over his head, asking what he would do and whether this bag of garbage was really his brother. When the driver saw this, he raised his hand and asked if the guy really wanted to die. However, Ye Q was not a fool and stopped this blow without any doubt. When the driver saw this, he couldn't believe it because, according to him, it was his best blow. Without thinking twice, Ye Chu unbalanced him and knocked him to the floor. Then Ye Chu began to literally beat them and asked if they would climb on him when Chen Xiaobin said that he was really finished and he promised him this. When Ye Q heard this, he asked if he really didn't understand anything, that now was not the best time to make threats. However, here the father of the main character intervened in the beating, trying to break up the fight. Having hardly stopped, Ye Chu made a threat, telling them to remember that they should not anger him. And now he once again reminded his son that they are members of the Mafia, and now he has disgraced them in front of everyone, which only made them angrier. She said that they did not escape the fact that the company would resort to such dirty methods for its own benefit, but asked the main character not to worry because they would not allow anyone to offend the main character and his family. After this, the guy asked if it was possible to delete the recordings of this fight from the surveillance cameras. After all, he beat them up. If the police arrived, he would have problems. Su Qingyue again praised the protagonist and said that she would take care of it. Very soon, a nurse was working on the assistant director and someone who entered the room asked who did it. Chen Xiaobin said that Ye Q did this, and he doesn't want to work for them because he ended up beating him and insulting him. The director showed a grin and said that since he is so ungrateful, they will act harshly and told a certain Lei Hu to deal with him. After that, Chen Xiaobin picked up the phone and said that he would call this person now. He returned and very soon left the room. Spent it. Very soon, it was deep night, and Ye Chu entered his grandfather's room. When he entered, he saw his father, who was holding his head in his hands from a lack of understanding of what to do. Ye Chu told his father that he would sit here for now. The father thanked his son and said that if he finds out the news about his grandfather, he should call him immediately, to which he agreed and told him not to worry. Very soon, Ye Q sat down on the next bed. He took out some strange techniques from his backpack and wondered what they were studying. Sitting in the lotus position, he became lost in his thoughts. At some point, he exhaled and prepared to perform the technique. Some yellow particles began to float around the main character and approach him. At some point, Ye Q felt energy rushing to his chest. After that, he calmly exhaled and finished the procedure. When Ye Q opened his eyes, he couldn't help but be surprised at how pleased he felt, because he had the feeling that he had slept well. He eventually admitted that these techniques were very good. Very soon morning came and you could hear the birds chirping outside the window. Ye Q was still sitting in the lotus position when someone called him. As it turned out, Miss Zhao called him, which the guy clearly did not expect. He picked up the phone and asked what happened. The girl said that she wanted to invite him to tomorrow and asked if he had time. Very soon, Ye Q found himself in a luxurious restaurant. The girl who was already there said that she sincerely wanted him to work in their company and promised him an annual salary of 5 million yuan, as well as a share of the company's shares, hoping that he would agree. Ye Q thanked the girl for offering such a contract and how much they valued it, but said that he could not sign it. The girl thought it was because of what happened with the rival company and suggested reading the contract again. Ye Q said that he knew that they were honest, but he still couldn't agree. However, he said that he had no intention of applying for other companies. I don't understand the motives of the main character. Miss Zhao asked why this was happening. But Ye Chu answered this question that he simply had his own plans. Miss Zhao said that he knows Mr. Liu and he will never spare him because he angered him and only their company can protect him. When Ye Q asked if she was really worried about him, the girl blushed and told him to be more serious because he didn't know at all what danger he was in. However, Ye Q said that he has everything under control, so there is no need to worry about him. Miss Zhao abruptly stood up from her seat and told him not to say later that she had not warned him. Very soon, Ye Q left the restaurant. Suddenly, someone called him and, as it turned out, he was called by a certain fat man, who asked if Ye Chu had forgotten what date it was today. Jokingly, Ye Q asked if this was the anniversary of the day on which the girl once again rejected him. However, on the other side of the phone, they said that today it had been 2 years since they graduated and asked why he didn't come to the graduation party. Then Ye Q remembered. I said that he had completely forgotten about her and if he hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have even remembered. The fat man said that he already knew this, so he told him to come here as quickly as possible because he still had time to do it. He also said that Wang Xiangyang is paying for everything in the restaurant today, so he should come as soon as possible to eat as much food as possible. Very soon, Yeqiu found himself near that restaurant. When the guy went there, he began to intensively examine the interior when someone called him. The fat man asked why he didn't call him even once during this time. Then he thought that he had gone to Thailand and had an operation. Yeqiu asked if he had forgotten because they went to Thailand with him to cut off one thing that was always bothering him. Realizing that Yeqiu was joking with him, the fat man greeted him in a friendly manner, and at that moment, other people noticed the two guys. Next to them was a man in a suit next to a woman whom he was hugging. The guy said hello and said that they had not changed at all. However, something else shocked him, and he feverishly tried to ask the main character something, but he just put him in order and said that he shouldn't be surprised because he had already broken up with his girlfriend a long time ago. Here, the fat man apologized to the main character, saying that if he had known, he would not have called him here and left very awkwardly. Nevertheless, Wang Xiangyang turned to the main character and asked if he could support a girl with his salary of 3,000. After that, he said that he gave a sign that he was no longer small and could get a job somewhere. When the fat man heard this, he asked if he wasn't going too far because it's not worth comparing them with him. All his rich people gave him everything. However, Wang Xiangyang was not ashamed of this and said that they were beggars by birthright. The classmates who came could not help but whisper because Wang Xiangyang was able to open his own company and his annual income exceeds billions, and he is the most successful person who graduated from their specialty. At the same time, the girl who was next to Wang Xiangyang said that she regretted throwing several years out of her life after spending them with him. Wang Xiangyang said that it was good that she understood everything in time, because it was better to bathe in luxury with him than to suffer with this garbage. When Yeqiu saw such an attitude towards him, he couldn't breathe. However, not only Wang Xiangyang began to insult the main character, the rest of his classmates also began to say that he was a disgrace to their profession and it was time for him to find a better job. However, among all of them, only the fat man stood up for the main character, saying that they allow themselves too much and they have only gotten together for so long and they can only insult their classmates. One of the classmates said that the two of them were simply a disgrace, and even if they became successful, they would not be worthy of being called Wang Xiangyang's classmates. As a mockery, Wang Xiangyang offered to help the main character, saying that they just lacked a cleaner and asked if he would work for them if he paid 3,500 yuan. When other classmates heard this proposal, they could not help but laugh. When other odnoklasniki heard this, they could not help but laugh and told the main character to thank their master. However, Yeqiu decided to ignore them and told the fat man not to stoop to their level. When others heard such pathetic speech, they couldn't help but laugh even louder because that maximum can be called the boss of the poor. Without turning his head, Yeqiu said only 2 words, 3 months. Turning around, he said to give him 3 months and he would crush him. When Wang Xiangyang heard this, he was taken aback even for a second. However, immediately after that, he exploded with fur and asked if he was sick. Along with his laughter, the room burst into fury, and the rest of his classmates said that in 3 months at most, he would become a full-fledged cleaner. However, Yeqiu asked if he really thought that he was joking when he said that in 3 months he would seek friendship with him. Clearly not taking the protagonist's words seriously, Wang Xiangyang simply nodded his head. After that, he said that he would hold a banquet in 3 months and asked whether Yeqiu dared to appear at it. Yeqiu said with a face full of confidence that he would come. Immediately after that, he turned around and continued to communicate with the fat man. Suddenly, Wang Xiangyang noticed someone impressive. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhao came into the restaurant. The guy immediately ran up to him saying that it was a big coincidence that they came to the same restaurant. When Mr. Zhao turned around, he clearly did not recognize the guy. "I understand what's going on." The security guard blocked access between the guy and the gentleman, asked who someone is. Wang Xiangyang explained that he is the son, Wang Hongliang, who is collaborating with him. Then the old man recognized the guy and was surprised that he was the son of Wang Hongliang. The guy thanked the man for the company's support of their business and said that he wished they had met him earlier. The man said that this is not worth gratitude, and the main thing is to have good control over the goods. After that, he said that he still had work to do and therefore had to leave him. When Mr. Zhao spoke with Wang Xiangyang, many odnoklasniki were surprised because they recognized such a significant person. The ex-girlfriend of the main character said that this is a common thing because the company cooperates with each other. However, at the same moment they finished the conversation, the old man noticed the main character and affably asked if it was him. Here, absolutely all odnoklasniki were surprised. Yekyu greeted him warmly, and the old man asked if anyone had really refused to meet him in order to have lunch with his classmates. Yekyu, however, said that he refused him not because he wanted to have lunch with his classmates, but because he cannot eat at his expense since he is the older generation, and being the youngest, it is Yechu who should invite him to a restaurant someday. The guy hoped that then he would not refuse him. The old man said that Yechu was even too polite and he would never refuse him. However, he said that he had an important meeting, so he had to go. Yekyu bowed to the master and said that they would definitely have dinner at the restaurant one day. Immediately after the conversation ended, he approached the main character and said that it turned out that he had connections, which he was undoubtedly happy about. After that, he specifically turned to his classmates and said that people who have real authority never call them names. After that, he looked at the couple Wang Xiangyang and Wang Jing, saying that other people who just achieve some little thing begin to brag about it to the whole world. The big one said that Ye Chu is still a beggar, and it doesn't matter whether he knows the gentleman or not. In response to this, Fatty said that it was good that Ye Chu broke up with her, otherwise his offspring would have low intelligence. When Wang Jing heard this insult directed at her, she couldn't help but scream. However, the conversation was interrupted by Wang Xiangyang himself, who told everyone to stop and sit down at the table. Very soon, all the classmates entered the same room. Yekyu fell behind the others a little and thanked the fat man for his help. The stuck guy himself said that they were friends, and said that the guy himself was not so easy to make friends with the gentleman. Very soon, everyone sat down at the round table. Wang Jing said to Liv that she warns that these two eat like two tractors and their appetites will be much higher than others. However, Wang Xiangyang said that money is not a problem, and after all, this is the first time for the guys to visit such a luxurious place, so it is worth letting them enjoy this moment. Other classmates, when they heard this, could not help but admire the guy even more when he sang, "He was and remains generous." After this, the same classmate turned to the main character and told him to immediately thank Wang Xiangyang. However, Fatty said to stop sucking up because everyone can see how he talked to the main character. However, Odnoklasniki shrugged and suggested that perhaps Ye Chu was simply too diligent a worker and Mr. Zhao paid respect to him as a junior employee, and Wang Xiangyang is, after all, the owner of the company. Just as the fat man was about to explode, Ye Chu intervened and told him to stop and just eat because they are not worthy of being angry with them. However, Fatty couldn't help but lament why he even came to this banquet. At the same time, Ye Chu said that he had an idea because he wanted to open a company. When he heard the screensaver, he asked if the guy was doing so well that he could afford it. However, Yekyu said that he wanted to open a company precisely because he was not particularly successful. After that, Fatty asked what kind of company he wanted to open and said that they would provide any help that only he could. When Yekyu heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said that he was not against his help at all and offered to create his own company. However, when Fatty heard this, he said that he definitely could not do this because he had no money, that he had no right to participate in this and could only be his subordinate. However, Yekyu said that he shouldn't worry about money because that's what he needs. When Fatty heard this, he said that Rice Yechu would dance him. He would not let him down, and although he has no money, they really have it behind him, so they can handle it. After that, he asked what kind of company he wanted to open. Yekyu said that he wants to open his own jewelry company. When Fatty heard this, he could not help but be surprised at this decision, because the jewelry industry was monopolized by 3 companies, and the guy wondered how they could survive. However, Yekyu laughed and said that they would definitely be able to survive. When you heard this, you decided to believe the guy and decided to take a risk. After that, the 2 guys discussed the work plan for a long time. At some point, Wang Xiangyang announced to everyone present that there was a games room nearby. After that, he turned to the main character and asked if he wanted to play. However, I wondered more why he was doing this. It's obvious that the main character has no money. However, Wang Xiangyang said that there was nothing wrong with this, and he could borrow money from him only because he was afraid that Ye Chu would not dare to challenge him. When the rest of the classmates heard this, they wondered whether Ye Chu would even be able to repay this debt. Even Wang Jing herself was surprised and said that borrowing money is the same thing as literally giving it to the main character. However, the guy said that since he was inviting him, he wouldn't refuse him. When the redhead heard this, he said that they would play big. But if he could not return the money, then he would not demand it from him because he was rich enough and could consider that he was helping those in need. However, Ye said that there is no need for him to borrow money because he has it. First of all, the guy asked what they were playing. After this, Wang Xiangyang asked if he knew how to play 21 points and suggested playing for 100 per round. However, when Ye heard this, he said that the bet of 100 was too small and a minimum of 500 was needed. When Wang Xiangyang heard this, he thought that Ye was clearly stealing for himself, but agreed. He smiled and said that since Ye wanted it so much, they would play on such terms. Very soon, the guys gathered around the gaming table. Wang Xiangyang announced that he was holding the bank. Very soon, the dealer came up and started shuffling the cards. The cards that were dealt to the main character were 7 and 9 of spades. After this, the card was issued to Wang Xiangyang. Without thinking twice, Ye decided to use his vision to look at the cards. When Ye activated his vision, he carefully peered at the cards of his opponent and the dealer. As it turned out, Wang Xiangyang had 15 card points. After this, the dealer asked what the participants would do: hide or take another card. The guy understood that the dealer had 15 points in his hands and she wanted to take another card. Meanwhile, his 2 cards have 7 and 9 points. Without thinking twice, Ye decided that he needed a map. The next card that was dealt was a 3, which left him at 19 points. The fat man told the main character that he shouldn't take another card because they have too many points. However, Ye against all odds, took another card. The fat man said that if the next card exceeds 2 points, then they will lose, which is very likely. Many classmates have already decided that one way or another, poor people will be poor. After that, the dealer issued a card. As it turned out, the ace of spades gave only 1 point. Even Fatty himself did not expect to see something like this, and the guys realized that they were almost guaranteed to win. When Wang Xiangyang saw this, he couldn't shrink from discomfort because it was truly a lose-lose situation. Without thinking twice, he asked the dealer for a card. It turned out to be an 8, and adding to the previous 15 points, this exceeded the score of 21, which put them in automatic loss. The fat man rejoiced at the victory of the main character and clapped his hands to express his respect. When Wang Xiangyang saw this, he said that the main character was just lucky and won 500 yuan, but asked if he had the courage to play again. After that, the guy asked how much they were playing. After that, Wang Xiangyang offered a bet of 100,000 and asked to dare to lay down on the hero. After Ye agreed, the dealer once again handed out the cards. When the guy saw the cards, he could not help but thank his opponent for such a generous gift. Thinking that Ye was bluffing, he said to reveal himself. As it turned out, the main character had 5 of clubs, 9 of diamonds, and 7 of hearts, which gave exactly 21 points. When Wang Xiangyang saw this, he couldn't believe it. He insistently demanded to play again. Ye, when he saw all that anger from Wang Xiangyang, said that he should stop playing, otherwise he would lose a lot of money. However, Wang Xiangyang did not stop. Over and over again, the dealer gave victory to the main character. This happened so often that people were already thinking about how unreal it was. At some point, the classmates began to think about how Ye was cheating. When the fat man heard this, he said to stop talking nonsense. All of Ye had been sitting here from the very beginning, and he simply could not change the cards in any way and asked where he got the idea that he was cheating. After this, one of the classmates accused the croupier of conspiring, which made the woman who was giving out the cards get scared. More and more classmates were convinced of the words of their comrades. After this, the classmates wondered, is Ye really a fool? After all, you can't win all the time when you cheat, otherwise you will arouse suspicion. The croupier had already begun to make excuses, saying that she did not conspire with anyone and did not even know his name. However, despite sound logic, Wang Xiangyang rose from the table and asked if the main character was really tired of living and cheating with him in a dream. After that, he turned to the waitress and asked if she really didn't know who he was, because she dared to conspire with the swindler in order to call the authorities. Here, Ye asked if Wang Xiangyang himself was behind because he organized the banquet. He proposed the game himself, and he also chose the croupier. The guy asked if he really thought that he was a super psychic, since he said all this and bribed the right person by asking where his logic was. Understanding the extreme absurdity of the situation, Wang Xiangyang said that he did not know how someone did it, but he was sure of it. After that, he told his classmates to try to force him to confess. At that moment, the classmates divided into 2 groups, and some woman came forward and asked to come to an agreement, asking why fight. Only the bark did not pay attention to the woman. They say that they did not give her a word. Wang Xiangyang said to beat him because if he confesses, he will divide the entire bank between them. When Ye Qiu heard this, he called Wang Xiangyang a disgrace because he wants to bribe one strawberry so that they beat him, but he warned that it was better for them not to interfere with them. However, they no longer heard the main character and attacked him with their fists. The cool hero doesn't think long and slaps the first attacker. Rising from the table, he told them to come if you are not afraid. Very soon, everyone else joined in this fight. The fat man warns the main character that it is better to run away from here because there is nothing to lose anyway. However, Ye Qiu smiled and thanked him for the advice and said that this bunch of idiots would do nothing to him. Very soon, Ye Qiu easily knocked out all of his former classmates from the battle. When it was Wang Xiangyang's turn, he was already scared because Ye Qiu had touched everyone except the two girls and himself. Ye Qiu, as soon as he finished with all his classmates, said that it was Wang Xiangyang's turn. The man was so frightened that his face literally turned pale. With a sharp movement, he left the main character's guard about a further meeting. The fat man, looking at the actions of the main character, could not help but be amazed at how cool he had become and asked what he had experienced over the years. Ye Qiu said that they expected that in 2 years his soul would turn so black and told all his odnoklasniki that their society was worse than a bucket of dirt. He also said to remember that his lifestyle and view of the world does not lead him to success at all. He once again said that you need to rely only on your own strength. The guy said that the henchman is not always left with nothing. Ye Qiu then met with the girl who tried to hush up the conflict and thanked her for not taking their side. After that, he asked her for help to take a certain amount and distribute 50,000 yuan to the beaten as compensation from him, and take the rest of the money for himself. The girl said that she would give away the money, but she would not take everything else for herself. However, the guy said he didn't refuse, because perhaps he would later ask her for help, so if she needed anything, she could call him at any time. Without thinking twice, Ye Qiu said goodbye to her and left the restaurant. After the guys left the restaurant, leave and asked the main character if he really liked the girl since he gave so much money. However, Ye Qiu thought the logic was quite strange and simply said to look at what she was posting on the internet. And then the fat guy remembered that her mother was sick and was surprised that the guy was still taking over the lives of his classmates. Ye Qiu said that after all, they studied together and felt whatever they were formed, but he clearly did not expect that in 2 years they would change for the worse, for which he was very sorry. He heard this and asked why he suddenly felt sorry for them because he was not their parents. Then Ye Qiu picked up the bag and said that since he would cooperate with him, he would definitely not regret it. Very soon, Ye Qiu got into a taxi. The guy said goodbye and, it would seem, everything ended well. However, as it turned out, Wang Xiangyang was still following the main character and called someone with the words that Ye Qiu had left. He said that the guy got into a taxi with a certain number and said it. Sitting in his car, Wang Xiangyang said into the air that Ye Qiu is already a corpse. Very soon, someone crashed into a taxi car. The taxi driver was clearly unhappy and wondered if this idiot had been given a license in the first place. However, Ye Qiu was already wary when he noticed that the taxi was surrounded by 2 motorcycles on the left and right. The guy clearly did not expect this, but quickly came to his senses. Then even the driver noticed that they were surrounded by the Mafia. Ye Qiu smiled and told the taxi driver to stop because most likely these guys came for him. Very soon the car stopped and the motorcyclists wasted no time in blocking the passage. The taxi driver asks cautiously, wondering who Ye Qiu has angered. Without answering the question, Ye Qiu noticed how a man with tattoos knocked on the window. Lowering the window, Ye Qiu asked what he needed from him. The bandit said that their boss wanted to see him and reminded him that he should know his place. Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes and said what to do with them. Very soon he found himself in some luxurious house. He understood that only a very wealthy person could afford such a villa. If something like this had happened to him before, he would definitely have wet himself out of fear. Suddenly, Ye Qiu asked the bandits to stop, and Tay asked what was wrong. Then, Ye Qiu activated his vision and looked around. Immediately after that, he smiled and said that it didn't matter anymore so they could move on. Very soon, Ye Qiu found himself in the living room, and the bandit reported that he had brought the guy. After that, the man who was brewing tea on the island looked at the main character. Naturally, the guy didn't even move or flinch from such a gaze. Closing his eyes and smiling, the man praised the main character for his courage. After that, Ye Qiu asked what to call him. When the bandit heard that the guy didn't know Mr. Hu's name, he was extremely surprised. When Ye Q found out, he sarcastically said that he had met the great and inimitable hero of the entire city and was glad to meet him. When the bandit heard his boss being called by name, he was offended and asked how the guy even dares to do that. However, Ye Q was clearly in a bad mood and simply told the man to remove his hand. Lei Hu said that everyone only talks about his successes and, judging by his behavior, he is far from a weakling. The man said that, in truth, someone paid a lot of money to cripple him. And the man said that at first he would not like to pay for this business because he had plenty of money. But he was obliged to do so by the man, so he had to agree. Ye Q said that Lei Hu misunderstood everything because he talks like that, not because he is successful, and everyone knows that he has a lot of money and connections and subordinates, and he would not be able to compete with him at all, even if he was successful. Lei Hu was happy to talk with the main character because his logic was in place along with his brains. But he was very sorry that he had angered an influential man because otherwise he would have been able to let him go. The inimitable hero said that he couldn't do anything, so they would have to beat him up and he was simply unlucky. The man said that they would give him an injection with painkillers so that he would suffer less. However, Ye Q stopped Lei Hu and said that he had a tempting offer. The man laughed because he thought that Ye Q would be able to understand that in their circles the main thing is friendship and honesty. So if he promised a person something, then he must fulfill it. However, unexpectedly, Ye Q mentioned his daughter's illness. As soon as the man heard these words, he could not believe them. Ye Q said that he could cure his daughter's illness and then he would let him go, asking if he agreed to the deal. Lei Hu asked, "Is Ye Q a doctor?" At this point, his henchman got involved and told him not to listen to him because he was just stalling for time, and his daughter's illness was almost impossible even for foreign doctors. So the guy simply couldn't be so sure that he could do it. Ye Q asked if he often felt dizzy and felt pressure in his chest. The man rose sharply from the table and said that Ye Q was now responsible for everything he said. The guy said that if he admits this, he will cure him, and if not, then it will only get worse for all of them. So he suggested that he decide for himself. When the minions heard Ye Q talking, they were outraged. However, Lei Hu told all his sixes to suddenly shut up. He stood up and said that he agreed to the deal, but he should not talk about his problem in front of everyone. And the man said that if he deceives him, then he will not get away with just losing his arms and legs. Ye Q asked what would happen if he really did not deceive him, to which the man said that in this case he would be his debtor. Suddenly, a stranger entered the room. As it turned out, the bandit brought Dr. An to the room. Lei Hu told the man to come in, when Ye Q turned his head and noticed a familiar face. The doctor himself also recognized him and asked why Ye Q was here at all. Lei Hu asked if they really knew each other. The doctor said that they had an unforgettable meeting with him and asked again what he was doing here. Foreshadowing all the headaches that Ye Q would bring, Lei Hu said that he had come to examine his daughter. However, the doctor was extremely dissatisfied with this fact and said that the main character does not even have a doctor's certificate and he is a deceiver. The doctor clearly communicated that he would only worsen his daughter's condition. When Lei Hu heard this, he asked if it was really that bad. One man here was interrupted by Ye Qiu, who said that the doctor did not even follow medical ethics and they had no right to talk about him like that. The guy said that if he thinks he can't handle it, then it's worth arguing. When the doctor heard such an expression from the main character, he asked if the egg really decided to teach the chicken, because in their sphere they cannot even be compared. After this, Ye Qiu suggested taking turns to try to cure Lei Hu himself by giving a condition to cure his chest pressure and dizziness. After this, the guy asked if Lei Hu himself would agree. The man said that if they cure him, he will only be happy about it. The doctor said that since he dared to challenge him, he would treat him first. Otherwise, he would later say that he won unfairly. Ye Qiu said that it was better to let the doctor cure him first because he knows how to cure him in a couple of minutes. When the doctor went to the patient, he asked if he really didn't understand anything because he wouldn't cure him and would only disgrace himself. After this, the doctor began testing the patient. After this, the doctor took a piece of paper and began to write down the medications, saying that in 3 months he would fully recover and told him to try not to drink alcohol, not smoke, and eat fatty foods. When Lei Hu looked at the list of medications and recommendations, he said that the doctor himself knew that he could not stop drinking and smoking. However, Ye Qiu intervened and said that although the doctor did not have medical ethics, he was right in saying that he needed to stop smoking. After that, the doctor looked at the main character and said that he would see what Ye Qiu had to offer this time. After that, the guy asked Lei Hu to sit down, According to him, his health had deteriorated primarily due to his lifestyle, and now he would be cured of all the symptoms. He put on gloves and said that this would not be enough to completely cure him, and asked him to monitor his health. When the doctor saw this, he asked what kind of prehistoric treatment this was. However, unexpectedly, Ye Chu slapped Lei Hu on the back hard. When the man felt this, he could not help but be surprised. A second later, he bent over because he was in enough pain, and he even screamed in pain. After that, Ye Qiu took off his gloves and told him to get up and move. When the man stood up, he realized that he no longer had pain in his chest and looked as if he was very healthy. Ye Qiu said that he removed his symptoms, but they will reappear if he continues to drink, smoke, and eat fatty foods, and he should also exercise. Then the doctor intervened and said that it was a hoax and that he had just secretly injected him with something that would alleviate his symptoms and that no disease could be cured in a couple of minutes. Ye Qiu asked if he screwed up, but continued to doubt his skills. Finally, he asked if he really thought that Lei Hu was so hopeless that he wouldn't feel it. Then the doctor realized his mistake, but did not come up with an excuse as such. Here, even Lei Hu took in the direction of the main character and said that he was tired of the doctor because he is all about himself as a great man and despises everyone else. Lei Hu said that he spent but his services to him money, but still there is no benefit from him. The doctor tried to justify himself, but the matter was already pointless. After this, Lei Hu told the doctor to apologize to the main character, and if he forgives him, then he will remain without punishment. Immediately after this, the doctor found himself on the ground begging the main character for forgiveness. However, Ye Qiu was adamant. He said that a real doctor would never, for his own benefit, threaten a family member of a sick person with inaction, and he does not deserve to wear a white coat. The doctor said that he was not worthy of this robe and begged for simplification. Ye Qiu said to leave because he didn't want to see him. After that, Lei Hu intervened in the conversation, who, with a smile on his face, asked whether Ye Qiu really doesn't want to see him, because he can hire a person who will remove him, and then he will definitely never see him. The doctor began to shake and beg the main character for forgiveness even more. One of the guys said that there's no point in killing him, so he should just leave. After this, Lei Hu asked if the doctor had heard the words of the protagonist, and if this was the case, then he should thank him, which he immediately did. Lei Hu turned to the main character and said that he admired his skill. After that, the guy asked if he still wanted to destroy him. Lei Hu said that he made him laugh, and he cured his illness, and is also going to cure his daughter, and after that, he simply will not be able to forget him. After this, Ye Qiu asked what he would do with the one who ordered it. Lei Hu said that there was nothing like that about it, and he would tell him the truth. He said that Wang Xiangyang ordered it and gave him a lot of money so that he would kill him, and besides, he owes a little to his father, and if not, he would not have taken on this matter, but he told the guy not to worry because he was like, "We'll solve this issue." After this, the guy said that since this was the case, he would try with all his might to thank him by curing his daughter. The man's face immediately filled with happiness, and he said that if he cures her, he will perceive him as his own brother, and then no one in the city will dare lay a finger on him. Very soon, Ye Qiu found himself in the ward of Lei Hu's daughter. She was tied to the apparatus in every possible way and was naturally unconscious. Ye Qiu began to examine his daughter Sev near the bed. Ye Qiu said that the doctor treated her very poorly and she had serious blood stagnation in her organs. Lei Hu said that the doctor also talked about this stagnation and asked if it could be cured. Ye Qiu asked to give him a set of needles and asked him to turn the patient onto his stomach. Very soon, everything was ready and the main character was provided with all the materials. Spent it. One by one, Ye Qiu began to insert various needles. Very soon, he stuck 6 needles into the girl's body. Both Lei Hu and his minions were very afraid and worried. However, Ye Qiu remained calm throughout this entire process. After this, Ye Qiu asked Lei Hu to wake up the girl. Very soon, the girl was in a sitting position and had already opened her eyes. Despite Lei Hu expressing nothing in his eyes, he suddenly raised his hands. Without thinking twice, he slammed them. Immediately after this, the girl slammed her eyes in response to the loud sound, and immediately after that, she seemed to wake up from a coma. When the girl showed signs of consciousness, the henchman was already glad to see that she blinked. However, the heroes were dissatisfied and asked why she just blinked. Then the henchman said, "Doesn't the man understand the meaning of what is happening?" Ye Qiu clapped his palms. The girl was scared because of what she blinked, which means that she is reacting to external stimuli. Ye Qiu said that it was said correctly and the shutdown is already an initial effect. After this, the father landed on his knees in front of his daughter and asked if the girl was the wind of her father. From the sudden change in heartbeat, it was obvious that the girl was reacting to the man. Here, everyone was finally convinced that the treatment of the main character made sense. After this, Lei-Hu literally began to cry in front of the main character, saying words of gratitude. After that, he already called him a real brother. Ye-Kyu said that his daughter's illness is very serious, and although acupuncture gave an initial effect, her consciousness was not fully restored, so she needs to continue the treatment, and he will visit her every 2 days. With tears in his eyes, Lei-Hu said that he really didn't know how to thank him and gave him an illegal credit card. He explained that there is no password or limit on it, so he can use the card as he pleases. However, Ye-Kyu was too embarrassed to accept such a valuable gift and said that he couldn't just take it. However, Lei-Hu literally shoved the card into his hands and told him to accept his gratitude. Then Ye-Kyu said that if he considers him his brother, he must take this card. Otherwise, he will consider that they are not brothers but partners. The heroes laughed and said that he thinks very correctly and they should help each other like brothers, so he will help him with any matter. After that, he turned to his minions and realized that now Ye-Kyu is his brother, and accordingly his sixes also began to treat him that way. Very soon it was the next day and someone called the main character early in the morning. That someone was Su Qingyue, so the guy, without getting out of bed, asked what it was. The girl apologized for bothering him so early, but she had an urgent matter so she needed his help. She asked if he had time. When Ye-Kyu realized everything, he said that it would always be a great honor to help her and that he would always have all the time for the girl. However, suddenly Su Qingyue asked if he could pretend to be her boyfriend for today. The guy was taken aback and didn't understand what was going on, waiting for clarification. The woman said not to misunderstand him because his family would rather marry one person, but he is not suitable for her, and so that her parents should not worry about his many. She wants them to think that she has a loved one. Without thinking twice, Ye-Kyu agreed to this adventure. The girl thanked him warmly and said that she had already sent him the address. Then Ye-Kyu remembered that he didn't have any normal clothes at all, and all his clothes were cheap tri-po for 10 yuan. Without thinking twice, Ye-Kyu entered the store. As soon as the guy entered the building, he was noticed by Su Qingyue, who immediately called him. Ye-Kyu accordingly pretended that she was his girlfriend. Coming closer, the girl asked why he dressed like that, to which the guy replied that he didn't have expensive clothes and didn't find a store along the road. However, the woman was not at a loss and introduced the main character to a certain Zhang Zhen. Without thinking twice, Ye-Kyu smiled and greeted the man. However, it was obvious that the man was not happy about the appearance of the main character and asked if she had really found such a poor boy. Su Qingyue said that this is her choice and he has nothing to do with it, asking her to watch her language. The man said that he wants a good future for her, and her boyfriend looks like a poor loser and asks if everything will definitely be fine. And Zhang Zhen said that he graduated from Harvard and his salary is in the millions, so she can live carefree with him. After that, he looked at the main character with hostility and said that it would be better if he didn't disgrace himself in front of them, because everyone understands that he wants to be a gigolo, and it's a shame for a man not to be able to earn money. Ye-Kyu grinned and asked if there was any problem with this because he earns money, but Su Qingyue wants to be with him, and what does this mean? I don't understand what's wrong, I asked what. As if it were obvious, Ye-Kyu said that in these eyes it means that he, as a man, is more successful than him. When the girl realized that this conversation was going in some direction, she tried to stop the main character, although not very successfully. Then Zhang Zhen lost his temper and said that he was just pathetic and only knew how to wag his tongue. Then Ye-Kyu became serious and asked if he really thought that his salary made him a Superman. However, Zhang Zhen clearly did not pay attention to him and said that when he starts earning money as well, he will be worthy of standing in the same room with him. Ye-Kyu grinned and said that since he is so limited, he will teach him a lesson so that he knows that he is far from better than everyone else. After this, Ye-Kyu asked if he knew Heng Fu Company. The man said that naturally he knows, because this is one of the large jewelry companies in the city. After that, he asked if he knew Miss Zhao. I don't understand where this is going, the man said, not to delay and speak faster. The guy said that now he will call her here and ask her in front of everyone to give him an annual salary, and then they will see which of them is the beggar. Then Zhang Zhen laughed and asked if he really thinks that he can order the company to do anything, because in order to see his boss, you need to make an appointment with him in advance. Ye-Kyu dialed the number and told him to just not think later that he was conspiring with her to deceive him. When Zhang Zhen heard this, he asked if he really wanted to cleanse not only Su Qingyue, but also the company. However, Ye Qiu did not pay attention and called and said hello, saying that he wanted to talk about the proposal. The guy said that he was now in Shangri-La and asked if she could drive up. When the conversation ended, the man said that any fool would pretend to talk on the phone. Then Su Qingyue looked at the main character. Clearly, I don't understand what this situation is fraught with. However, Ye Qiu smiled and said that everything would be fine and she would be there soon. Very soon, Miss Zhao entered the building. She was accompanied by 2 guards and went straight to the main character. At the entrance, she was stopped by an employee who asked how many people she wanted to book a table. However, the girl said that there was no need to book anything and moved on. Very soon, she found herself near the table with the main character. Miss Zhao was clearly surprised to see Su Qingyue and asked if she was also here. Su Qingyue was about to get up and explain the situation, but Ye Qiu interrupted her and said that Su Qingyue began to beg him to start working for the company, so he called her here to discuss all the details. When Su Qingyue heard this, she couldn't help but blush. Zhang Zhen greeted Miss Zhao and said that he was a lawyer and had heard a lot about her. Having never paid attention to the man before, the girl finally raised her head and greeted him. After that, she asked if they needed to book a separate room for conversation. After Ye Qiu said that there was no need for this, he asked if she wanted to have lunch because there was still untouched food here. Miss Zhao said that she had already eaten, so she needed to get straight to the point because if Cake was ready to work with them, then she would pay him as much as he wanted. Ye Qiu said that he would like her to name a suitable salary for him. Miss Zhao smiled and offered to agree on 10 million yuan a year, not counting the bonus. And since he is a very valuable employee, that time will also amount to millions, asking if everything suits the main character. When Zhang Zhen heard this, his jaw literally dropped. Miss Zhao said that as a thank you for his consent, she wanted to give him a luxury villa, as well as provide him with a Rolls-Royce with an excellent driver, and then asked if Ye Qiu was ready to agree to this. When the market heard this, it literally turned to stone. Ye Qiu blinked and asked to wait a little. After that, the guy turned to Zhang Zhen and asked how he was feeling now. He explained in time that strength is not how much he earns, but how much his skills are in demand, and asked if he had learned his lesson. Ye Qiu said not to approach Su Qingyue again and get out of here. Miss Zhao looked at Zhang Zhen's back as she left and couldn't say anything. She was extremely angry and said that if he called her here just to put on this performance, then he achieved his goal. And now he must sign the contract, because just now she was sincerely glad that he agreed to go to work for them, and she hopes that he was also sincere. Su Qingyue has already started to apologize that it is her fault. However, Ye Qiu said that it was not her fault, because even if they had not met today, he would still have come to her in the coming days, so there was no point in putting it off until later. Su Qingyue asked if he would really apply for a job at the company and said to stop delaying. Here Ye Qiu, in a monotonous, calm voice, was about to refuse the offer, however, when Miss Zhao lost her temper and said that she would definitely regret this. However, before Ye Qiu could finish anything, the girl ran out of the hall. The guy shook his head and couldn't believe that she had such an ardent character. Suddenly, the guy noticed that Su Qingyue was literally crying and asked what happened. She explained that she was ashamed that she and Miss Zhao had a fight because of her. Ye Qiu said that this is not true at all, and he really wanted to discuss something with her, and he has a gift for Miss Zhao. The guy explained that when he is her brother, she will forget about all the differences. Very soon, Ye Qiu visited Lei Hu's daughter. Very soon, he had another acupuncture session. After this, the girl was again put in a sitting position. As it turned out, during this time, the girl learned to move her pupils again. At some point, the girl even smiled, and the henchman asked if Lei Hu saw it. Ye Qiu explained that consciousness is gradually returning to her, and you need to pay attention to her mood, and it is best to turn on relaxing music in her room, and you don't need to talk about business and other matters in front of her. And, accordingly, you shouldn't bother her again. Lei Hu literally did not know what he could do to the main character and only constantly thanked him. The guy understood that in order to treat this girl, he had to spend all the antique energy that he had fed and wanted, and train the heavenly dragon techniques. But without this energy, the results would be less effective, and it seemed to him that it was time to go to Miss Zhao. On the way out, Ye Qiu said that he did not need to be accompanied. However, Lei Hu didn't understand how, since this was the case, he would just call the driver for him. The guy thanked Lei Hu and said that in this case he needed to quickly approach his daughter and be with her, because this would obviously be beneficial. Very soon, Yeku found himself in the car and picked up his phone. He picked up the phone and said hello. I obviously didn't expect to hear screams from the other side of the phone. The girl asked how he dared to call her and what he wanted from her. Yechu said that she thought too badly of him. The guy said that last time he wanted to say something, but she left abruptly and it would be better if she tamed her temper a little. The girl got angry, but said that since he had something to do, let him speak. Yeku said that there is indeed a very good thing. Soon, EQ arrived at the place by car, where an incredible gift was already waiting for him. The guy got out of the car and looked around. His eyes widened from the surrounding beauty. Therefore, after walking a little, he realized that it was not for nothing that this villa was considered the best in the city. There's even a private beach. Suddenly, the young man was stopped by two security guards who said that this area was not intended for guests. That's why I asked for an invitation. Ato immediately called out his name and said that Miss Zhao knew about his arrival. Therefore, as soon as the guards heard the name of the respected woman, they immediately dropped the guest. Although the entire building looked quite luxurious, EA2 did not understand where he was experiencing negative energy from. Suddenly, the guy heard something addressed to him and words that they were glad to see him. He was a respected man with a disability who could not move independently. Therefore, Miss Zhao came out with him. He immediately said hello and kindly introduced his name, adding at the end that he was glad to meet. And the old man said that Mr. Qi spoke very positively about the young man's skills. He felt embarrassed by so many pleasant reviews about his person, so he asked not to overpraise him. However, the man ordered him not to be so shy. After all, the one Mr. Qi likes cannot be an ordinary person, so he suggested sitting down and discussing everything. Meanwhile, Meng Rui's brother asked her regarding Ye Chu, which is why she doesn't want to communicate with him. The girl replied that the guy understood everything wrong, but he wanted revenge. So he told Uncle Zhao that there were many different charlatans pretending to be sorcerers. Therefore, he offered to check the young man who came to them. Aikyo himself agreed that recently there have been a lot of liars who like to pretend to be masters, because feng shui is a complex thing. And he added jokingly that 20-year-old boys cannot understand anything about him. The enraged guy did not understand what the words about young sorcerers had to do with it. Then the heirs of the Southern Temple, also physics experts, will enter into the conversation. They stood up for Maoji, saying that he had already reached a high level of skill, so you can't talk to him like that. The young men began to threaten that A Chu had gotten into trouble because he was insulting their adept. E2 just laughed at the reproaches directed at himself, so he decided to ask Maoji why he had not yet driven out all the evil spirits from this villa. Suddenly, the whole family froze in shock, but no one had anything to say. Uncle Zhao wondered how the young man knew that there was something unclean in their house. But the man did not know that he also understood mysticism. Maoji decided to challenge his enemy and asked if he was sure that he could drive out the evil spirits from this house. The guys were sure that Ia2 did not know what he was getting into. Like, if those evil spirits weren't so strong, they wouldn't have been invited. For a real master came to the house and was consumed by power. But soon Mao decided to end the conversation and said that he was waiting for the moment when the evil spirits would swallow Ita too. But He believed in himself and asked what would happen if he managed to expel all the dark power. The guy only laughed at this because he did not know the scale of his enemy's power. Therefore, being confident of his weakness, he said that if he won, he would become his student. But then the second question arose, what would happen if E2 still failed? And he replied that then he would become Mao's disciple. However, the latter was against such a proposal. However, it was all a joke. So E2 asked under what conditions Mao Jie would agree to play. And the guy said that if he loses, evil spirits will absorb Ida. Therefore, his life is in danger. He was sure that in this case, E2 would kiss his feet and beg for help with his own life. And when the guys agreed on all the conditions for everyone's victory with him, then the dispute began. Suddenly, Miss Zhao quietly turned to A Chu and asked if he was sure, because if he loses, he will have to humiliate himself terribly. But the young man asked him not to even ask. He really didn't like it when women didn't believe in his strength. However, their conversation was interrupted by Mao Jie, who was eager to start as soon as possible to see how his opponent would drive out the evil spirits. Soon, the entire Zhao family and support staff went to another place in the house. Suddenly, they stopped at one of the doors and A Chu asked to open the door he pointed to. His request was fulfilled, so the young man was the first to step into the room. Entering the room, the guy saw that there were a lot of boxes around, which resembled some kind of barn. Miss Zhao began to shiver from the coldness she felt in the room. It seems that the temperature there was lower than what it was outside. Maoji said that the guy was lucky because he found the location of the unclean one the first time. However, from the looks of it, her strength was quite strong considering how cold it was in the room. After thinking a little and examining everything, A Chu pointed to one of the boxes and asked him to give him a hammer. Meng Rue was afraid for the young man, so she asked him what he was going to do. And he calmly replied that he must break the wall as soon as possible. As soon as he was given the tool, he immediately swung it and hit the stone wall. Nothing worked the first time, so I had to repeat the procedure. But as soon as the wall began to crumble, it became clear to everyone that there was an ancient mirror in the wall. As soon as Uncle Zhao saw the find, he said that it was this terrible mirror that had been tormenting him for many years. The psychologist allegedly told him that the cause of everything was stress and lack of sleep, but the man was sure that everything was not so simple. Suddenly, the auxiliary men noticed something strange and turned to their master Mao. The guy ordered everyone to be careful, and he decided that he would try to get rid of the evil spirits on his own. He launched a fire arrow directly at the mirror, but it was strong enough and did not suffer any damage from such an attack. Since the mirror reflected light and fire, she, who was standing next to her, had to cover her face from this. But Mao Ji could not understand how the mirror was still intact. Therefore, the guy decided to repeat the magical attack again, also adding certain spells. But despite his efforts, the mirror was still without a scratch. But the guy's magic plate, with which he launched the attack, quickly malfunctioned and broke. His actions only angered the mythical thing, so it began to fall into flames on its own, like a hellish sun. Seeing the danger, A2 intervened and ordered everyone to evade. One of the mirror's attacks was aimed at Mao Jia himself, but the young man did not notice it. To save him, A2 rushed at the enemy to put him on the ground. Master Mao was at first confident in his abilities, but then he became shocked because if it weren't for E2, his life would no longer exist. The mirror continued to rage and inflict a dangerous attack on everyone present. Therefore, EQ ordered everyone to leave the room as soon as possible in order to remain unharmed. E2 helped everyone present to leave the room, because it was dangerous to stay there any longer. The mythical mirror raged with all its might, but the young man was confident that he could cope with it. However, he soon became the sole target of evil spirits, which put his existence at risk. The mirror managed to deliver a clear fire strike that hit Yechu directly in the face. After the attack received, strange things began to happen to the guy. His eyes did not look human, but more like something demonic. Maoji, who remained in the room, immediately noticed that something was wrong with his opponent. However, he did not hear an answer, because it was as if a soul had come out of E2 and left his consciousness. At that moment, E2 became another carrier of evil spirits, and at the head of it, the third eye opened. The guy's body emitted blue energy, which was painful for ordinary people, so Maoji felt discomfort. Meanwhile, the mirror stopped throwing fire. However, its base also became blue, like the color of all three things in Yechu. Amazing things happened to the young man. He couldn't control himself and what he was feeling, so he simply screamed in pain. The Zhao family came to the rescue. Meng Rue put the young man to bed and did everything in her power. Soon, Etu was able to open his eyes, but his gaze was empty, as if there was no soul left in it. As soon as Miss Zhao saw that the guy was able to move, she rushed to him with questions. Etu could not immediately understand where he was, because before he lost consciousness, evil spirits took over his body. However, having woken up a little and looked around, Q said that everything was fine with him, just like with all the members of the Zhao family. The last point was the most important for him, but the case regarding evil spirits was still open, so he immediately decided to get up and continue the fight. But first, he asked everyone present what happened to that mirror in the room. Meng Rui replied in a trembling voice that it was better not to approach that thing for now, because it was terribly dangerous. However, the young man thought and expressed his opinion that it no longer poses a threat. Therefore, after listening to his words, the entire Zhao family decided to go into the room and check what happened to the unclean thing. E2 picked up the mirror and told Mr. Zhao that his body was weak because of it. However, the guy managed to drive out all the evil spirits from him, so the old man will begin to gradually recover. And then, the young man turned to Maoji with the words that he had lost the quarrel with him. The young member of the Zhao family didn't know how to respond, so he was silent at first. However, he then bowed and sincerely thanked HU for saving his life, so he will never forget his deed. Therefore, I once again asked for forgiveness for my own disrespect and rudeness. Edo was glad to hear sincere words, so he praised the young man and said that he accepted his apology. But unexpectedly for everyone, Mao knelt down and began to beg Itu to take him as his student. This was part of the terms of their dispute. However, now Ma Lo really wanted to learn various techniques from Great Master Eshu. The latter was confused by what he heard because he himself did not know what knowledge he could pass on to his student. But Mao said that Ye's skill is the best motivation for him. Therefore, he hoped that when his own level became higher, he would be able to teach him what he knew. And since Mao should not teach this one anything yet, he agreed to the request. However, he ordered the guy not to call him master in public because it made him feel ashamed. Unexpectedly, everyone present went out into the rooms, where only A Q and Miss Zhao remained. The girl looked at the young man with an enraged gaze, which was even worse than that unclean mirror. However, the young lady wanted to quickly find out what other talents Q had. The guy didn't have a specific answer because he could do a lot. Itu decided to joke a little, so he said that he was very good at love techniques. However, Meng Rui was not in the mood for such jokes, so she swung her hand at the guy to slap him in the face. But her action was stopped by Uncle Zhao against any violence in his house. The man could already move independently, so he came to talk to AQ and Miss Zhao asked to leave. However, he suggested changing that scary room into a welcoming one so that the conversation would take place in a comfortable atmosphere. This one did not like the fact that the older man called him master, so he asked to continue to address him simply by his name. Mr. Zhao said that thanks to the guy, all the residents of this house can now breathe a sigh of relief. And perhaps this did not mean anything to the young man, but for the old man, exorcism turned out to be a matter of prime necessity. Therefore, he wants to thank A Chu by giving him 100 million yuan. The young man's face immediately changed because before he could not even afford to think about such gigantic sums. Therefore, he replied that he could not accept the money. After all, doctors always save people, and if each patient gave a doctor 100 million, then people would be afraid to get sick. But Mr. Zhao said doctors still get paid for their work. But Yi Chu continued to resist, saying that doctors are people too and they also need money. However, they are paid for their high qualifications and experience accumulated over the years. However, he believed that his pipes were overpriced, so he did not want the money. And besides, he said that you can thank him not only with money, sometimes a simple sincere thank you is enough to make a person feel grateful. Then Mr. Zhao said that the young man was very well-mannered for his age. After all, in modern society you rarely meet such people. And soon, AQ had an idea. So he said that as a gift he would like to take away that mirror that kept the whole house in fear and misfortune. The old man only laughed at this because this thing had tormented him for a long time, and he, of course, advised him to get rid of it, but it would be an amazing gift. However, he still agreed, and this could not help but please AQ. But at the end, the guy added that this thing was hidden by one of the family's enemies. Therefore, the man needed to find out who could do this. Mr. Zhao stood up and confidently said that it wouldn't just stay like this and that he would definitely know the name of the pagan who would soon pay for his evil. Then EQ said that he wanted to talk to the old man. If they had already gathered, then the guy wanted to offer cooperation. Meng Rui was surprised because she had invited the young man to work in Hengfu many times before, to which she always heard a negative answer. But the guy answered honestly that he refused the girl because he didn't want to work for other people. Mr. Zhao was surprised because he didn't know what other form of cooperation between them could take place. Then the young man thought about it and told the man that he literally wanted to cooperate with them. Mrs. Zhao said that if we are talking about Hengfu shares, then this is a very troublesome matter. But this is not what Itu was hinting at. After all, the company already had a large number of shareholders. Then the girl had a strange idea that Itu wanted to start a business from the very beginning, and she was right. However, she could not understand so quickly how exactly their cooperation would take place. The guy explained that he wanted to start a jewelry business. He offered talent on his own behalf, but Zhao wanted money from his family. Meng Rui's next question was how they would divide the shares among themselves in the future. But the guy proposed a system that was beneficial to him, 40 to 60. The girl immediately said that they would allocate money, but then their share would be 60%. However, EQ said that this percentage would be for him. And if there are more shareholders, then he can give up 51%. These conditions did not suit Miss Zhao, and she said that she did not agree. Itu was sad, but was confident that he could implement this idea with someone else who would be willing to invest money in him. Ms. Zhao warned that the size of the deposit is important in the jewelry business. Therefore, the guy needs an initial capital of 500 million yuan, and she was ready to allocate this money, but she believed that it would be fair if she received 60%. But Yi replied that the lady had no risks, and the more she invests, the more she gets back. But Mrs. Zhao was furious because she was afraid of the risks. She was afraid that she would be deceived and would be left with nothing. Yi Etu said that in joint business, the issue of trust is very important. After all, they have not yet begun to cooperate, and Meng Rui already suspects him of lying. Therefore, after finishing his conversation, the guy said that he had to go and asked Mr. Zhao to take care of himself. Yi Etu calmly left, but Miss Zhao liked his behavior. As soon as the young man left the room, the girl rushed to her father with a complaint about Etta, saying that he was behaving too impudently. But the wise man told his daughter that since she owned the company, she had her own right to choose partners for cooperation. Miss Zhao thought about these words and came to some conclusions. So she turned around and called out to Chu. The guy had not yet left the house and heard his name being called, but he did not pay attention to these words. Meng Rui decided to step over herself and shouted to the guy that she agreed to his conditions. Therefore, after hearing Chu's agreement, he said that he was confident that Miss Zhao would not miss a good chance because she was a very smart woman. The girl felt humiliated but did not say anything, so as not to miss the opportunity for good business. Mr. Zhao was happy about the agreement and congratulated everyone on the successful negotiations. But he asked Ye Chu to take care of her daughter. Meng Rui felt ashamed of her father's words, so she tried to shut his mouth. But the young man listened to everything and promised that he would keep Miss Zhao during their work together. Soon the guy got into the car and asked the driver to turn left, where there would be a narrow passage. Thanks to this, their path will be shortened. The taxi driver accepted the information and agreed with the proposal, so he turned onto another street. Suddenly, unknown people came out from around the corner and surrounded the car. They were partially armed, holding beatings and small spears. The taxi driver was scared. Did the guys really want to rob and kill him? There were more and more of them, so soon the car was unable to travel further and had to stop. EE2 turned to the driver and told him not to worry because he was sure that these people had come for him. The husband driving was scared for his client too, so he asked him who he had bumped into. In the meantime, he called Lei's brother and apologized for bothering him. However, he immediately attacked the bandits surrounding him and asked Lei to send help to him. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by the crack of glass broken by one of the thieves. He angrily turned to Chu and ordered him to end the conversation and get out of the car. The guy obediently abandoned the car and asked the bandits who ordered them to come to him. Suddenly, instead of answering, the guy received an insidious blow to the back from his leg. This made AQ terribly angry, so he emotionally shouted at the thief that he had no limits at all. The robber, with a smile on his face, wondered why E2 still didn't know who he had stumbled upon. They say their task was to find him a job. However, it concerned the fact that banditry would make him a cripple and force him to beg for alms, which he would be obliged to give. Itoy only laughed at such stupid and childish threats, so he said that it would be better for the men to leave this place, or they would regret it. But they were confident in their abilities, so they did not take these words seriously. After which their commander ordered the entire group to attack Ita and beat her pretty hard so that he would remember. The guys immediately received weapons and were ready to mercilessly attack their victim. Ito understood that until help arrived, he must independently protect himself from attackers. So he took a deep breath and was ready to fight. And first he had to get away from the blow. His dexterity angered the bandit, so he decided to try again. However, this time he was very mistaken, because E2 grabbed the guy by the neck and threw him with all his might to the ground. One robber was not enough, so everyone else also began to attack unexpectedly. E2 dealt with the second guy by hitting him in the stomach from his knee. However, one managed to touch the young warrior and hit him on the back with a bat. But for the thief, it turned out to be several times worse, because of the answer, he now had some teeth left. Then the men decided to act as a team and immediately rush at the victim, thinking that several people at once would not defeat Ita. But they were very mistaken, because the circle was all lying on the ground together with serious injuries. Despite his exhausted state, one of the thieves said that E2 has incredible fighting techniques. But this could not bribe him, so Ye immediately asked the guy who sent them to him, and if he doesn't get an answer, then everyone ends up in the hospital. However, one of the guys ordered that E2 should not come near him, otherwise then he would definitely be finished. Soon an unknown car arrived, from which a guy dressed in a business suit got out. It was Brother Dunn. according to one of the thieves, who decided to personally deal with Atu. But Dong turned to Ye and said that he was fighting well. After all, he was able to kill an entire crowd alone, but he himself received only scratches. However, he soon reached out to his jacket, from which he took out a pistol and said that this was the best weapon against any big guy. He pointed the barrel towards HU, so he obediently raised his hands towards the mountain for his own safety. Then the man ordered the guy to be tied up, thrown into a car, and taken to a special place. He wanted revenge for his brothers, who lay crippled on the floor. Soon the driver drove the car closer to this one, so that it would be easier for others to put him there. The thieves pulled a sack over his head and tied his hands to prevent him from starting to fight. Suddenly, after a short time, all these restrictions were lifted from HU, and he saw the one who ordered his murder. It was Wang Xiangyang, Yekyu's former classmate, who was seeking revenge for him. A2 didn't understand why they were doing this to him, because they used to communicate well during their studies, and now he's being kidnapped. But the guy said that it was all because of the shame that Wang Xiang felt during the meeting of his classmates through Etta. He didn't understand why such a minor reason could lead to an entire hired murder. And Wang Xiangyang immediately offered two options. According to the first, he will break the guy's limbs with his own hands and he will become a beggar. And according to the second, he will record him on video as E2 worships his feet and calls him daddy. E2 laughed about the last point, saying that the man has very little imagination and instead of a brain, he has a complete cliché. This angered the man and he said that the next day E2 would be lying somewhere on the street begging. Therefore, Dune suggested immediately breaking the guy's legs and cutting them off. And Wang Xiangyang ordered to cripple the guy as much as possible, sparing no effort. Suddenly, someone burst into the abandoned factory asking who dared to cripple his brother. After the thieves saw the face that came to them, they immediately almost fell to their knees in front of him. This was the powerful Lei Hu, whom even the city's ardent villains feared. One of the bandits kindly greeted Lei as if he were a brother and asked why he had come to them. EE2 sat on the floor with his hands tied and just watched this circus. Instead of answering, the thief received a strong blow to the head, throwing him several meters away. After which the man approached Brother Q and asked him about his physical condition, but whether fools had injured him. The guy decided not to allow details, so he replied that he was fine. However, Lei Hu still had to avenge him, so leaving the guy, he said that he would deal with them on his own. And the first thing he did was go to the leader of this pack, Wang Xiangyang. He grabbed the thief by the shirt and talked to him. It concerned the fact that the husband dared to touch Brother Lei Hu, so he would not be able to leave this shed. Wang Song began to beg for help and mercy, but it was too late and he received the first blow to the face. After that, Lei Hu moved to other members of the group, but suddenly Xiang Yang was able to get up and tried to stop him. But the man was serious and said that this was only the beginning of revenge for his brother Q. Then Lei stood up and told him that he had already ordered him not to touch Aita anymore. However, they were ignored. Wang Song knelt down and began to apologize for his stupidity, so he even remembered his father, for whose sake he asked not to kill him. But Lei Hu was not going to take into account the words of that person who did not follow his orders and requests. Therefore, the strong man almost crushed his head with his foot, which is why Wang Xiang was barely able to utter words of apology to HU, after which he began to press for pity, saying that they were classmates, so he asked E2 to stop Brother Lei. E2 was not influenced because he remembered how this pseudo-classmate recently wanted to make him a cripple. Wang Song said with tears in his eyes that the guy understood everything wrong. However, E2 was not a fool, so he did not so easily accept forgiveness and words regarding past friendship. Xiangyang continued to beg for mercy and emphasized his mistakes. He said that he would return Wang Jing to the young man and give him a lot of money. This was the only time he was able to untie his hands and replied that he did not need any of the above. Then he turned to Brother Lei, who could obediently fulfill any of his requests. He ordered not to kill Wang Xiang, saying that let the poor man suffer and that's enough. But Lei Hu said that he had a plan to make this scumbag remember this day forever. But HU decided that he did not want to be present at this torture, so he left, and all that was heard from the street was Wang Xiang's apologies and screams. However, the guy was in a hurry to the city hospital to visit someone. He entered the room where his father and old, sick grandfather were. EE2 immediately apologized for not coming for a long time, because lately he has urgent matters. But Grandpa said everything was fine. The doctor informed him that the operation was successful and he was almost recovered. And a few days ago, 2 doctors came from Jingju, especially for him. Therefore, we need to greatly thank the director of the hospital. E2 agreed with these words and asked the father himself to go home to rest while the guy sat with his grandfather. But the man understood that his son worked a lot and did not have time for this, so he decided that he would stay in the hospital again. However, the young man only laughed and said that he would just rest and read a book, being with his grandfather in a quiet room. But his father asked him not to read the fantasy of the heavenly dragon technique before going to bed, because then he would have strange dreams. But he said that he could handle everything himself and took his father out the door of the room. The next day, well rested, A2 went to the head office of the Hengfu company. The guy dressed in a decent outfit, emphasizing his serious intentions. But suddenly, he was interrupted. It was a security guard who demanded a pass to enter. However, the young man did not know about the special document and was surprised when he heard about it. The guard explained that if a person does not have a pass, he will not be able to go further. They say the problem was with the salespeople who kept coming to the office endlessly. However, the guy explained that he had no intention of selling, and he just came to visit Zhao Meng Rui. The man ridiculed the guy, saying that he looked unworthy in order to gain the status of Miss Zhao's guest. Therefore, he ordered the young man to go as quickly as possible. But EA2 did not understand this attitude towards himself and noted that he was really a guest. But if the man at the entrance does not let him through, then he will get the women well. And the guard said that on the same day he brought out the same pseudo-guests who also introduced themselves as people in Miss Zhao. The man commented on the guy's clothes, which offended him greatly. This one specially put on a suit to see Miss Zhao. Then the guard switched to a threatening tone and ordered the young man to go as quickly as possible, or he would have to use a weapon. In addition, he called Ye Chu a beggar, which also offended him, so he proceeded to show his negative emotions. Suddenly, he heard someone say his name and was surprised by his presence. It was Yan Bochin who ridiculed Etta and asked when he managed to fall so financially that he was humiliated even more. Then E2's attention turned to him and he asked the man if he was even worthy to talk to him. And Ian laughed and said that the guy, being in a close position, dares to catch him. He became the director of the 6th Market Department because he considered himself a worthy figure. Soon his bodyguards got involved and began to praise their boss, who would not be on an equal footing with a certain Ye Chu. Therefore, they ordered the guy to apologize to him as soon as possible. Watching this circus, Miss Zhao ordered her secretary to put Yang Boachin on the dismissal list. The husband thought that we were talking about A Chu, so he was immediately happy about this news. However, in order to avoid harm himself, the man went to the boss and began accusing E Chu of cursing at their guard, so he stood up for the old man. However, it was already too late. The lady's other guards ran to help. The woman said that this worker from the market department is being rude to her dear guest, which is causing harm to her company. Therefore, she decided to fire him and blacklist him. And after giving the order, the woman turned to A Chu and asked for forgiveness for such an incident. But the guy understood that Miss Zhao was not the problem, so he said that everything was fine. The guard and Yang Baochen almost dropped their own jaws in surprise. Therefore, while Miss Zhao saw off her guest, Miss Su busied herself with overseeing the dismissal of the workers. At that moment, Yang began to beg Ieta for forgiveness. He hoped that then Miss Zhao would not fire him and he would do whatever she ordered. But he decided to ask him if he was angry with him because they used to work in a branch of the store. For he constantly created for this difficulty, but the young man never responded to him with the same act. The husband always used his connections and did nothing at work, but then dumped everything on A Chu. Talented and diligent workers did not receive promotions, and he became the head of the department through connections. But he was not ashamed of it, he was still proud of it. Without allowing Ian to say a word, the guards pushed him out into the street, saying that he would still receive his compensation for his dismissal. Soon, EQ and Miss Zhao walked into her office, where Secretary Su made them fresh tea. Then he turned to Qing Yue and invited her to sit next to him and talk. This seemed strange to Miss Zhao, but she remained silent. And the young man turned to the woman and emphasized that she should sit down to talk. Despite her calm appearance, Miss Zhao was very worried about how E2 dared to allow himself to flirt with her employee. What worried her was that she cared about him, although she didn't really like the character of guys like A Chu. He thinks that all the people around him are fools because he himself has talents. The woman couldn't stand it any longer and told Qing Yue to sit down if that's what their guest wanted. Therefore, the girl obediently sat down next to him and AU thanked Miss Zhao for helping him. The woman replied that she had nothing to thank for because now they were real business partners. The guy agreed that now they will earn big money together. The young man also wanted to ask about the structure of the Shinjue company, especially its workers. He was worried about whether there was a suitable candidate. Miss Zhao reported that there was one candidate who was soon to join them. Then the leader ordered her secretary to quickly call Lai Jianhua to them. AEE2 asked the girl not to tell him who the guy was. He wanted to find out what kind of person he really was. Miss Su quickly followed the order and a young man in a nice suit walked through the door. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the office, he immediately introduced himself to Miss Zhao. However, he then asked her who the gentleman next to him was, pointing at A Chu. She immediately replied that this was her friend who had nothing to do with their company. And then she introduced Lan Jianhua to EQ, who graduated from business school and worked on Wall Street for 3 years. The woman lured him away from a major management position in one of the prestigious companies. AEE2 immediately stood up, said his name, and said that he was very glad to meet you. Therefore, after such a meeting, both guys decided to shake each other's hands, but it was clearly not sincere. Then Ms. Zhao approached the new employee and asked if he had some sort of business plan for their company. The husband immediately sat down at the table and began leafing through the papers on which the plan he had managed to complete overnight was written. Therefore, he invited Ms. Zhao to get acquainted with it. The woman took into account all the details and concluded that the plan was written well and even very professionally. Therefore, after reading some good ideas, the director invited each Yu to familiarize herself with them. But Lan Jianhua was against this, because E2, in his opinion, knew nothing in this area, so he thought it was pointless to show him the plan. But E2 explained that Miss Zhao was afraid that the guy might have made a mistake because he wrote this work at night and wanted E to check everything. Lan Jianhua was divided because he thought it was humiliating that some boy had the right to test him. Despite this, E2 still looked and could not understand what kind of Martian language was used in a plan where there was no practical meaning. The husband said that he provided charts, tables, and statistics using all his knowledge. Therefore, I asked this one to specifically point out the errors. Miss Chow thought that E2 presented himself too much. Therefore, she was sure that this time the young man would disgrace himself. The guy continued to read the documents and so far said that everything was written well. Lan Jianhua didn't expect to hear a different answer. After all, in any work there may be errors, but he was sure that E2 would not be able to point out them. However, E2 soon named the 6th line on the 8th page. Lu was indicated that in a year it was possible to open 30 branches in Zhonghai, monopolize the entire city in 3 years, and also capture the entire market of the province. Miss Zhao was shocked that she could not find such a blunder on her own. Lan didn't understand what was wrong with his plan. He was confident that if they captured the market, they would be able to sell more goods, become a major player in the market, and develop further. But EQ remembered the same knowledge from Harvard and experience from Wall Street, which Lan decided to apply to the city of Zhonghai. However, in China, everything was arranged differently. Lan said that E2 is not thinking straight at all. After all, the man wanted to rely on the main link, pull up everything else and capture the market. However, E2 did not let him finish. Because Hengfu, Fuyun, Fuzhong are all 3 large jewelry companies in the city. They own a large part of the provincial market, so it was a question of competition and monopoly. Then the new worker did not know how to respond because he felt ashamed that he had missed such important aspects. But E2 agreed that everything here is not the same as in America, for there are big and small disagreements. Soon, the young man began to talk about each company and started with Henfu. Miss Zhao owns it, so this company will not squeeze them out of the market. However, Fuyun will swallow them at the first opportunity, because they have connections with the Mafia and the government. Miss Zhao listened carefully to HU's report and said that he had noticed everything carefully. Lan Jianhua was furious because he felt the humiliation of his own face due to a poorly done job. However, A2 was still not finished, so he added that it is quite difficult to capture the provincial market, so we need to look for special development paths. And after that, HU took out a folder with documents where his own business plan provided to the director was written out. The woman decided to test the new worker for virtue and gave both plans to him so that he could see for himself whose plan was better. The man had a hard time admitting it, but he said sincerely that Mr. E2's plan was much better. After which E2 said that the man is really a smart and talented businessman. It's not for nothing that they talk about him as a Harvard graduate. However, he had one big misconception. Mr. Lynn didn't know what Mr. E was talking about and asked him, and the latter pointed to conceit and overestimation of one's importance. He was confident that the man could cope with any task much more successfully than most people. However, this is only if he admits his mistakes and learns from them. Then he will be able to gain much more valuable experience from the lessons learned. The man could not utter a word normally, but he pulled himself together and said that he was trying to do all this. E2's words seemed to awaken him from a deep sleep. He thanked for the instructions to become more humble. E2 was glad that Lon learned his first lesson so quickly. This was the secret of luck. However, even E2 cannot always control his arrogance. Miss Zhao intervened in the conversation, suggesting that from now on, they could consider each other partners. And she also added that now she will normally introduce E2 to Jianhua. The main thing that Lan should have known about the young man was that he was the founder of Xinjue. Then, the new employee realized that he should have initially called the guy Director E. So he apologized for his rudeness. However, EQ said that everything was fine and their company would rely on the new guy as a qualified specialist. They found the general manager, but Ida had 2 more candidates from herself. Therefore, I asked the team to help make a decision. He wanted Seven Qing Yue to become the deputy general manager. Both women were shocked, but Miss Zhao was especially unpleasant to hear this. And Qing herself thanked for having received the chance to take such a post, but was sure that she would not be able to cope with it. But Director Ye told the girl that she was underestimating herself. Therefore, he turned to Miss Zhao to give her opinion on Yue's abilities. The director said that E2 is too arrogant. He had not yet created the company, but was already employing its employees. King Yue's abilities are at a high level. She will definitely cope with all difficulties, so Zhao vouched for her. And after that, the woman turned to the secretary and thanked her for always being her assistant. So Zhao understands that A2 offers her a more promising position, so she recommended that she accept. Then Lon managed to join the conversation, saying that Miss definitely cannot make mistakes in the selection of personnel, and offered his opinion as support. A2 listened to everything and said that he had another candidate, who was his former classmate. His main traits were decency and honesty. One of these days, he will invite him for an interview. As for work, the man said that workers should realize that they were hired not because of friendship, but because of their skills. Therefore, I asked everyone to do their job well. So he soon ordered everyone to start getting to work. And then Miss Zhao told Q that his business plan was very good, so she asked if he wrote it himself. The guy was even surprised that the woman did not believe in his abilities in this area. This was because the guy had no experience in running a business and no relevant knowledge. Therefore, Zhao ordered to quickly confess who helped him. However, E2 actually did this himself, and he told the woman that he had not yet revealed many talents for her. Miss Zhao didn't know about the guy's talents, but the guy's impudence was obvious from the very beginning. Soon, AQ announced that he wanted to visit the Hengfu company so he would help Zhao evaluate all the antiques and determine whether they were fakes. Miss Zhao was hesitant at first because she was not ready for such a proposal. Then EE2 correctly asked her if the ladies had any questions or concerns about this. The woman explained that their antiques were now on the company's main premises, so now it was not so easy to get there. The guy didn't see this as a problem since Miss Zhao is the CEO. However, as it turned out, very valuable things are stored in the warehouse, an amount exceeding the city's budget, so not only her company is engaged in security. Therefore, E2 could not go there as a guest, because this requires a meeting. The young man listened to everything and said that this was too troublesome a procedure, so he decided not to remember this question anymore. But it took Miss Zhao a little time and she remembered one way. The warehouse security guard is Mr. Wu, and he has been with the company for a long time. The man has been working in a warehouse for decades. Died. For this, the old management of Hengfu trusts Mr. Wu. He was given a copy of the keys to the warehouse and he still works there. Then EQ asked whether Mr. B's word had the weight of the protection system. The woman answered yes, but there was one problem. Mr. Wu is quite intractable, so it is quite difficult to persuade him. One day, he did not allow the son of the main shareholder into the warehouse, so a conflict arose between them. E2 thought and offered to try to persuade him, because suddenly he would be able to do it. Then the couple decided to try success and were already developing a conversation plan. Soon it moved into the building where the giant warehouse was located. This one was shocked by the size of the building, and even the walls there were explosion-proof, so the level of protection there was high. Walking down the corridor, the guests immediately saw the strict security guard, Mr. W. As soon as the man saw Miss Zhao, he kindly stood up and greeted her. The CEO responded with the same warm greeting. Mr. Wu, who had a giant scar on his face, turned to Miss Zhao and thanked her for her trust and concern. They say he was given the opportunity to work and get good money. Therefore, the old man wanted to thank this particular lady. The woman was pleased for the kind words and explained that she wanted to go to the warehouse with the gentleman nearby. Mr. Wu immediately noted that the rules do not allow outsiders to enter the warehouse. And Miss Zhao explained that this young man personally worked for Mr. Eti as a gem expert. She wants to familiarize him with the exhibits of their composition to improve his skills. Then the guard pointed out that the young man had not provided the company council seal, inspection certificate, and pass. He couldn't miss it. Upset, Zhao turned to EQ and said that she could not do anything, so she suggested that the guy try to persuade him himself. After which E2 spoke to Mr. Wu and said that if he was not mistaken, then the old man was now feeling tremors in his limbs and dizziness. The guard then reluctantly replied that he understood the young man's medical skills, but was confident in his tricks. And then he started shouting and said that there was no need to use his illness as an opportunity to enter the warehouse. They say it is impossible to bribe him. He further spoke about his own principles regarding work and would never change them. Then E2 remembered the same story about the fire, when a man risked his life and suggested that he be cured because he was proud of such an act. However, in the end, the young man called the man a stubborn ass, which definitely angered him. But E2 decided to move on to physical strength and sat the old man on a chair, thereby showing his power. The young man ordered to sit quietly because he still would not go to the warehouse without permission. However, then he remembered the guard's children, who in his opinion also could not tolerate B because of his character. Miss Zhao watched this and thought that this was a real idol, because even her father did not allow himself to talk to Mr. Wu like that. The old guard was shocked that this was the first time someone allowed themselves to treat him like that. However, then he realized that the young man had already mastered the practice of Qigong. Then EQ said that Mr. Wu leads a rather sedentary lifestyle and rarely spends time in the fresh air. So he had stagnation of qi energy in his body. The young man suggested a massage that would facilitate the movement of energy, but then the man would have to go outside more often. Then old Wu began to think, because the doctors prescribed long-lasting treatments for him. But the young man was able to alleviate his condition in a few seconds. After helping AU turned to Miss Zhao and said that they should already leave. And as soon as they stepped towards the exit, the guard asked them to stop. A2 then asked Mr. Wu what was wrong because the massage might suddenly stop working. But the man wanted to thank the guy who changed his way of life. The young man said that he did not need to thank him, as if he did it with all his heart. The only thing he emphasized was that the man should not forget about his advice regarding mobility. After that, Ye Chu turned around again and was about to leave, but the guard again prevented him from leaving the premises. It seems strange that just a few minutes ago he was kicked out of there, but now they are not giving him access. Mr. Wu said that he doesn't like to be beholden to other people, so if the guy still wants to enter the warehouse, he will open the door for him. The young man repeated that he did not cure him in order to go to a forbidden place. Therefore, he will not go there until he has the necessary documents. Mr. Wu saw that there was no point in talking to her, so he turned to Miss Zhao. The woman then asked both men to stop arguing. Therefore, she will make a temporary pass for this, and if something happens, she will take responsibility. And after these words, the guard went to the huge iron door, which had the most difficult lock to enter. Suddenly, as soon as the door opened, a strange smell came out. I felt him strongly, so I froze in place, trying to understand where he was leaving from. It was an incredibly dense energy that seemed to charge the young man. Miss Zhao perceived the smell as mold, which was in the composition due to the fact that it was still dark and quite damp. And while the woman and the guard almost lost consciousness from the aroma, A2 enjoyed it as much as possible, drawing in full lungs of air. Miss Zhao turned to the guy and said that she had never thought that he liked the smell of mold. Soon, EQ took his first steps towards the composition from which this aroma flowed. The energy of antiques was incredible to him, so the guy won't be able to absorb it even in a month. Then he approached Miss Zhao with a request that she let him work in the warehouse with the security guard, because this place was ideal for improving his skills. Mr. Wu didn't mind if Zhao gave permission. He was even ready to write an application for an assistant for him. And then he told Ye Chu, If the young man has a work ID as a warehouse worker, he can come to this place every day. Meanwhile, Director Jiang had already learned the information that Zhao Meng Rui took a person to the warehouse and Mr. Wu let him through. The information came from his subject, who also reported that Yi Chu would now work as an assistant security guard. Jiang acted a little nervous and smoked heavily to calm down. However, everything went according to his plan and he was sure that the end would come for Zhao Meng Rui. The guy didn't understand what they needed to do, so he waited for the next order from the director. He walked closer to Jiang and he showed him the detailed plan depicted on the computer. Then, after studying the information, the guy told his owner that he now knew what to do. Meanwhile, the next day, Yi Chu arrived at his new job at the giant train. Mr. Wu was glad to see the young man, and he had arrived early. The guy liked this kind of cooperation, and it was a pleasure to work. Then he came closer to the old man and began to massage his back. In the process, he realized that the guard was following his advice, since B's health had become much better. After some relaxation, Mr. Wu told A to go do his own thing and not waste his time on him. Therefore, after graduating, the guy with great inspiration went to the team, where he felt an incredible aroma of strength. Suddenly, his process of pleasure was interrupted by a guard who said his name. The old man asked the guy to leave because people working in the supervision department had arrived and would check the accounting. It seemed strange to the guy that people from the company could burst in so unexpectedly and start checking. So he asked colleague B if this was normal. The man replied that checks need to be carried out, but this is the first time people broke in so quickly. After all, they always warned us before. A2 immediately suspected something was wrong, but did not share his experiences with the guard. So he took action and first called Miss Zhao to ask if she knew about the inspection. As it turned out, the woman did not know anything, so she immediately arrived with her team. She immediately asked Mr. Zhang why his department was inspecting the warehouse without her permission, and his subordinate replied that, according to the law, his department has every right to a surprise inspection. However, Miss Zhao had never heard of them having such powers before. However, suddenly someone interrupted her. It was the treacherous Mr. Jian who hid his face at first. The husband said that it was he who provided this opportunity to his employees. Here Merwu intervened in the conversation, taking the inspection as a stone in his garden, saying that he was suspected of theft. Jiang turned to the old man and said that checking the composition is a normal procedure because precious things are stored there. In addition, the supervision department is already responsible for the protection of antiques. Miss Zhao listened to this and told them to check everything, and the drink would leave because it had its own affairs. The check lasted more than 2 hours, so the waiting time greatly affected the nervous state of the old guard. He couldn't understand why they were taking so long to examine everything and began to worry that something had really disappeared. Soon, a whole crowd of men emerged from the armored train, holding batons in their hands and looking ominous. Mr. At the same moment, a guy ran out to them and asked what their behavior meant. One of the men reported that, according to the check, the disappearance of more than 100 exhibits was established. Therefore, the 2 guards were the first suspects. Mr. Wu couldn't believe it. However, the inspector said he could not trust the suspect's word. The company has announced an urgent meeting and the guards must go with them. By order of the observers, Mr. Wu and Ye Chu were captured and tied up. The guy was very unhappy, and his gaze fell on the folding mechanical lock at the entrance to the train. Soon the suspects were taken to the main building of the company. There, Zhang addressed all the directors and started an emergency meeting. According to him, an unpleasant but at the same time important event for their company occurred. The managing directors did not know what was going on, so they were surprised by the announcement. Without further ado, Mr. Zhang shouted for the guards to bring in the suspects. One inspection man brought the guards in and reported that during the last inspection, the inspection department had discovered something somewhat terrible, and the very disappearance of more than 100 incredibly precious exhibits. The directors almost fainted because the scale of the tragedy was too great. And when asked if he was confident in his words, the man said that they had lost a large number of important exhibits. The damage amounted to approximately 3 billion yuan. Mr. Wu intervened and said that this was impossible, saying that so many things could not be carried away at one time, so he would definitely have noticed. But the inspector replied that the results of the supervisory inspection cannot be questioned. Then Master Zhang intervened and asked everyone to calm down and said that they would soon find out everything. The inspector said that, based on his experience, he has one clue. Mr. Zhang trusted him and allowed him to express his opinion. The husband said that Mr. Wu had been guarding the warehouse for a long time, but the items disappeared when a new worker arrived at the warehouse. He then pointed at Mr. EQ, saying that he was the one who committed this crime. In addition, he managed to spend a lot of time in the warehouse. On that day, it was Zhao who signed the order to enroll IT for work. A few days later, more than 100 exhibits disappeared from the warehouse. At that moment, Director Zhao realized that this whole circus was organized against her. Then the director of another department asked Meng Rui if she really hired A Chu. Before she could answer, Mr. Zhang started yelling at A Chu, demanding the location of the missing antiques and who was in charge of the guy. The young man replied that he would remain silent and let everyone else continue to act out the performance. The man began to get terribly angry because his plan was cracking. However, he continued to stand his ground and said, "If E2 does not want to talk, then this confirms that he is a thief." The directors then approached Miss Rui, asking if she had anything to add to protect her employee. Zhang immediately approached the woman and noted that she had recently become CEO, but already wanted to rob her own company. In addition, it allocates pennies to shareholders. An inspector joined the conversation and put forward the theory that perhaps Miss Zhao herself had a motive to rob the train. After all, he recently heard how she and Iqiu founded a new jewelry company. Jiang then said that this fact was more than enough to kick her out of the company. But he decided not to dwell on this and said that a woman should be in prison for such an act. After which the man turned to the directors and announced a vote. He ordered those people who supported the idea of firing Miss Zhao from the company to raise their hands, and the majority was for it. After which the inspector called the police to report a commercial crime and theft. Miss Zhao was terribly scared because she didn't expect this situation to go so far. Suddenly, this circus temporarily stopped because Yi Chu loudly addressed the crowd. He called the directors a bunch of blind fools who don't deserve their jobs. The directors immediately began to be indignant and expressed their dissatisfaction, after which they ordered to seize the young man. However, EQ called all this nonsense and said that their guards had no right to detain him. Then, the inspector stood up and said that the trio had conspired against the company and even had the courage to say something against it. But EQ said that he was tired of listening to these nonsense because they didn't even have evidence. In addition, he reminded that there should be CCTV cameras in the warehouse. The guy turned to Miss Zhao and asked why she hires people without education into the company. They say the supervision department didn't even graduate from primary school. Then Mr. Zhang spread his hands and asked who could have committed the robbery if not them. Atu just laughed and said that it was pointless to bring charges without evidence. He might as well have said that Zhang's wife was cheating on him. The inspector barely restrained himself from throwing his fist at the guy, but he wasn't done with this one yet. He closed the man's mouth and continued that the last inspection at the warehouse was 20 days ago, and it was after he joined the company that they decided to conduct another inspection. Moreover, accusing Miss Zhao without any evidence was stupid and illogical. However, Zhang was confident that the guy would not be able to refute the fact that Miss Zhao was investing in competitors, because they say they have the right to expel her. Not to mention the fact that the company suffered considerable losses due to the fact that a woman brought a thief to the warehouse. Then AQ asked who said that MIA Zhao opened a company with him for his own enrichment. The woman tried her best to persuade him to get a job in Henfu to evaluate, but he refused her many times. However, he agreed to cooperate only in order to open his own company and demanded a majority of the shares for himself to make a decision, after which the guy asked if everyone had understood him carefully. Therefore, he again emphasized that this cooperation is solely for the sake of the Hengfu company. After listening, one of the directors turned to Meng Rui and asked her if this was really the case, and she confirmed Q's words. Although she actually thought that the guy sacrificed her shares, there was no other way out. Mr. Jiang continued to rage and asked who Iqiu was, that they were willing to cooperate with him. Besides, he thought it would be stupid to make such donations if the majority of the shares remained in the hands of the guy. Miss Zhao explained that Iqiu has a special talent. He can understand gems much better than Mr. Qi. As for the shares, she asked everyone present if they wanted to give their shares to someone. Q explained that he already understood the lack of desire of others to invest in his company, so he asked for shares and a large percentage for the profit from Miss Zhao. Then the inspector told him that despite the guy's abilities, he still does not have the right to make such decisions only with Miss Zhao, as if by doing so he was showing disdain for the directors. But Miss Zhao replied that she could independently make decisions on projects that cost less than 500,000 yuan. She did everything in accordance with the written agreement and asked to indicate where she broke the law. Then the board of directors changed their mind and realized that their colleague had made a standard investment decision. But Zhang tried to somehow attract attention and noted that the damage of 3 billion yuan was still on the woman's shoulders. She asked the man to calm down and said that she would bear the consequences. The old man could not understand why the woman so easily talks about responsibility for such a large amount of money. But she did not want to continue the conversation any further and said that she would decide everything herself. Then EQ intervened and told him his plan to return the antiques, thereby getting rid of a large debt. Mr. Zhang was worried about his own lies and asked the guy how he would find the missing items, implying that he had stolen them. The young man was unpleasant that the old man had slandered him many times already and warned that if he divided him, he would not care that he was the director of the company. Then the inspector set his own conditions. If E2 returns all the missing antiques within 3 days, then it will relieve Miss Zhao of responsibility. The young man was already walking towards the exit and said that he would do everything much faster. After the guy's confident words, the inspection members couldn't believe it. E2 invited everyone with him to the warehouse to officially show the finds. However, Mr. Zhang asked him why the young man doubted the results of his test, saying that the team went around everything twice and there could definitely be no mistake. But E2 asked to calm down because it was not a matter of verification, but that the company was recruiting senseless workers to its team. Miss Zhao turned to her colleague and asked what he had come up with this time. And E2 said that everything would be fine because he would definitely return the stolen antiques. He promised that the woman would not suffer any harm at all, so she could be confident in him, after which he asked her for a shovel, a hammer, and other tools. Before that, 10 volunteers are needed. Mr. Zhang and his subordinates were afraid that the young man would still be able to prove his innocence. And then the guys quickly came to the rescue, strictly following Chu's orders. He warned that the work must be done carefully because there is a possibility of accidentally breaking valuable antiques. After that, E2 independently approached the large wall that interested him. And then he picked up a hammer and swung it with all his might. E2 made the first blow and immediately heard surprise from the members of the inspection team. The guy explained to Mr. Zhang that he was looking for stolen antiques, and 3 billion is more important than some kind of wall. So he promised compensation for its damage. The old director screamed terribly and said that if the wall was broken, the entire building could be damaged. In addition, the guy could break the valuable things that were hidden there. After which, the guy asked Zhang why he was trying so hard to persuade him not to do anything with the wall. He suspected the old man of having hidden the things there on his own. Then the man replied that this was all nonsense and he would sue for libel. The guy replied that it was a joke. As for the slander, he was the one who suffered. After laughing a little, E2 ordered everyone to move back because he wanted to start hitting the wall. He dealt blow after blow to quickly learn the secret of the disappearance of antiques. The entire team only watched his actions, and the director of the company was nervous, which was evident from his anxious body movements. Miss Zhao thought that E2 had surprised her a lot of times already, so she couldn't understand why there was so much mystery about him. In a matter of seconds, the young man managed to make a large hole in the wall. Behind it was a deep tunnel that a flashlight could not illuminate. Therefore, E2 thought a little and decided to go into that cave, calling everyone gathered to follow him. Soon the young man and his assistants began to carry out a huge amount of antiques from behind the wall. Suddenly, a man entered the lineup and addressed Meng Rue. It was Mr. Qi whom the woman called about an important matter. She explained to the respected man to look at these antiques and say, "These are the same stolen things from the company." The old man didn't know anything at all about the disappearance of things. So Miss Zhao soon explained to him and said that they managed to find everything solely thanks to A-Chu's help. The man examined the things and said that they were all real. Therefore, he asked to strengthen the security of the warehouse because this can no longer lead to this. Meng Rue asked the directors and Mr. Qi to calm down because she now guarantees complete safety for the warehouse. As for the thief, she was sure that they would find him and punish him severely. Mr. Zhang's behavior has obviously changed. Laughter was replaced by shame, and besides, he could not utter a word. After which E-Chu asked him to remind him which of those present had always refused to break the wall. Old Zhang exclaimed that as soon as he left the premises, he would go to court and file a statement of slander. E-Tu asked her husband not to be nervous because he was not a fool to blame someone blindly and without evidence. Then the inspector began to transfer all accusations and suspicions towards Q, saying that he was the main suspect. And He replied that only fools blindly accuse other people, which would lead to the fact that the inspector publicly admitted himself to be a fool. But the man continued to make accusations and asked this one how he knew about the secret room. However, E2 was expecting this question and asked Mr. Wu to provide him with a map of the premises, after which the guy laid it out on the table and pointed out exactly where the secret room was marked. The security of the warehouse was organized very well. No outsider could take away so many things. This gave him the understanding that they were hidden somewhere nearby. Besides, there is only one entrance in that warehouse, and Mr. Wu always guarded it outside. And the security camera is in the hallway. That is, during the day, no one could pass by the guard's eyes. However, in the evening, the elevator is turned off and the train is closed. Only a few people have the keys, and it became obvious who could have entered there. These were the people who had access to the composition. Miss Zhao ordered all the workers to keep the incident a secret, after which she asked Qing Yue to send a letter on her behalf to the department and asked all witnesses to remain silent. And then the woman returned to HU and sincerely thanked him for his help. The guy said that they are family, so there is no need to adhere to such politeness. The woman was a little angry because of this formulation of the thought, but tried to behave with restraint. And then she asked if he knew from the very beginning that the antiques were summoned behind the wall. The guy replied that he was not a sorcerer, so he could not know. He explained everything and said that it was purely guesswork. The woman listened and asked what E2 planned to do next and whether he would want to stay in the warehouse. But the guy wanted to learn antiques, so he stayed there. After which Miss Zhao said that she had her own business to attend to, so she had to go. Her words made Ita a little sad. But Mr. Wu immediately approached him and began to thank him for his help. After all, without him, the old defender would have come to an end. The young man explained that the inspectors wanted to frame Miss Zhao, so he should apologize to Mr. Wu. After this, information reached Mr. Liu that there was a conflict within Hanfa. Valuable items disappeared from their composition. Director Jiang wanted to get Meng Rui out of his way, but Yichu ruined his plans. Mr. Liu then asked to tell his subordinate more about this situation. The man began to tell all the details that he knew to his boss. Mr. Liu was surprised because he didn't expect EQ to have such abilities. He thought that the young man made a good detective, so such people should be used. But the subordinate explained that EQ is quite stubborn and he would never agree to shady deeds. However, Mr. Liu was confident that the guy could not be exploited by their competitors. Then the subordinate asked what the master meant and suspected that it was about murder. And his guess turned out to be correct, so Mr. Liu now aimed to take this life. The subordinate was the best hitman in the business because everyone in Asia knew him. He told how one day he alone made his way to the lair of a drug gang and killed the Baron. In addition, the place was carefully guarded by people with weapons. Mr. Liu let him handle this matter. Besides, I had one more question. The man said that there was going to be a meeting in Dubao soon, so he needed their leader. Meanwhile, EQ meditated and thought that the techniques were too difficult to cultivate. He absorbed a lot of energy from the antiques, but he was never able to make progress. Suddenly, Mr. Wu came into the room and said that his shift was already over. But since the young man had not yet finished his business, he said that it would work out a little later. The old guard waited for the guy and they left the train together, wishing each other a good evening. On the way, Etu stopped a taxi and asked if the driver could take him to his house. The driver kindly agreed, and E2 went on vacation after a difficult day at work. However, the driver of the car turned out to be suspicious, as he was watching the young man all the time. At that moment, Ye E2 was scared because he sensed a bloodthirsty aura from the man. He also began to observe his behavior, but soon calmed down. Edo transferred all his suspicions to fatigue and wanted to get some sleep as quickly as possible. He only thought about how he would come home and lie down on his soft bed. The road home was difficult, and A-Chu thought that if he meditated, his strength would be restored much faster. For 10 minutes of meditation is equal to 2 hours of sleep. Suddenly, the car drove in the wrong direction, and the guy noticed the changed route. He reported this to the driver, but suddenly realized that he was in a bad situation. The car stopped abruptly in the middle of an empty road, almost crashing into a tree. The taxi driver pulled out a weapon and pointed it at Etta, ordering him not to move. The guy immediately asked who the driver was and whose messenger he was. The man laughed and said that all his victims ask this very question first, lacking creativity. Aikyo said that he would die anyway and invited the taxi driver to tell him everything. However, he did not want to chat for a long time and ordered the young man to quickly get out of the car. E2 realized that the taxi driver was a hitman, so he offered to pay him a large sum of money to let him go. However, the man took these words as an insult to himself, because in this work he has his own rules and principles, after which E2 asked why the killer had not yet started killing, but was only threatening. And the driver replied that his client was not so simple, because he was able to recognize his bloody aura in the car, and an ordinary person cannot have such abilities. They say he had not met such people for a long time, and suggested a fight instead of killing with a pistol. But EQ asked what would happen if he defeated the killer. Then the driver replied that he could kill him. However, he was sure that nothing would work out for him. Eto agreed to this proposal, but asked to take the weapon as far away from there as possible so that the fight would be fair. The driver agreed and threw the gun into the car. After this, Eto immediately stood in a fighting position and raised his hand to attack first. The killer did not expect that the guy would be able to get so close to him in just 2 steps. Eto knew and used many martial arts. Because of one of the blows, the driver had to quickly move away from the guy because the blow was quite strong. The killer decided to give his name, Wu Chuo. He said that for the first time in his life he saw a person who could fight back against him. However, he noted that he had never lost, so this time he would not lead to his own defeat. Therefore, after these words, he climbed with strength and rushed at Atta with his fists. He managed to hit the guy in the face, causing him to bleed. The next blow was a kick that caused Achu to barely stay on the ground. And then the thief used a deadly technique with which he could kill a person with one movement. Itu felt unbearable pain, but tried not to show it. But the young man also never lost and had serious intentions of winning, so he moved on to Cultivation. He gathered his strength into his fist and was confident that he could defeat the killer. And while he was getting ready, Wu Zhuo already wanted to hit the young man on the head. However, E2 was quite agile and managed to dodge and also hit his opponent in the stomach. After this, Zhuo's eyes narrowed in pain, the impulses from which went through his entire body. Therefore, unable to do so, the man succumbed to the attack and flew far down the road. After receiving a strong blow, Wu Chuo lay on the asphalt and endlessly coughed up blood due to internal bleeding. Then EQ approached him and said that although he had received considerable damage from the enemy, his situation was much worse. He asked who sent the mercenary. But he still did not give up, and instead of answering, he decided to get up and strike Q. The guy thought about how fearless the thief is, that even in this state he tries to continue fighting. However, since the young man did not receive an answer, he said that he would send his opponent to hell. But despite the threats, Wu Zhuo asked to kill him, but he would not give an answer. He didn't expect that he would be so stubborn. And if he kills him, he will be arrested, but the guy didn't want any unnecessary problems. He decided to tie Zhuo and said that he would not kill him. However, he noted that he would soon receive free housing and food, so he would no longer have to kill to survive. Therefore, while the mercenary was immobilized, Etu took out his phone and called the police. The man, almost in tears, begged the guy to let him go. The two were soon taken to the hospital, where paperwork regarding the fight and the injuries sustained was processed. The doctor asked Etu if he had recently received these wounds, and despite the fact that the guy was injured less than 2 hours ago, his wounds have almost healed. Usually these things take weeks to pass, so the doctor was very surprised. Etu thought that it was all because of the heavenly dragon technique affecting his body. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu was in his luxurious home getting ready for bed. As soon as the man sat down on the bed, a late message arrived on his phone. It was one of the subordinates who told Mr. Liu that a killer had arrived at the police department. Liu got angry because he hoped the killer was a professional. And as it turned out, even before killing Yi Qiu, he had already been captured by the police. But the subordinate explained that he himself did not know the exact details. Mr. Liu thought about it, because this matter is not so easy to do. He had no connections in the police, so he offered to leave the country for a while. The man did not want to do this because he would have to sell his family, and if he is accused of a crime, he will not be able to return later. Mr. Liu didn't want to go back to killing again, but he didn't understand how Yi Chu managed to deal with the best killer. Meanwhile, Yi Etu was still in the hospital to fully heal his wounds. Suddenly, walking along the corridor, he heard an aggressive conversation where someone was threatening. It was about a large amount of money that the man demanded from the lady and threatened with physical force. Yi Etu entered the room and watched as 2 healthy thugs almost mocked the woman. I said to my health that the unfortunate woman should not ask for help, as if no one would hear her. The frightened woman told Kun that she really had no money and could not pay for it yet. However, the thief didn't care. He gave an ultimatum or money for blood. Then EQ opened the door completely and entered the room, asking what happened. The woman turned to the guy to save her because she had no other choice. Mr. Kuhn did not know this one and ordered him to quickly leave the room and not interfere. However, the young man was quite stubborn and approached the fat man so that he would talk to him about some of his mistress's problems. The thief said that his aunt owed him more than 1,000,000 yuan, so he wanted money as help. After which, EQ turned to his aunt and asked her if these words were true. The aunt said that she only borrowed 50,000, so she did not understand where such a large sum came from. Then EQ asked how long the money was lent for. The woman could barely speak words because of her worries, but said that she had to pay the money in 3 months. And it is on this day that Mr. Kuhn must get his money back in any way. He didn't chat for a long time and said that he would return the 100,000 to the thief himself. However, the man did not want to deal with the issue of debt so easily and asked the young man if he knew who was standing in front of him. But the guy didn't care about these men in front, and he asked if they wanted to do it and rob him. The bandit began to go wild and ordered his companions to grab Etta and break him like a tree. And as soon as Q's father heard the threats, he asked his son to stop, but he was sure that he could handle it on his own. The guy dealt the first blow to the health of Kuhn, who, due to excess weight, could not even fight. Meanwhile, a nurse walking next to the ward heard screams and sounds of falling outside the door. And in the room, all the bandits had already been defeated by the young man, who was not injured at all during the fight. Then his father asked his son when he managed to master martial kung fu. Atu approached Mr. Kuhn and asked if he wanted to talk to him. The guy said that the man calculated too high a percentage of the debt. He will give him 100,000, but he must take the money and leave the hospital as soon as possible. However, if he does not agree, then he will not even see 50,000. Mr. Kuhn began to threaten the young man and said that he had no idea what consequences awaited him as revenge. But EQ didn't care about these words, so in the conversation he remembered Lei Hu, who was his good friend. As soon as Kuhn heard this name, he immediately asked if he was working for him, and the guy replied that this was his new friend who would always defend him. However, Kuhn had not heard that Mr. Lei had made any friends recently. Therefore, he told HU that if he deceived him about such connections, then he would definitely come to an end. Then the man began to push his partners to get up and leave with him. They obediently carried out the order and barely gathered their strength and left the ward. After that, people came up to him and started talking about how Kuhn was influential and had a gang that contained more than 100 people, so the guy got into trouble. But Hay replied that it was the gang that fell into his fists and let them be afraid of him. One of the men asked him why the young man did this, saying that now the bandits would kill him. However, E2 asked not to worry and said that these people would not bother them anymore. The husband explained that E2 underestimates them, and if the gang finds out that he is working with Henfu, then problems may arise at work. After all, they solve their problems using terrible methods. Then the young man's father ordered him to apologize to the thieves because he had also gotten his family into trouble. The aunt asked her husband not to blame her. She took out the loan herself, and the young man helped them avoid punishment. Suddenly, everyone in the ward heard the same thieves coming outside the door again and looking for the room where Chu was. They politely entered the room and even asked permission. The young man's aunt began to hide behind her brother so that he would protect her from death. Then, another family member ordered Chu to apologize to their respected guests. He stood in front of the young man and began to make excuses. Unexpectedly for everyone present, the venerable Mr. Kong bowed deeply in front of young Chu. After which, the guy asked him if he knew who he was. And the man said with a smile that he checked everything and realized that they rushed at the wrong person. Therefore, he suggested not to quarrel anymore and apologized for the misunderstanding. I was pleased because I would no longer have to resolve this issue with my fists, so I wanted to ask for money. But the strong man did not allow a word to be uttered regarding the debt, saying that it was now cancelled. After that, he rudely turned to his partner and ordered him to get his bag. It contained 100,000 yuan, which Mr. Kong wanted to give as moral compensation. However, E2 turned away and said that he would not accept this money since he did not need it from the thieves. The husband took the refusal as the fact that the amount was too small, so he offered more money. But Young Hae replied that he forgives old Kun and let him keep the money for himself, since the guy doesn't need it. And then he asked for the thief's bank card number in order to transfer the amount for his aunt's debt. Hello Kun did not dare to do this because he knew that it was better not to play with Mr. Q. However, the young man was determined to repay the debt and added that he had no complaints against the man. And since it was indeed Kun's money, he was pleasantly surprised at how honest Et was. While making the money transfer, the young man also apologized for the fact that he may have scared the gang. Grandfather Etu coughed and said that he could not even imagine how influential his grandson was. The guy helped the old man sit down and asked him not to worry about such trifles. But grandfather was proud of how successful he was, that even the Mafia was afraid of him. But he asked to be careful and not break the law. But the guy already knew when to stop, so he always followed healthy solutions to problems. In addition, he added that the local Mafia would no longer bother his family. And then he turned to his aunt and asked her not to borrow any more money. However, if they have financial problems, then let them call him first. The woman could not hold back her tears because of her gratitude to her nephew. She realized her mistake and said that she would no longer pull out in such situations. Soon the young man said goodbye to everyone and went out to the main entrance of the hospital, where a taxi was already waiting for him. However, suddenly he received a call with information about a killer hired by a man named Lu Xuan. It was an anonymous person who didn't even introduce himself. And as soon as this one asked the name of the person, the call was cut off. Then the guy thought about Lu Xuan, who spoke out against him for the first time, but quite radically. Therefore, knowing the information, Etu immediately called Miss Zhao to tell her the news. The woman was quite busy, so she asked if the call was about company business. The guy decided to change the topic of conversation, so he said that the newly founded company needed to buy a good product. He already knew where to go and asked Meng Rue if she wanted to accompany him. Miss Chow decided that for the sake of such a matter, she could postpone all questions until later, so she asked her partner where exactly they would go. And he replied that he would pick her up and they would go to Fuyun. The woman did not know what to answer and paused, waiting for more information from Q. But the guy asked, Miss Zhao is sometimes not afraid to offend Lu Suyun. And besides, he needed 500,000 yuan, so he asked her to transfer the money to his own account. Miss Zhao decided to lie and said that she didn't care about Lu. Therefore, she will send her driver to Eta as soon as possible. The guy refused the offer and suggested meeting at the Fuyun Company Agreement venue. The Fuyun Stone branch of the company almost completely monopolized the market. Even if Zhongfu and Hengfu were combined, they would still not be able to hang around with Fuyun Company. Soon, AQ arrived at the place, surprised at how quickly Meng Rue arrived. Meanwhile, Director Lu received a notification that Zhao Meng Rue was in their stone trading area. The man asked the secretary whether the woman had arrived alone or with someone. But he was told that there were two more unknown people next to Miss. They were photographed together and the picture was shown to Director Lu, who immediately recognized Ye Chu. The secretary added that a new batch of stones had recently arrived, so perhaps Meng Rue found out about this and suddenly wanted to ruin all the goods. The husband was shocked by such news, so he exploded from his chair and said that he would go there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, EQ and Miss Zhao inspected the area and made certain conclusions about the company. There were a lot of people in the area that day, as a new batch of stones had recently arrived, so everyone wanted to see the jewelry. Etu heard the good news and rejoiced at how lucky he was. They walked around for a long time looking at the stones, and one exhibit interested the young man, so he wanted to buy it. Suddenly, an unknown man came up from behind and said that he also needed this stone, and he would pay 5 times more than the original price. The seller immediately agreed to such conditions, so if he receives more money, he is ready to give away this stone. Then the man turned to A Chu and suggested that he pay an even larger amount, then he could take the stone for himself. However, the young man was not going to argue and said that he would kindly enter into the jewel for him. Therefore, after these words, the man asked to immediately light the stone in front of him. All the guests heard the news and gathered around to see what would be inside the stone. Then Miss Zhao turned to Q and suspected that the unknown person had seen how well the young man knew about stones. But the guy reassured Meng Rui, saying that he was just an employee of this company. After which she realized that, apparently, Mr. Wu knew about their visit, which is why he sent a man so that they could not buy anything. The woman began to worry that they would not succeed, but Etu was calm, since they still had a lot of time. A huge crowd looked at the stone and people saw something green inside it. One of Director Lu's subordinates reported to him in a phone call that they were acting in accordance with his instructions. The first stone paid off the cost quite well. Mr. Lu was pleased with the result, but he was still worried that A Chu would not be able to buy good stones. He was quite smart and went to the next counter and pointed at some stone to make it look like he wanted to buy it. An unknown worker watched the young man and said that he would again pay 5 times more to get this stone. Then he asked to saw it, and the find turned out to be quite good because there were jewelry inside. This gave the impression that Fuyun Company had an incredible product. Itu understood that he was being followed, so he quietly turned to Miss Zhao and indicated the place where they should go. He and his partners quietly ran away in the other direction, checking to see if the man had followed them. Miss Zhao returned periodically and checked to see if they were being followed. And while everything was calm, A Chu pointed out to the seller a large number of stones so that he would quickly pack them. The husband physically did not have time to accept the payment, and E2 was in a hurry. However, they were suddenly stopped. The same unknown man approached the counter and prevented the seller from trying the stones. He said that he needed the stones that the young man had chosen, and for this, he paid an additional 20,000 yuan. The guy was already tired of this and offered to add another 10,000 on top, only on the condition that he would take the jewelry. And the messenger interrupted, saying that in any case he would pay more than what Yi Chu offered. The young man could no longer stand it and turned to the man, saying that he was deliberately bothering him and acting like he was sick. But the unknown person replied that this was extremely fair competition and nothing personal. At that moment, AQ became angry and said that now the man will see what real competition is. The young man took Miss Zhao and Qing Yue by the hand and began to walk quickly in order to quickly get lost in the eyes of this fool. But the man saw that the goal of his pursuit was disappearing, so he asked the seller to cut the purchased stones while he walked away. Itu and his companions began to run as quickly as possible so that he would not see them. King Yui reported that she did not see her husband, so they managed to hide from his sight. The guy pointed to a bench with stones where he wanted to buy several exhibits. Itu approached the saleswoman and said that he was buying all her goods, but asked that she accept payment by card as soon as possible. Miss Zhao even sweated from running like this because buying stones for the first time was so funny. However, EQ said that that competitor was motivating him to do even better and asked the sellers to put everything together faster. The woman did not have time to record the goods sold, thereby delaying the sale. Suddenly, that man came running again and was barely able to say that he would pay twice as much as the young man. E2 could no longer restrain his aggression and grabbed the envoy by the shirt, threatening physical harm. The women nearby tried to calm their colleague, but he was ready to kill his competitor. The husband asked not to beat him and immediately began to call the guards for help with a terrible cry. Then E2 tried to calm him down and said that he would not touch him for now. The mercenary was very tired due to jogging, which took a lot of energy from him. However, this was good for Ichu. He wanted to take advantage of the man's physical condition. Therefore, he thought through the plan in detail and ordered the girls nearby to follow him. The messenger saw Itu and her companions running away again to another counter, so he asked the saleswoman to cut these stones for now. Ita soon stopped and asked Miss Zhao if she saw a competitor nearby. The man was already completely exhausted and sat down to rest right in the middle of the road. Etu just laughed at him, saying it was a pointless decision to compete to see who would be better at running. Therefore, while the guy had time, he pointed to the stones he wanted to buy and asked to pay quickly. In addition, he saw special exhibits and pointed them out, after which I waited for the purchase amount to be calculated. The saleswoman was concerned about the young man's haste and, after calculating, said that the amount of stones was 370,000 million. The young man didn't care about the money, so he wanted to pay quickly and at the same time watched to see if there was a competitor nearby. Miss Zhao calmed Kyo down and said that the man was so tired because he couldn't even stand up. These stones have definitely become theirs. However, another man suddenly approached, stopped the saleswoman and said that he would pay 8 million for all selected exhibits. E2 angrily asked the man who he was and why he was being surveilled. And the old man replied that this was extremely fair competition and he would pay more. The mean man thanked the guy for the fact that now, thanks to him, he can become a millionaire. E2 did not answer. He took his colleagues and said that they should quickly leave this place. But that man decided to mock the young man and offered him 200 yuan as gratitude. He expected E2 to simply move on, but the young man agreed to the money. The husband handed him 200 yuan and said that the guy was now richer than before, after which the old man ordered to call the master and cut the stones right in front of his eyes. A lot of people gathered around, and they were surprised at how many exhibits that man was able to buy. Suddenly, among the crowd, someone called out to Director Zhao and asked how she found the time to visit this place. It was Mr. Liu, to whom the woman replied that he did not have much time. However, I would like to learn the skill of managing employees from him, and he asked if the woman had really come secretly to learn from him, after which he offered to teach her something in private. She sharply refused, and said that she had already gained proper experience after visiting this place. Mr. Liu accepted the fact that Miss Zhao defeated him in the word battle, but with her help he sent the best stones. Meng Rui then asked why she would help him achieve profit. The man couldn't understand what his competitor meant, so he asked again. Then EQ intervened in the conversation and addressed Director Liu. He said that he had long ago figured out his machinations, and the guy was only paid 200 yuan, so he didn't try very hard for that kind of money. At that moment, it began to dawn on the director that he had been deceived, and while people were watching the cutting, screams could already be heard from the crowd about how insignificant the material they had just seen and condemned the one who chose these exhibits. Mr. Liu had no idea that his plan could fail. People began to speak poorly of the company that supplied this garbage. Gossip has already begun to circulate that all the stones of those runners turned out to be an empty piece of mountain minerals. The man who gave a large amount of money hoped that at least the other stones would turn out to be good. However, as it turned out, all 34 stones turned out to be fakes that were worth nothing at all. The respectable shareholders who came to stock up on beautiful stones were upset by the product and the supplier. Etu decided to take advantage of the moment and exclaimed that Fuyun Company seemed to have no good exhibits. However, such incidents did not happen to Hengfu and Zhongfu. All the guests agreed with the authoritative opinion and came to the conclusion that it was better not to buy anything from Fuyun. Director Liu almost burst out from the anger and shame he felt at this situation. However, E2 continued to shame him and publicly announced that the director of the company was threatening his life. People heard enough bad reviews and realized that there was nothing more for them to do there, so they went to Henfu. After which Liu approached Q and warned him to walk the streets carefully. But EQ reminded the man that some of his team were currently at the police station, so they were surprised at his confidence. Director Liu turned around and said that they would soon see who got worse. Then EQ turned to Miss Zhao and apologized for making her an enemy. However, the woman explained that she has had a feud with Liu for a long time. The scale of their companies is gigantic, so they do not particularly harm each other, but she has long wanted to end it with him. In support, E2 said that this was the moment to deal with Liu. Well, after the end of this performance, he decided to take up assembling goods. After collecting all the desired exhibits, E2 called a truck and helped the workers load up their loot. Suddenly, Miss Zhao asked if this batch contained exclusively emerald stones. But the young man answered her that he had collected stones of completely different types, and the best among all. The woman was happy because Fuyun Company's reputation had suffered greatly this time. Meanwhile, in Director Liu's office, a serious conversation was taking place with the employees. He blamed one of his subordinates for the fact that everything happened because of him, so he took out his anger with physical beatings. The man tried to explain everything and said that Chu is a very treacherous young man whose subsequent actions are difficult to guess. However, the director said that his employee was a fool, who did not understand that he was pretending. Mr. Liu then called security and ordered the man to be taken out and then fired. The former employee begged to be retained in his position, but the director would not care, after which he thought a little and ordered his two partners to follow him. Meanwhile, Yeqiu was very tired because he unloaded much more goods than the hired workers. However, the young man knew a secret way to harden the body and considered himself stronger than the workers. This is what he called the spirit of a real man and promised to somehow demonstrate it for Qing Yue. Suddenly, Miss Zhao intervened in the conversation, who could not watch the sweet conversations between her assistant and the guy she liked. And then Merlu came out into the street and asked Chu to stop and listen to him. The young man laughed, saying that the director could not win it, so he decided to steal his goods with his own hands. However, this was not the case. Lu talked about a casino that was nearby and invited E2 to play there together. This was a challenge for the guy, so he couldn't refuse Mr. Lu's offer. Then Miss Zhao told E2 that a competitor was digging a grave for him, into which the young man jumped on his own. But he was confident in himself and told Meng Rui not to worry about him. After which Ye Chu said goodbye to the truck workers and ordered them to carefully take the goods to the company. Miss Zhao tried to limit Keo's excitement, so she said that she would give him 1,000,000 yuan, and if he loses, he will admit defeat and leave. However, the guy had his own million, so he didn't need to ask his colleague for anything. Then the woman suspiciously asked where he got that kind of money, and he replied that he could earn good money thanks to his abilities and skills. Soon the company came to the gigantic room where the casino was located. Mr. Liu tried to behave politely without showing his cunning and desire for revenge. He invited Miss Zhao to the table, but she said that she did not know how to play, so Chu would take her place. The husband agreed and turned to the guy to ask what exactly they would play. The young man was surprised that he was allowed to choose. However, he decided to choose the easiest game, and that was dice. Soon, the players sat down at the gaming table and waited for the announcement of the start of the game. As soon as they started, Ihei asked to wait and change a few things. He looked at the bones and said that he wanted to change them to others. Mr. Liu immediately said that he did not deceive the guy and did not change the playing cards. However, the young man was not going to trust him, considering how he cheated when buying stones. Soon, King Yu came to the men, having gone to the store and bought new dice. The girl thanked E2 and asked them to give it to Mr. Liu to check everything. And if he has no questions, then we can start. The man decided to take his opponent's word for it and agreed with him and confirmed the start of the game. Once the dice were mixed, A2 made his first bet of 10,000 yuan. After this, the dice were thrown, on which the total number came up was 4. Mr. Liu looked at the result and said with a smile on his face that this was not very lucky from the very beginning. However, the young man said that there is no need to rush to conclusions, since the competition has just begun. Mr. Liu wanted to fleece the guy to the last penny, and suggested that he bet 1 million at once to make it more interesting. E2 didn't want to take that much risk, so he needed time to think about his next steps. Liu tried to put his opponent on show, so he said that he was just scared. Therefore, such a coward is not worthy to call himself a man. It was he who answered that the husband had only won the first game and had already imagined himself as the winner. And since he wants it, he will bet 1 million. Miss Zhao tried to control the guy, so she asked him not to act so childishly and thoughtlessly. However, the young man was too focused on the game and therefore rudely told the girl not to touch him. Meng Rei couldn't do anything because the excitement got into the youth's head. However, if she lost, she planned to punish him. The intense game seemed to last forever and was decisive in the battle between the two companies. Kyo had 8 points again and lost again. However, Mr. Liu was only happy with these results. The guy couldn't understand how this was possible, because everything had worked out for him before and he was a real master of this game. Mr. Liu mocked the young man and reminded him that he had already lost 1,010,000 and offered to lend him money. E2 began shouting to answer that he had to play for what score, but his fury was very frightening and took him out of control. On the other hand, Qing Yue came over and told the guy that he had lost enough and asked him to stop. However, he did not plan to give up and was confident that he would win his money back, plus 1 million on top. In the next round, he decided to bet on the minority in order to better control the process. And this time the majority fell out, so Chu lost for the 3rd time in a row and was a real loser in Mr. Liu's eyes. The young man could no longer stand it and told his opponent that he was committing fraud. However, the man did not understand the reason, since Ye Chu's friend bought the dice and he could not accept his defeat. But despite continuous losses, the young man could no longer stop and longed for victory. Mr. Liu recalled that the guy had already lost 2 million. Then Miss Zhao intervened and said that her company would pay the amount he lost. However, she ordered the guy to stop and leave. But he started shouting at his colleague so that she should not interfere in the game and he could pay for himself. After which he bet 10 million, and if he didn't have enough money, he promised to cut off his hand. Liu laughed at this, saying that the guy's hand was not worth that kind of money. So he suggested the following. If the young man loses, he will lose all his limbs. And despite the absurdity of the situation, Chu agreed to such conditions. Miss Zhao tried to stop him again, realizing how pointless it was. Despite the reservation from Miss Zhao, the guy still went towards his goal. He tried to concentrate as much as possible and directed his strength to the dice. Mr. Liu seemed to be adding vegetable oil to the fire and trying to stop this with his jokes. The young man could not decide what to bet on. Because if he loses, he will remain disabled. And if he wins, it is not a fact that Liu will be able to repay his debt. The husband perceived the last point as humiliation in his direction, so he immediately asked to bring him a check with an extract of the debt. He received the document in his hand and told Chu that he no longer had to worry about money. This pleased the young man and added motivation, so he began to act more confidently. He accepted the sum of 10 million and said that he would later calculate the lost money from it. In the end, I bet on the majority. Mr. Liu didn't understand what was going on, so he watched the game. And it was at that moment that the largest number of points that could be in this game fell. The unexpected turn caused Mr. Liu to jump off the sofa and almost overturn the table. He began to rage terribly and realized that all this time his enemy had been deceiving him. But EQ said that there was no fraud. It is purely luck that comes and goes the same way. However, Lu was sure that in front of him was a swindler who had allowed himself to cheat on his territory. The man wanted to finish off the enemy, and a lot of guards gathered around. Miss Zhao began to worry and asked Lu Xuan what he was allowing himself to do. But Yi-Tu reassured the woman by saying that as long as he was next to her, not a hair would fall out of her head. Mr. Lu was aggressive, so he told his guards to cripple the winner, even though they had agreed on different terms. Hearing the master's order, the strong immediately rushed at Chu while he calmly enjoyed the victory. However, the guy was quite dexterous, so with a few movements he was able to put all the guards on the ground. And then he turned to Lu that the casino was his property, as well as the employees and the dice he bought. This indicated that the guy played completely honestly. In addition, he decided to check the playing walls for the presence of any mechanisms. Then he came closer to Lu Xuan and said that he was accusing him of fraud, although all his life he had been doing nothing but deceiving other people. After this, the young man grabbed him by the throat to pull him closer to him. And then, he said that he knew exactly the name of the one who sent the killer to him, and the two wanted to show him that money does not solve anything in the face of real truth. Lai couldn't breathe normally, so he ordered the guy to let him go, otherwise it would be worse for him. However, such threats did not frighten Chu, and he only tightened his grip on Lu's neck. And then the young man said that if the man decides to bring something against him, the punishment will be very severe. Having said everything I thought, Yi-Tu released the bandit and left him a little alone. And having collected his winnings, the young man with a calm soul took his partners and they left the place together. Miss Zhao was worried that Lu Xuan would definitely not let him go now. Therefore, she suggested hiring a personal security guard for Etu because it would be safer. However, this was unnecessary for him, but he reminded the woman of how he dealt with the crowd of Lu's bodyguards on his own. But despite this, Meng Rui still considered it advisable to hire a person who would always be by Au's side and protect him. Then the young man thanked the woman for her concern and said that her words made sense. Meanwhile, Mr. Lu was terribly furious and tried to calm down after the accepted defeat and the physical pain he received. After that, he immediately called and ordered that Chu be killed as soon as possible. He will give 5 million as a reward if the guy remains paralyzed. And if he is killed, he will pay 10. The man did not know how to admit losses and failures, so he thirsted for bloody revenge. Miss Zhao's car was waiting on the outskirts of Zhonghai City, where the Fuyun Company's trading place was located. The woman and Yi-Tu approached the car, but suddenly he said that they should leave by metro. Mrs. Zhao didn't understand the reason because she had a great car and drove it well. However, the guy explained that he was doing this for safety reasons. He intimidated Lu Xuan, but he can do something extraordinary with his emotions. King Yi agreed with his opinion, but said that it was unlikely that he would do anything in broad daylight. Despite this, Yi-Tu still insisted on his own. Miss Zhao got out of the car, but was stopped from going to public transport. She didn't have any cash with her, but Tu said he would pay for the two of them. She tried to hide her real emotions behind a mask of dissatisfaction, but in fact she was pleased for such concern. And the young man ordered the driver to open the windows while driving to the company. Then the criminals will see that Yi-Tu is not in the car and will not attack. Soon, AQ and his colleagues arrived at Hengfu Company, the head office of Zhao Meng Rui. There, the woman called him into her office. She had some news and asked Qing Yue to bring someone into the office. Two strong men, Atzian and Ahui, who were former intelligence agents, entered the room. It was planned to formalize all the procedures with them, and from the next day they should protect Ita. The guy thanked Miss Zhao for her generosity and concern and then greeted the new team members. Hengfu's company also provided the young man with a car. All you have to do is wait until the paperwork process is completed. After the good news, AQ decided to go to the hospital and visit his grandfather. The young man entered Yi Hengwei's room and in a joyful mood told his father and the old man that he had come to pick them up. Grandfather was quickly discharged and, having collected the documents, the guy took his relatives to the new car to show off a little. On the way home, Yi Hengwei noticed that their route had changed, and the house was on the other side of the city. However, the grandson told him that he wanted the old man and his father to choose a new home for themselves. Grandfather began to have doubts, since even in Zhonghai they sell houses at exorbitant prices, and the car was driving to the center, where it was impossible to buy an apartment. The old man understood that his grandson was earning good money, but buying an apartment in the center was not so easy. So he offered to buy a house on the outskirts. However, EQ replied that living in the center was much more convenient, so he asked his grandfather not to worry about paying. As soon as they arrived at the center, HU asked Ahui to stop the car and wait, but not to follow the young man. This one, together with his father, was brought by his grandfather to the sales department of the Selunwai Villa district. Suddenly, they were stopped by a security guard who asked the men who gave them permission to enter. Ietu asked if it was forbidden to enter the premises, since otherwise one could buy a house there. Then the guard was surprised, saying that, in his opinion, the young man could not afford to buy anything in such a building. The guy asked where he got the idea that he had no money and couldn't buy a house there. And the guard laughed and said that wealthy people don't walk and don't wear secondhand clothes. This one offendedly called the security guard a bad employee, who didn't even notice when they arrived with a personal driver. The man continued to taunt the youth and asked him and other family members to leave the premises. The guy asked his grandfather and father not to pay attention to the ignoramus and asked them to choose a house. The guard called out to Ita and pushed him with his hand to stop him, after which he once again emphasized that the young man should not enter the building and ordered him to leave. The guy ordered the guard to quickly get his hands off him. However, the man did not listen to the order and swung his fist at Aeta. But the young man easily repelled his attack, knocking the guard to the ground in one movement. After which, E2 sat on top of him and began to almost strangle him because of how humiliating they were treating him. Soon, several more guards came out and tried to stop the guy. Suddenly, an unknown woman came into the hall and shouted to the guards what was going on. After that, she turned to the guy and asked him whose messenger he was and for whom he worked. However, EQ replied that their guards had less brains than a dog. In general, the purpose of his visit was to buy a house. The woman replied that their cheapest houses start at 10 million, so she advised the guy to find out the prices before coming to them. She called E a beggar and called for help to hang notices on the door that they did not serve guests with a budget of less than 5 million. And then she pointed her finger at the young man and ordered him to be thrown out of the room. But he was not going to give up so easily and said that they should just try to do this. Suddenly, Director Shu came out with his acquaintance Mao, asking what was happening. The woman apologized to management and said that they had encountered a violent visitor, whom she would deal with on her own. After this, Mao looked at Chu and addressed him as a master, asking if he had come to buy a house. The guy was surprised by the coincidence that he managed to meet Mao Ji. The man also did not expect such a meeting but was ready to help. The young man immediately introduced his father and grandfather to an old acquaintance, after which he bowed low to his relatives and said that he was very glad to meet them. The same woman's face immediately changed. She could not understand what caused this behavior of the master. Meanwhile, Mao pointed his finger at the guards and asked if they tried to beat the master. After learning the answer, Jia turned to Xu Liang, asking why his employees treated customers so badly and tried to kick them out. Then the woman began to stutter out of fear and tried to explain everything. However, the director had no excuse to sneeze. He ordered the worker to apologize to Master Mao and Mr. E. Chu. The woman, with tears in her eyes, immediately bowed to the honorable guest and begged for forgiveness. But, according to the director, it was not sincere, so he demanded more emotions from her. However, IQ asked the director to calm down and not force the employee to apologize, since he had nothing against her. But he asked me not to study people based on their appearance anymore. He approached the director and said that he did not know about the ethics of his company, but if such people worked for him, he would immediately fire them. The director shouted furiously at his subordinates because he was paying them a lot of money and they were creating such chaos. They say a woman has no right to judge other clients. The lady justified herself by saying that at their previous job, they had just such a culture and they were taught to behave this way. Then AQ wondered where she used to work, that she was taught such terrible behavior. The woman replied that she worked in the field of luxury cosmetics, clothing and shoes, which had high-profile brands. The guy laughed when he heard their names. He called them junk brands that the middle class buys to impress themselves. After the director listened to everything about his employee's past life, he ordered her to leave the premises as soon as possible because she was now fired. However, the woman immediately threw herself at the manager's feet and, admitting her guilt, begged him to leave her in the workplace. The man was not very empathetic, so he called security to take her out. And then he turned to Mr. Mao and Mr. Yi, promising that their company would not have this kind of behavior again. The guy told Xu Liang that it was not his fault. And the only one to blame is the hiring department, which hires bad employees. And since they had already sorted out the situation, He reminded them that he had come to buy a house after all. The director was glad that E2 did not hold a grudge against him and decided to show him the houses on his own. Besides, I wanted to give him any villa as compensation. E2 appreciated the director's kindness, but he did not need such generous compensation, and offered to get by with a 5% discount. Zhu replied that the young man was a dear guest to them, and they would give him a good discount. After that, the director of the company took Master Mao and Master E2 and went to give them a short tour. Suddenly, on the way through a wealthy area, the young man became somewhat interested. His gaze fell on a decent house, which looked restrained and at the same time elegant. The guy began to look at the building, and Master Mao approached him, asking if he liked this object. Then E2 immediately asked him if the person had helped him find this villa for the company on his own, and the answer was positive. Master E2 praised him for his good taste in architecture and thanked him. However, it was unusual for Master Mao to hear such generous praise directed towards himself. Having examined the villa in detail, the young man asked Director Xu what the price of the building was. His assistant suggested that the villa costs 15 million, the area of which is 530 square meters. In addition, there is a garden and the building style is European. Master Yeqiu was completely satisfied with what he heard and suggested going inside and seeing what was there. Soon they all walked together into the exquisite villa to find out its internal condition. And as soon as they were in the living room, E2's gaze immediately changed. The secretary reported to Master E that recently a European quality renovation had been done there, the materials of which were environmentally friendly. This point pleased the guy, so he turned to Director Xu and said that he did not need a discount and was buying this house. Suddenly, the leader of the Lindong sect, Zhou Chenlong, who was with his company, entered the room and said that this villa was already his. In addition, the venerable Mr. Bai was with him, upon whose appearance Director Xu's behavior changed greatly. But Master Mao entered the conversation and said that another client had already taken a closer look at the villa and the price had been set, so he was considered its first buyer. Then Mr. Bai began to throw around his status, saying that you first need to find out who he is before talking like that. Then the director of the company said hesitantly that Master E2 was indeed the first to choose this object. Then the respectable man called Xu Liang stupid because he did not understand how real business works. The director bowed before him and offered to find him a better villa, which would be located in another place at a lower price. However, the man was in no mood to change his plans, so he said that he needed this particular villa. Xu Liang was pleased that Venerable Bai liked his subject so much. However, the man replied that from that very moment, the owner of this land and others must leave his house immediately. Then E2 intervened in the conversation, who did not care at all who Mr. Bai was, because it was already his visa and other options were not discussed. After such words, Bai ordered the guy to be silent so that he would not test his patience. Otherwise, he would ask for forgiveness later. And the guy replied, "If the man doesn't leave immediately, then he will be the one asking for forgiveness." Director Xu asked the men not to quarrel and suggested that they discuss everything calmly. However, Bai didn't want to talk, so he told Xu Liang, if this villa didn't become his, then the director's company would be closed from the next day. In addition, he will not only no longer be able to trade, but also live. Then Liang began to beg Mr. Ye to enter into a position, and then he would receive 2 villas as a gift if he gave this one for Bai. Master Mao heard his words and said that the man would do injustice to E2 because he saw this house first. Then E2 stopped their quarrel, confidently saying that he would decide everything himself. The guy approached Mr. Bayu and invited him to make a bet, the winner of which would receive a villa. The man was confident in his abilities and immediately agreed without hesitation. E-Kyo was pleased with the answer and invited his opponent to choose what their pairing would be like. Then Zhou Chenglong approached the man and tried to refuse and offer his idea. However, Mr. Bai asked the master not to worry, saying that he definitely would not lose the argument and the villa would become his. Having decided on the bet, the man said that they would play straight flush on. He received 10 chips, of which each received 5. The one who takes away all the chips will get it. The guy listened carefully to the conditions and quickly agreed to the game. To begin with, Mr. Bai ordered Xu Liang to bring a table where they could play. The men sat down opposite each other and then the game officially began. First, the players were dealt cards, from which combinations were then formed. The game went on without much tension, since both men were quite skilled at it. It played well and the process went quite quickly, so he was pleased with himself. When these cards were thrown, they had to find out who would be the winner. Then Mr. Bai began to worry because he saw that E2 had a couple of ladies, and yet he only had change. He understood that if he couldn't fight back now, he would definitely lose. But E2 had no intention of stopping and continued shuffling the playing cards. And at some point, Master E shouted the word "stop," and his face was very pleased. Looking at the result, the guy apologized to his opponent and said that he won. Director Xu Liang emphasized that E2 took Bai Meng's last chip with a few small cards. Having finished the game, the guy stood up and said that according to the conditions, the villa now belonged to him. Mr. Bai was desperate and chaotically looked through his past card moves to see where he had miscalculated. Then Master Zhou Chenglong came up to him and whispered something in his ear. The husband accepted the information and was determined to take back the house he wanted. After which, Chu asked Mr. Bai if he was going to break the established rules for the outcome of the game. The man, to the surprise of everyone, said that he accepted defeat, but the villa would still not go to Master EQ. In the end, Bai gave an order to Director Xu not to sell the villa to the guy. After these words, Ye Chu asked his opponent if this is what he calls accepting defeat, because in fact he wants to abandon the master. Then Bai replied that he had no competition with the young man because he did not care about him. However, I decided to give advice to the director, in case he decides to give the villa to Q. And then he again emphasized to Xu Liang to think about it, because a mistaken decision could cost him a lot. The poor director of the company could not utter a word for fear of being left without life and business. But Yi-Tu told Baimen that if he deceived the guy, he would not stand on ceremony with him. The insolent man began to threaten, saying that he would let the young man's corpse float down the river if he talked to him like that. And then he advised the guy to find out more about his personality, so that before his death he would understand who his killer would be. However, Atu frankly said that the bandit was simply intimidating him, but he was nothing of himself. He only hoped that his wealthy family would allow him to do something in the city. Bai replied that he only demanded the conquest of Xu Liang in order to quickly get the villa. But he asked not to leak it, because the consequences would be very dire. But the young master was tired of listening only to threats without seeing real actions, and asked to show the possible consequences, adding fuel to the fire. Then the man got a phone and decided to call a person who, in his opinion, would instantly destroy the guy. He called Pen's brother and ordered him to take his men with him and come to the Longwon area as soon as possible. But Itu also decided to demonstrate his connections and typed in who, saying that he had some problems and needed support. Bai sat down in a chair and said with a smile that he didn't care about the people he called this one, like they will still kiss his shoes. For some time, the men sat quietly at the same table, waiting for their help. Soon, many men came to the door of the villa, called by Q and Bai. The young man's old man approached him with an offer to give up the villa so as not to create unnecessary conflicts. However, the grandson asked his grandfather to calm down because he had everything under control. Soon, the villa's guest hall was filled with many armed men, and Bai told Ai that if he asked him for forgiveness, well, he would not kill him, but would only mock him a little. But He replied that the impudent man was wrong, so he himself would apologize for his lies. Bai's fragile heart could not stand the harsh words about him, so he ordered the guys to cripple the young man with all their might to bring him to a dying state. Yi-Tu sat calmly in a chair, and Master Mao began to take care of him and asked him to be careful. Suddenly, the actions of the bandits were stopped because someone outwardly shouted for everyone to freeze. Bai Meng did not understand where he heard this voice from and began to look at everyone present. Meanwhile, almost half the population of the area had gathered around the villa, surrounding the house. Mr. Bai ordered the person who dared to address him in an orderly tone to appear and give his name. Then the burly Hu appeared right in front of him, who told the man to repeat the previously spoken words directly to his face. Bai was scared when he saw Leia Hu, but noted that this was his own territory and Hello had no right to appear on it. But Hu replied that he did have to break the rules, but only because Bai touched his brother Tu, and he should stand up for him. And if Liang's father had been in the house, he would still have done the same. After which Hu turned to A-Chu and asked if he was feeling okay and what happened between them. The guy told all the details about the house and the bet, the rules of which Bai Liang decided to ignore. Lei Hu slammed his fist on the table and said that the little fool named Bai would only burn his father's name. Bandits have a principle of not going back on their words and not avoiding debts. It doesn't matter what family he's from, but Bai still has to apologize for violating this principle, otherwise even his own father won't help him. But the man didn't care about Lei Hu's words and said that he was no one to read morals. I ordered him to leave. As a result, in response to this, the man received a strong slap in the face for indecent behavior. Lei Hu just put Bai on the ground together and was ready to continue, after which Liang ordered his guys to kill the big guy as soon as possible. After Lei Hu heard the disparaging words, he rushed at the man and grabbed him by the shirt and held him in the air. He swung at him, and everyone else in the room only watched and did not plan to interfere in the fight. Hu soon rejected Bai and ordered him to call his father and explain everything himself. And if he turns out to be the same unprincipled person, then Hu will not be afraid to start hostility with them. The crippled Bai Liang held back his aggression because he realized that he was too weak against Leia. Covering his beaten face, he told Hu that he could consider himself a temporary winner, after which he gathered his strength, stood up and took his entire team to leave the villa. Then Chu approached Brother Hu and thanked him for coming at the right time and protecting him. Otherwise, he would not have managed it himself. The man replied that there was no need to thank him because he was fulfilling his comradely duty, after which the men thanked each other and shook hands. But Lei Hu approached Director Suya and asked if he would sell the villa for his brother Yi. The man replied that there was no problem with this and would quickly draw up all the documents to re-register the land to the new owner. Since everything was going well, Hu decided to leave because there were about 20 other people waiting for him outside. After he left, Master Mao decided to ask Ye what was so special about this villa that everyone wanted to buy it. And the young man explained that the matter was the location, which complies with the rules of feng shui. That is, if you live there for a long time, your health will become stronger every day. For cultivators, this place is a good source of energy. Hearing the answer, Mao called Ita a genius because he was immediately able to recognize such a good place to live. Then the young man remembered that he had never taught Mao Ji anything. So I decided to offer him a technique that would improve his body and improve his health, after which Jie decided that he should thank the master for this. However, EQ felt that Mao had stagnant energy in his body, which was preventing him from moving forward. The guy was surprised that E2 could even sense this. But he confirmed that he did have some places where the energy was really bad, so he had not been able to raise his level for 3 years. But EQ answered him that although this was true, Jie was much stronger than ordinary trainees. All this is because people began to eat a lot of fatty and salty foods, which create stagnation of energy. Therefore, most cultivators are unable to raise their level. Hearing the proposal about the possible breaking of stagnation, Mao was surprised. He had a very low level of energy knowledge, so he thought that stagnation could only be treated with medicine. I've never heard of another person being able to break them on their own. E2 took this as a lack of confidence in his skill, so he asked the guy if he believed in him. The young man raised his hands up to show his sincerity and replied that, of course, he trusted a T. Suddenly, a man entered the room and applied AQ. Someone wants to meet them and introduced himself as Mao Jie's father. Then his son asked the master to wait. A little while, he decided to go to his dad. Soon he entered with him and decided to introduce him to his master. Aikyo introduced his father, the manager of the Lingnan sect. He was the most famous mystic master in the sect. The husband looked quite respectable and Iatu extended his hand to him as a greeting. However, he did not see any return congratulations from the father of young Mao Ji. The boy told his dad that his master was really strong, so he could be trusted. But the problem was that the man considered his son stupid, so the choice of a master was no joke for him, and he hoped for Chu's understanding. Mao intervened in the conversation and said that he could learn a lot from his master. However, his father was strict and ordered his son to shut his mouth and not speak without his permission. Mao Jai's father was against him teaching him and said that their communication should end. Master Yi understood everything and agreed with the man's authoritative opinion. However, this seemed strange to the old man because he thought that he would have to quarrel or even fight with Chu. But after that, he became calmer and introduced himself as Mao Shangjie, extending his hand with words of hope that they would fix it. The guy shook hands again and said that he was glad to meet me. Meanwhile, Mao Jr. was against his father interfering in his personal life. He asked the master not to listen to the old man, saying that he could not make decisions for him. Shangjie then ordered his son to shut his mouth, or else he would be put under house arrest. But the young man still continued to recognize Ita as his master and was sure that no one would interfere with him. Then the father became angry because of his son's stubborn behavior and already waved his hand at him. However, EQ was nearby and tried to carefully stop the man, saying that he would talk to his son on his own. However, he noted that he promised the young master to help break through the energy path. Master Shotse was surprised and asked how he would do this, and he replied that with his own hands. Then old Mao thought that the guy, although quite young, was behaving like an adult and with restraint. If he didn't anger Mr. Bai, he would like to befriend him. Meanwhile, Yeqiu approached Mao Jr. and asked him to listen to his father, after which he suggested that we consider each other good friends. And Mao Shajie was interested in the issue of breaking through energy stagnations. Because he independently tried to help his son for many years, so he could not understand how, with the help of two hands, the guy would be able to break through them. Others in the room laughed at Q, saying that they understood this matter, but they were never able to break through the stagnation. After hearing this, young Master Mao became afraid because he thought that he would never be able to improve his level. However, E2 calmed him down and asked the young man to take off his t-shirt and sit on the floor. But as support, he said that they remain friends and he will continue to share his skills with Mao. And after that, he suggested ending this matter as soon as possible and breaking through the energy stagnation as soon as possible. The young master obediently followed his mentor's orders and sat on the floor with his torso naked. E2 filled his hands with energy and placed them on the young man's back to understand the level of stagnation. They turned out to be quite strong and durable, which created some difficulties in breaking through them. However, despite this, Atu was still willing to help Mao. His father watched Atu's every move and realized that the guy really had some skills. At one point, Yeqiu began to emit surprisingly strong energy, which helped him concentrate on the process. Mao Sheiji saw real and pure qi. He couldn't even imagine that he would turn out to be a real expert. Meanwhile, Grandpa A2 turned to his son Guo King and asked if this had taught the boy such skills. However, the man did not understand anything about this matter. Soon Mao Jai began to cough a little in pain, as if all the bad energy that had been holding him back for many years was coming out of him. But suddenly one of the stagnations was unexpectedly broken, which was accompanied by a loud bang. At that moment, Mao Ji began to cough violently and began to bleed from his mouth. Itu breathed a sigh of relief because he still managed to fulfill his promise. After this, he ordered someone to bring water for the young man. Mao Sheiji's guards immediately rushed to get a teapot of clean water and served a glass. However, EQ took it away and began to drink the water himself without giving it to Mao Ji. Meanwhile, Master EQ needed time to restore his lost strength after breaking through the energy stagnation. He regarded his work as a disgrace. After all, I planned to break through all the stagnation at the same time because I didn't think that everything was so serious. I had to spend half the day on one stagnation. He was more concerned about Mao Ji's physical condition, so he turned to the young man and asked how he was feeling. It took the guy a little time to feel his own body and the energy flowing through it. However, he immediately exclaimed that Master Yi had succeeded and felt incredible. His father watched his son and could not be happier that he would now be able to progress in his strength and energy. And Mao Jr. threw himself at Etta with joy and all the time tried to thank him for the hug, which Yi did not really like. But then the young man admitted that he was indebted to his master and bowed low to him in gratitude. Etu tried to stop him, because one should not worship without an important reason. But the young man could not express his sincere feelings, how important it was to him what Master Q did. Suddenly, the elder Mao turned to the guy and asked him to stop, after which he and his guards bowed low to her and asked for forgiveness. Master Yi didn't understand why they were apologizing to him, so he felt very uncomfortable. He asked Sheiji to stop because he was embarrassed by such officialdom, but the man apologized for underestimating the guy from the very beginning and concluded that you can't judge people by their appearance. Therefore, now he would be happy for his son to become Chu's student. The guy believed that he did not deserve such an attitude, so for now he offered to sit down and talk. After that, they went to the table and the young man decided to honestly admit that in fact he was not a master, and not even a newcomer. So I thought I didn't deserve to be a mentor. However, Master Mao took the blame upon himself for disrespecting Chu. He apologized again and asked to take his son as a student. But he misunderstood this one, so the guy repeated that he doesn't understand anything about mystical techniques, but only has some talents. Suddenly, Mao Jr. was able to kneel at Etu's feet. The young man persistently asked Etu to take him as a student and promised to obey because he sincerely wanted to learn. Et sighed and didn't understand why they didn't believe him. However, he still agreed to teach Mao Ji everything he could do, but he asked not to address him as something divine. Instead, he suggested communicating like a student with a teacher. But Jaya took it too literally and still continued to bow on his knees. Then Etu helped the young man to stand up and said that it was enough to wipe his knees, but it was better to sit down normally. But the elder Mao was interested in the question of where ECB gets its knowledge. The guy smiled and asked Sheiji if he knew anything about dragon techniques. The man was surprised and asked if he understood correctly that we were talking about a dragon lost in ancient times. Then Etu realized that the old man knew everything and asked to tell him more about the technique. And he replied that he had previously heard from the older generation that after successfully practicing the treatise of the heavenly dragon, the practitioner's body becomes light and he can walk on the snow without leaving traces, and to the fact that he can treat all types of diseases or maim people. True, this treatise was lost hundreds of years ago and no one has seen it. This was the first time I had heard about it, and I asked my husband if he could remember anything else. The old man said that, according to gossip, not everyone will be able to practice dragon techniques, but only people with unusual talents will be able to achieve results, because it is very difficult to practice releasing these energies. Therefore, to achieve these techniques, one must have strong spiritual power. Etu pretended that he did not understand what he was talking about, and asked Sheiji what chi energy was. Then the man was surprised that the guy didn't know what this energy was. The elder Mao explained that the young man used precisely this energy when breaking through the stagnation in his son's body. Then the young man thought about his sensations in his body and gradually understood what he was talking about. Sheiji asked the master how he managed to achieve such success in energy without knowing what it was. The guy bashfully scratched the back of his head and said that perhaps he had a talent for this matter. Senior Mao became interested in Master Yi and said that this was indeed a very unusual talent that would give him a great future. The guy felt awkward again, and he suggested to his interlocutor to change the topic. Suddenly, Mao Jr. came up and asked his father if he liked the house they were in. The husband looked around and said that the location is not bad, the renovation is good, and everything is according to feng shui. And then he asked if there was a map of the house's layout. Soon, the director of the company, Xu Liang, came over and placed the map in the hands of Master Mao. The old man unfolded the map and saw that it was a villa which had a pretty good layout. He had to pause for a moment to formulate the correct opinion. This was a rather rare case when all the parameters corresponded to the ideal. Then the father asked his son if he had found this room. The young man replied that he was chosen by teacher Yi. He managed to discover from the first time that this villa was too good. The husband thought about the fact that Master Yi-2's talents were quite unusual and amazing. However, the guy asked Master Mao not to be surprised, because he was just lucky. And then he asked the old man if his son had told him about the cursed mirror that was in the Dong family's house. The man replied that the younger man had mentioned this. He concluded that the thing was very unclean, and its origin was too dubious, so it was better not to keep such a mirror at home. But He calmed him down and said that all the negative energy of that mirror disappeared after he dealt with it. But he wanted to study it in more detail, so he asked Sheiji for help. However, the old man doubted himself, because since the young man could not learn it on his own, he certainly would not succeed. But Q noted that Sheiji had much more experience than him, so I hoped that everything would work out. The husband agreed to the request and said that he would come in a few days and look at that thing. But the young master said that there was no need to come to him, because he just wanted to look into their area, so he would bring the mirror himself. The old man was glad that he did not have to go anywhere and said that he would be glad to see the guy at home. Suddenly, Sheiji's phone rang, and it was Secretary Zhao. The man explained that he was now in the Luan area and was able to talk, but E2 found it difficult to understand the context of the dialogue. After the call, Senior Mao apologized and said that he had to go because Liu Dekong wanted to be examined. Then E2 asked if there was somewhere for the master to conduct an inspection, because he could offer a room in his new house. The man was a little uncomfortable agreeing because he would be taking up someone else's space. However, the guy said that he would be glad if the head of the district came to see him. Moreover, the house has good feng shui, so treatment there will be more effective. Sheiji thanked Master Yi sincerely and still had to leave to relay his location. Soon, a car with a respected man who ran the area drove up to the new house. Liu Dengkong and his secretary Zhou Chenglong got out of the car. Yi-2 just looked at Liu and immediately noticed a greenish tint to the skin of his face, as if indicating some kind of disease. Master Sheiji ran out to Chief Liu and kindly shook his hand. He thanked Mao for finding the time and place to receive him. Mao Shiji asked the man to come into the house, and he had all the medical equipment with him so he could examine the patient. Liu also said that on the way to him he met Master Zhou, who said that he would also help him with treatment, and came with him. Eto only observed the dialogue and made certain conclusions regarding these people. Master Zhou turned to Mao with a smile and was surprised that after several years the latter had not managed to cure Mr. Liu's illness. Therefore, he questioned the strength of his sect, or assumed that Master Mao was not treating the district chief on purpose in order to extract more money from him. Old man Mao told his husband to choose his words more carefully, because he always works conscientiously, so he asked not to slander him. However, Zhou continued to behave disdainfully and called Mao's sect worthless. As soon as they entered the house, the man made a request to the patient. He set the conditions that if he managed to cure the disease, he would like to receive permission to sell this villa. He promised to pay 1,000,000 yuan more than stated on the price tag. The company director was in despair. He had just re-registered the documents for the new owner when another contender appeared. The district chief approached Mr. Shu and asked him to help sell the villa for Mr. Zhou. The husband hesitated to answer, but still said that the house had already been sold. Then Zhou was very surprised, because before it had stood empty for quite a long time. But the director pointed his finger at Mr. Yi and said that he was now the new owner. After which the sick Liu Dekong approached Yi Qiu and asked if he could sell the villa to Mr. Zhou. He immediately apologized for the fact that he had to use his official powers, but he asked like a human being and promised gratitude. He talked about his strange illness. When he has seizures, the ligaments in his arms and legs become stiff, causing pain with every movement. He had been trying to cure this disease for many years, but without success. At first, he didn't know how to react to this story, but he came up with something. He agreed to sell this villa for 25 million only if Master Zhou would cure his illness. A suspicious doctor overheard the conversation and said that this amount was not a problem for him and he was ready to pay it. After Liu heard the satisfactory answer, he sincerely thanked Master Ye and wished him good health. Soon the doctor and his patient began the process of treating this strange disease. Dr. Zhou resorted to unknown methods of treatment, but they should be effective. Next, he used a jasper gemstone, which was rarely found. A2 watched Zhou's every move in order to understand in advance whether the disease could therefore be cured. Soon the man exhaled and told Mr. Liu that their session was over. The boss was glad that the process went quite quickly. In addition, he really began to feel better and could feel his limbs. Afterwards, he stood up and firmly shook his doctor's hand, thanking him for making it all work out. Zhou then became dramatic and said that he risked his life and used all his knowledge for such a result. Mr. Liu replied that he now owes his life to the doctor. However, Zhou was more concerned about buying the villa before its current owner changed his mind. The boss happily agreed and said to solve this matter, and then he would arrange a banquet. Junior and Senior Mao perceived this situation as strange, because A2 had not agreed to give up the house before, but here he gave it up so easily. Soon, Dr. Zhou turned to the young man and reminded him that he must sell him the villa. The man asked him incorrect questions, like why the house had not yet become his. He even thought that E2 had challenged him, but called him insignificant. And then, he turned to Mao Sheiji and asked how their sect became famous, because it resembles an ordinary dump. Then the youngest member of the Mao family could not stand it, and told the doctor that he was already going too far. But the pompous doc reminded them that they could not cure Mr. Liu and were not successful, and now they blame him. Suddenly, A2 intervened in the conversation, telling Zhou Chengglong that now he could go and rest as far as possible. After all, a man can deceive others, but not a skilled guy who watched his every move. The husband wondered why this guy took back his words, although he made a promise to Mr. Liu. To prove that the doctor was a liar, E2 approached the almost cured Liu and asked him to endure something. The young man took it and pressed 2 fingers on one point on the man's back. After that, he began to scream in pain, turning to Master Zhou with the question of why his illness returned again. The doctor asked Q what rights he should take action against Mr. Liu, but he fought back. He said that Zhou's methods were too weak, so he did not cure Mr. Liu, but simply relieved the pain symptoms temporarily. However, within 24 hours they would be back again. The effect of Master Mao's treatment lasted for half a month. Meanwhile, Zhou's treatment is generally worthless. The husband got angry and ordered the young man to shut up. And then he said that since E2 considers himself so talented, then let him try to cure this illness. The young man was interested in such a proposal, so he did not miss the chance to bet on something. But as it turned out, Joe blurted it out just like that. He was sure that A2 would not have succeeded. After which the guy asked him why he was so afraid of him if he called him the last piece of trash who doesn't know how to do anything. Thus he disgraces himself. Such words made Joe want to prove his superiority, and he agreed to argue. Ikkyo then suggested that if he cured Mr. Liu, the pseudo-doctor should give him one thing. It was about that piece of jasper that the guy saw during one of the rituals. However, Joe did not agree, as it was one of his sect's 3 main treasures, so he was afraid to risk it. But E2 reminded that his villa was worth much more than that piece of stones. He offered to give up the house if he was defeated. Such conditions became more interesting for the man, but he needed to think. Then this one asked him if the head of the sect and the famous doctor was really so afraid of him. Joe clenched his hand into a fist out of aggression, but agreed to the argument and ordered the guy to treat Liu. But A-Chu already had enough experience with Bai Meng, who deceived him and tried to take the house. Despite the terms of the dispute, the guy offered to conclude a written agreement. Zhou pondered the fact that Mr. Liu's illness was stuck deep in his body. Therefore, being confident of his own victory, the man agreed to the contract. Soon, Director Xu Liang arrived, bringing all the papers and helping to complete the document. Afterwards, AQ apologized to Mr. Liu for making him wait in such excruciating pain. So the guy washed his hands and was ready to begin treatment. First, he examined the patient to understand where his disease was located. After that, he identified the main painful points affected by the disease. And then, he pressed on one of them, which caused severe pain in the patient. From the outside, the treatment process resembled some kind of torture. So Joe began to worry a little. Every touch Ye-Q made to Mr. Liu's body gave him painful sensations that came every second. At first, the man begged the young man to stop, but soon he began to like it and enjoyed the process. There was just a little touching of the painful areas, and the treatment was over. Mr. Mao and his son sat with a surprised look because they expected that this would last much longer, since the disease had been sitting in the body for years. However, this time, Mr. Liu began to feel his body on his limb completely differently. Previously, after treatment, he was left with a feeling of dull pain, but this time he felt incredibly great. To test the results of his efforts, EQ asked Mr. Liu to jump a little and talk about his sensations in his body. The person could move and jump freely, which was previously impossible for him due to pain. But this time he felt as if he was 10 years younger and much more alive. After that, he shook Kyo's hand and thanked him for the fact that finally he would not be tormented by terrible pain. The guy said he didn't need thanks. In his opinion, the man is doing a good job making life in the area better, so he deserves reliefs. The husband thanked him for the praise. He felt completely embarrassed. And after that, he decided to invite all the masters to the restaurant and celebrate his second birth. But EE2 immediately turned to Master Joe, reminding him of the terms of the dispute prescribed in the contract. The husband understood that he had nowhere to run or avoid responsibility, so he gave the promised stone. Soon the day was coming to an end, and in the evening, Etu was finally able to rest in his new, luxurious home. Suddenly, he remembered his colleague Meng Rue and decided to call her and ask how she was doing. The woman was glad to see a call from Q, but he was also her director, so she asked if there were any instructions regarding the business. But the guy didn't want to talk about work and calling Miss Zhao a smart girl, asked if she understood the purpose of his call. The lady did not want to wait long and told E2 to quickly tell him what he needed. A2 directly asked her for some money and explained that he had just bought a villa, so he needed 3 million to repair and install a security system. The girl congratulated him on the purchase and said that she would lend him 10 million so that he could make the repairs as best as possible. And she took upon herself the issue of security, since she had connections in a very good security company. So, as a gift, she will install the system in his house. The guy was very pleased with these words, so he thanked the girl and virtually kissed her. She felt ashamed because of the last words, and as soon as she wanted to show indignation, she immediately heard that the call was cut off. Her cheeks turned red, and at that moment she was ready to kill the shameless Yechu. After the conversation, the guy lay, rested, and admired his new instrument in the form of jasper. Suddenly, its energy began to emerge from the stone, filling the room. This was what Yechu needed, so soon the energy entered his body. He began to feel how much energy was stored in that jasper, and was very happy that he was able to take it. He spent a long time in meditation, restoring strength after a hard day. Without noticing it, He opened his eyes and realized that he had spent a long time in meditation when lunch had already arrived. However, as soon as he woke up, he felt that something was wrong in his body. When he read the dragon techniques, he thought that the book was incomplete, which is why the effect was weak. However, without noticing it, he reached the second level of mastery. His body has really become much lighter and more alive because all the time he absorbs the energy of antiques. Suddenly, his lunchtime thoughts were interrupted by the loud sound of a telephone ringing. It was Qing Yue who incomprehensibly and very quietly said that she needed help. The guy was pleased that he had the opportunity to help such a beauty as Qing Yue and immediately asked what she needed. Suddenly, the girl began to praise him and thank him endlessly. And after that, she began to speak in a whisper again and asked the guy to come to her house, saying that her parents wanted to see him. Ida immediately realized that he had to pretend to be her boyfriend. She thanked her, but warned that all her relatives had gathered in the house because they were very angry that she was not meeting with the person who helped get rid of Ida. So it can say unpleasant things. The young man understood who he would have to deal with and promised that he would not descend to their level. Etu quickly got ready, dressed in a good suit, and came to Qing Yue. On the way, he stopped at a store to get something tasty. And as soon as I entered the house, I immediately greeted those present. He paid special attention to the girl's parents, who were definitely not happy about this meeting. The guy went into the guest room and began to put away food, not paying attention to the negative mood of those present. Qing Yue's brother asked her if she was really her boyfriend. After all, he couldn't understand why Etu was better than Zhang Zhen. The girl tried to shut her brother's mouth by saying that Etu was the best appraiser for the Henfu company and also had his own jewelry company. Then her brother asked not to exchange it. He did not believe that Etu, who wore rags, could be a rich man. And when he came to meet his parents, he brought them only fruit. Suddenly, one of the relatives asked Qing Yue if the young man sometimes pretended to be her boyfriend. Etu, as a joke, said that it seemed that the whole truth had been found out about them. However, the girl quietly pushed him and asked him not to set her up. Then her mother said, "If he is a real guy, then she is still against this relationship." The girl shouted that she was not deceiving anyone, but she couldn't understand why everyone judged Ita by her appearance. The brother didn't give her a chance to finish and said that she would rather ask someone from the company to pretend to be her boyfriend than take a man off the shelf. And Qing Yue became extremely angry as her brother could not close his mouth and just sit silently. Then it came down to the father, who couldn't care less about the real E. This guy or not, he was against him anyway. The girl noted that she is already an adult and can make decisions herself, so the choice will be hers who she marries. The father clearly did not like this answer because he was not used to his daughter speaking to him so quickly. Ikkyo intervened in the quarrels, suggesting that they discuss everything calmly and not scold each other. The girl's father shouted at him that he was not going to talk to him and ordered him to leave his daughter. Qing Yue did not expect that her father could be so rude and harsh because she had not observed such behavior from him before. But the man ordered his daughter to remain silent because he had a question about how Ichu was going to keep his daughter if he had neither status nor money. But Itu noticed whether the father thought about his daughter's feelings before saying such things. He said that his daughter is a full-fledged and adult person who has her own job with a good salary, so he does not need anyone who will support him. Qing Yue's mother did not like this answer because she believed that a man should provide for a woman. Suddenly, the girl's brother asked her parents to keep quiet and gave the floor to Qiu. He said that he understands caring for his daughter, but caring has already turned into overprotection. The girl was afraid of her parents' reaction, so in the moment she asked her fake boyfriend to stop. But he continued to say that Qing Yue has his own opinion, thanks to which he persistently pursues success and has a good career. He accused her parents of always trying to introduce their daughter to good sons-in-law and being afraid that she would not marry. Mother and father sat in shock at what they just heard, because before, no one had directly told them their opinion. Meanwhile, the brother only laughed at this speech and said that he would like to learn such eloquence from the guy. At that moment, the opening ceremony of the Henfu Group store was shown on TV. Journalists asked Meng to comment on this event. Rui replied that they will only grow and will not stop there. Zhao introduced Yi as the chief appraiser of their corporation and praised the young man in every possible way. The stunned brother Qing jumped up and said that it was Q, his sister's boyfriend. Yue, in turn, noticed that he changed his mind about him so quickly. Naturally, the parents and all relatives immediately greeted the young son-in-law. The main character, breaking into a smile, said that now they are very friendly. after which he unexpectedly invited everyone present to the restaurant, Royal Crown. After a certain time, they went to the establishment in luxury cars. One of the old Sue's acquaintances asked where they got such cars from. Yu's father happily replied that their daughter had found herself an amazing and rich guy, then invited a friend to celebrate this event. Soon they found themselves inside the restaurant, where the old man was delighted when he saw a huge crayfish. King urged her father to behave with more restraint, since this behavior was not correct. However, Sue said that she had never taken him to such places and therefore this was a natural reaction. Yui sighed heavily and said that this was too expensive a restaurant and she could not afford such luxury. The old man in turn thanked his son-in-law for the holiday he had organized, because it really was an expensive pleasure. The teenager only smiled in response, but Ching was ashamed of the behavior of her relatives. At this time, the manager began to scold the waiter, since he let the guests into the room that Jing always reserved. Wang, of course, was unhappy and ordered Huang to immediately look into the situation. At this moment, Yi unexpectedly called out to her and asked what she was doing here. As a result, the girl called on the manager to simply throw these people out of the room. Huan very politely asked which of them was inviting. The guy indignantly replied that it was he who invited all these people, after which the manager asked them to vacate the hall in exchange for a 50% discount. However, the teenager refused to do this and demanded that he leave immediately. Then Jing herself came into conflict with Chu and ordered him to leave the establishment as he was jeopardizing her negotiations with Yang. Yi continued to eat lunch calmly and said that she didn't reserve the hall today, so she should leave. The enraged young lady instantly ordered Huan to call security. The manager did not dare to contradict her and immediately called several strong guys to the second floor, after which servant Wang once again called on the young man and the guest to leave the hall. Old man Su, in turn, said that there was nothing wrong with having a snack in the common room. Kyo noticed that Huan had now made the biggest mistake of his life. The embittered manager once again called security by phone, but no one came. The restaurant employee was at a loss. At that moment, some noise began to be heard from behind the door. A few minutes later, Xiang approached them and asked what was going on. Dissatisfied, Jing said that this man dared to disrupt their negotiations and did not want to leave. Yang, in turn, was shocked by the sudden meeting with Ye, and at first did not know what to say. The main character busily leaned his elbows on the table and asked if Xiang was planning something against him again. The guy immediately began to apologize for this misunderstanding and say that this would not happen again, after which he slapped Wang and urged her to immediately apologize to Q. Jing was stunned by this turn of events and was extremely reluctant to ask the teenager for forgiveness. The manager realized in a timely manner that he should also follow Wang's example and apologize to the young man. Yi, in turn, demanded that they be immediately left alone and allowed to have lunch in peace. Then he turned to the guests and stated that there had indeed been a small misunderstanding. Soon, they had a good snack and went to the guy's mansion. The parents were shocked by the luxurious villa. The guy's father immediately jumped out onto the threshold and asked what was going on. Tio hurried to reassure Dad and said that this was his girlfriend and her relatives. The man immediately began kindly asking them to come inside and make themselves at home. Ye himself and Ching went out to the balcony to discuss what was happening, where the guy asked if he was a good actor. Concerned, Yue noted that the problem is that now their families will start talking about the wedding. But the young man did not see anything wrong with this and rather unexpectedly asked her to marry him. The girl was literally taken aback and looked at him shyly, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Q moved in her direction. Ching thought that he had decided to take a responsible step. Not understanding how to behave, Yue simply froze in place. Yue immediately leaned on her. Thus, they lay down on the balcony, and the perplexed girl fixed her dumbfounded gaze on the teenager. A second later, 2 shots were fired through the window. Ching, in turn, was very frightened. The guy tried to calm the young lady, saying that he would not let her be offended and everything would be fine. At that moment, the bodyguards ran in and asked if everything was okay. Q responded positively and commanded Hui to go downstairs to protect his family. He ordered Chang to catch the killer, who was on the second floor of the villa 100 meters away from them. The guard instantly ran out of the house and headed towards the mansion, after which Ye quickly escorted the frightened Yue down to the family. Everyone became nervous. One of the relatives asked what was the matter and what those sounds were. Kyo apologized for the trouble he had caused and said that the guards would escort them home now. Soon, some of the guy's bodyguards went to take the guests to a safe place. Su urged his future son-in-law to be extremely careful. The teenager assured that everything would be fine. He then hurriedly took out his phone and started calling Zhao to find out what happened. The main character naturally assumed that this was the work of Zhuan, which he asked Rui about. Meng urged Ye not to be nervous and assured him that the security service was already working, and she asked him to come. Kyo instantly ordered Cheng to stay with his family and Hui to go with him to the Heng Fu office. After some time, the young man arrived at the company and asked Zhao what happened. The girl did not answer anything and gave him some paper, urging him to read it. The perplexed teenager looked at the document and asked what kind of competition of values this was. Then Meng told him that each clan exhibits its valuables, and if he wins, the corporation's image will improve. You notice that Heng Fu had already achieved results last time and became an influential player in the market. And since this time they are the organizers of the competition, victory is even more important for them. Rui, in turn, began to complain that she had absolutely no time and the competition would begin soon. Kyo said that she had nothing to worry about because Mr. Chi would definitely help them. Zhao said he has been looking for valuables for the competition since last year and has found potentially expensive items. He seemed to feel that Meng was not telling him something, and he asked why she was worried. Then Rui said that there were rumors about the Emperor's Jade Bowl, which was stolen from Tang Xiong's sarcophagus 5 years ago. And if Xuan really did this, then the advantage is on his side, but the guy was sure of the opposite. Zhao also said that it was not profitable for him to spread such rumors, and most likely this is true. And Mr. Qi said that they couldn't win against this cup, but if they lost, it wouldn't be a shame. The young man, in turn, promised her that he would soon go to Haiyuan and find a valuable thing. At this moment, an assistant suddenly walked into Meng's office and said that Mr. Che wanted to talk to her. He was about to leave, but Rui suddenly asked him to stay and attend the meeting. A moment later, a businessman entered the room and said that he intended to pick up his item. The perplexed girl asked what he was talking about and what item he wanted to take away. Che said that her company has an antique dragon pendant that belongs to his country. However, Zhao stated that he received it in a completely legal way, and it belongs to her. Suddenly, the representative became angry and shouted that this was property of the Korean state and she was obliged to return it. The teenager immediately blocked his path, preventing him from approaching Meng, after which he immediately called security to calm the impudent businessman. A few seconds later, 3 bodyguards ran into the office and grabbed Che. The angry man said that since they admitted that the item was in their possession, he had the right to sue them. Soon the guards took him out of the room, and Q asked Rui what was going on. Zhou replied that he was registered in the reception as a member of the cultural community, but she did not think how inadequate this person was. The teenager, in turn, suspected something was wrong and said that there was some kind of deception hidden here. The extremely excited girl asked in response what scam he was talking about. Then the young man asked if she was going to enter this pendant into the competition. Meng confirmed Ye's guesses and said that if it weren't for the 9 Dragon Bowl, they would have won with this necklace. The main character suddenly became nervous and said that they had been deceived. Worried, Rui initially didn't really understand what she was talking about, but after that, the young lady realized. After all, Zhao had the imprudence to tell secret information to her rivals, and now they can take action. However, the self-confident Q said that perhaps this situation would even work in their favor. The guy also suggested strengthening the security of the exhibits and interrogating Che, because if he came from Xuan, it means he doesn't have the cup. Meng agreed with him and said that she would immediately send people to talk to this Korean. Suddenly she asked if he had time. Since her father wanted to talk to him, Ye replied that he would be free in the coming days and would go to him. Suddenly the girl asked what he was doing this evening. The teenager smiled, after which he asked a counter question. Had she really decided to invite him on a date? But Rui said she had to go to a party organized by the trade association. Then Q refused her because it was disgusting for him to be among insolent and arrogant people. However, Zhao insisted, saying that he simply had to keep her company. Moreover, she prepared a suit for him. The girl immediately took out a business attire from the closet. The guy realized that he could not get away from this disgusting event. As a result, in the evening they went to an expensive establishment where small talk was held. Most of the topics naturally concerned excess luxury and money. At a certain moment, our heroes entered a spacious hall where all the guests were literally dumbfounded by their appearance. Yi began to whisper more jokes about these influential individuals in her ear. Unexpectedly, one of those present noticed that Miss Zhao looked amazing. At some point, Q was simply forced out by guests who wanted to drink to Rui's health. The young man stepped aside and suddenly heard some kind of conflict, like someone spilling soup on someone. Turning around, he saw some arrogant man scolding his classmate for getting her expensive suit dirty. The waitress, in her defense, said that he himself crashed into her and she was not to blame. Seeing what was happening, Chen asked Zhang what happened and why he was screaming. The angry man said that she deliberately poured soup on him, and now he is forced to disgrace himself. The girl immediately said that in fact he himself crashed into her and she had nothing to do with it. Suddenly, Jiang lost his temper and hit the waitress. Chuhei was shocked by this turn. However, this was not enough for the businessman, and he continued beating the girl. At a certain moment, Yi could not stand such bullying and pulled her towards him. Everyone present was stunned and could not understand who this young man was. At this moment, Meng saw Q with the waitress and thought that he was harassing her. Hong Wei, in turn, became indignant that the guy intervened in the situation and asked who she was. Without waiting for an answer, the embittered man suddenly attacked the teenager. But Q managed to grab his hand and thereby stop the fist flying at him. Then he said that if he did not ask the girl for forgiveness, he would not be well. Jiang responded by demanding that the guy take his dirty hands off him. The main character began to twist his hand and said that his hands were clean. At a certain point, the businessman began to scream in pain and asked to let him go. He repeated once again that if Zhang asks the girl for forgiveness, he will let him go. However, Hong insisted on his own and said that he never apologizes to anyone. Then he called on Chen to immediately intervene in the situation and not watch from the sidelines. Chuhei instantly called the guards, ordering them to seize this man. A few seconds later, bodyguards ran into the room, and the guests in turn stood aside. Kyo absolutely calmly held Jiang's fist and at the same time struck the guards. Everyone present was stunned by such incredible skills of the young man. Finally, the teenager twisted Wei's hand and then let it go, causing the businessman to collapse to the ground. He then again called on the arrogant trash to ask the waitress for forgiveness. But Hong Wei took out his phone with his left hand and began to hastily dial someone's number, saying that he was finished. After which, having reached Bai, he said that he needed his help. At this time, the girl called on her classmate to leave since his people were about to arrive, but she still wanted to quit. However, the self-confident teenager expressed a desire to stay and said that everything would be fine. Zhao Yi was furious with the whole situation and decided not to help him in his confrontation with Meng. A couple of minutes later, Bai showed up at the hotel with a crowd of bodyguards. Hong immediately ran up to him. The guests began to whisper among themselves that now this young man was clearly in trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang told Meng that he had been beaten by an unscrupulous person. The guy had already begun to roll up his sleeves, wondering who dared to touch his brother. At this moment, Q defiantly approached him and asked if he was surprised at their meeting. Bai, in turn, was simply shocked, but he did not think of retreating. As a result, he ordered his people to immediately teach Yi a lesson, since he spared him last time. A considerable number of bodyguards instantly moved towards the guy. Rui began to realize that the situation was really out of control and everything could end in tears. Kyo also did not expect that Meng would dare to start a fight in front of everyone. He understood that he could not cope with so many people. However, there was nowhere to retreat, which means it was necessary to stand to the end. As soon as the thugs tried to attack Ye, suddenly someone ordered them to stop. Everyone immediately began to move away. Their faces were scared, and after a couple of seconds, Dakun came out. Bei immediately urged Zhang not to tell Liu that he was the one who brought all these people. A surprised Hong asked why. Ming replied that this man had been looking for dirt on their family for a long time and didn't even listen to his father. Frightened Wei asked what they should do. Bai promised to figure out how to get out of the situation. Dakun, meanwhile, looked around at everyone present with his dissatisfied gaze. Then he asked what happened here and why they started a fight. Chen replied that they had a small conflict and asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience. Liu, in turn, decided to clarify what exactly led to such a crowd of people. Zhang immediately pointed at the main character and said that he hit him for no reason, so he had to teach the kid a lesson. Seeing Q, Dekong smiled and greeted him. Hong Wei was shocked. He reciprocated and noted that they had not met him for a long time. Meng and Wei couldn't believe their eyes, trying to understand why they had such friendly relations. After which Liu asked the young man what really happened here. Kyo then told the truth about how Zhang started beating his classmate for no reason. Hong was indignant and urged the teenager not to make things up, saying that no one could confirm this. However, Zhao unexpectedly volunteered to assure Daekong that Ye was indeed telling the truth. Then she simply repeated the guy's words and even embellished them a little so that he would definitely get it. Zhang, in turn, began to back away and said that she spilled soup on him. Guihua noticed that before this, he began to pester her and even spread his hands. The director said that he would personally deal with this scum and ordered Chuhei to call the police. Then Hun pitifully said that he had a family and children, and if he ended up in prison, then there would be no one to feed them. Hua urged Yi to forgive Hongwei because it is not the children's fault that they have such a father. But Qiu said that if you forgive him now, then in the future he will become even more impudent, especially since Wei is not sincere in his repentance. In this connection, the guy said that he should have thought about this earlier, and besides, he will only be given a couple of years. As a result, Jiang was restrained by security and began to wait for law enforcement officers. At this time, the main character asked a classmate if her mother had recovered. Guy replied that the money he gave her went towards medicine, and she was very grateful to him for that. Adding that fortunately everything was fine with her, the girl literally began to bow to him. But the young man said that she also helped him a lot at the university, after which he even invited her to work in his company, especially since the fat man was also with them. But Hua refused him because Ye had already done a lot for her and she could not take advantage of his generosity. However, Kyo insisted that she quit the hotel and call him about a job. Meanwhile, it was already late evening, and the guy hurried to say goodbye to Daekun. The guests also went home, after which the teenager sat down in the back seat of his luxury car, but the dissatisfied Rue told him to sit in the front seat. Naturally, Ye did not listen to her. Zhao asked if he knew who crossed the road. Kyo said that if we are talking about Bai, then he is not afraid of him at all, and everything will be fine. The perplexed girl asked again if he knew who Meng was. The teenager replied that he had a friend whom Bai was very afraid of, so there was nothing to worry about. Rue urged her to be more serious. She understood that he was talking about Lei Hu, but did not believe in their friendship. She nervously told him about this, but the guy once again turned everything into a joke and flicked his finger on her nose. Zhao didn't like this, and the young lady hit Yi, saying that if Hu was his friend, then she was the president's sister. Kyo continued to be overly ironic and noted that he was also not afraid of the president's sister. Then he ordered the driver to drive forward. The angry Rui could not calm down and reluctantly hit him with her bag. The next morning, Yi was awakened by an unexpected doorbell, and he decided to find out who was there. A huge number of bodyguards stood at the threshold and greeted him. The stunned protagonist asked why there are so many of them today. One of them said that Miss Zhao ordered increased security for his family and hired former special forces. Kaio noticed that although Meng is a mischievous girl, she acts quite competently. Unexpectedly, Liu said that he could cope with this task himself and did not understand why there were so many people. Hai said that Jigen should not demonstrate his capricious character. Moreover, he is not strong enough to defeat them all, and he should not overestimate himself. However, the self-confident young man was sure of the opposite, which he so arrogantly declared. A asked Ye for forgiveness for this circus, and said that although Liu has a bad character, he is really a strong fighter. The guy, in turn, noticed that he became extremely curious to see him in action. Jigang asked permission from Kyo to demonstrate his strength to the others. The teenager naturally agreed, saying that since he was so arrogant, it wouldn't hurt to teach him a lesson, after which Liu urged them to immediately get down to business and show their abilities. The guard stood opposite them and with all his important appearance showed that he was the best. Yi's relatives were against them having fights inside the villa, but the guy assured that they knew when to stop and everything would be fine. Business Jigang also said that he would not break a single thing in their house. Soon, a massive fight broke out, and the bodyguards attacked Liu, who quite skillfully blocked their blows. Then he himself hastened to attack the guards. Most of them realized that the young man was really strong. But they were not going to give up and continued to attack the self-confident Jigang. And after a while, Liu emerged victorious in the fight, urging them to train as hard as possible. Even Kyo appreciated his skills and called him a true expert in martial arts. The guy became even more arrogant and said that his fist had no equal in all of Jiangnan and he would ensure Yi's safety. But on one condition, he will not watch him every second and demands an appropriate attitude. Hai was outraged and urged him not to be impudent because he was just a bodyguard. However, Jigang noticed that no one gave a word to A, and if the gentleman refuses, then he is ready to return the money to him. Kyo said that strong people are mostly daring, but he needs to cool down his ardor and for this, he just needs to be tamed. After which, E approached him and shook his hand, asking if he agreed with this. Liu would also extend his hand to him but said that no one could moderate his ardor, not even money. They looked into each other's eyes for a long time, literally scorching with a hateful gaze. Then the young man said that if Jigang is not satisfied with submission, then he can leave. Liu did not expect such a turn of events and hurried to stop the guy. Then, very unexpectedly, he said that he wanted to be his bodyguard and he didn't need money. The main character agreed to hire him and said that if he does not pay him, this does not mean that they are friends. Kyung and the others asked Jigang what happened, because recently he was so businesslike, but now he wants to fraternize with the boss. Liu replied that Ye is a true master and people like him do not boast of their abilities. Soon, Q went to Lynn, where he began treating her with acupuncture. The guy carefully injected needles into her back and was sure that the result would follow instantly. Her father handed him a napkin for the teenager to wipe off the sweat, as this is an extremely time-consuming process. Yi said that the girl had been in a coma for a long time, but today he would completely restore her blood circulation. But since her consciousness will be blurred for some time, it is better to send Lynn to the hospital. Hu immediately began to thank him for his help. At that moment, the young lady suddenly woke up and turned to her father. The man was shocked by this result. Lynn asked how long she had been sleeping. Lei asked, in return, how she was feeling and if she was okay. He could not hold back his tears and said that he had been waiting for this moment for so long. The girl, in turn, urged him to agree with her on one important thing. The joyful father said that she could ask for anything she wanted. His daughter asked him not to engage in crime anymore. Hu replied that he had not been involved in this for a long time. Then he showed her E and said that she should be grateful to this man. After all, it was he who cured her. Lynn smiled sweetly and thanked Q. The teenager, in turn, asked her to move her arms and asked if she felt weak. Jigang stood outside the door all this time and heard Ye tell him about the situation in the gym. Lei asked Kyo who dared to behave inappropriately. Lynn instantly called on her father to calm down, who assured his daughter that he was not going to commit illegal actions. Suddenly, one of the security guards entered the room and the businessman asked what happened. The bodyguard reported that some unknown person broke into the gym and even beat the master. Lei immediately ordered to gather all the people and go to the gym to deal with this upstart. Lynn suddenly grabbed his hand and said that she would go with him. Kyo also volunteered to go with them to be on the safe side, because the situation could be serious. After a certain time, they arrived at the gym and an angry Hu got out of the car. Lei ordered this scoundrel to be shown to him in order to personally throw him out of the hall. Going inside, they saw beaten fighters. An unknown person stood next to them and declared that there were no rivals worthy of him here. Enraged, Hu asked who he was and whether Shangtian had sent him here. The master said that he just came to train, but his fighters turned out to be too weak. He also urged Lei to close this gym, as they only disgraced the martial arts. Hu, in turn, took off his jacket and said that now he would look at his abilities. The unknown person was only happy with this outcome and began to egg him on, saying that he would demonstrate the hunger style to him. Lei, as well as Jigang, were shocked by what they heard and literally froze in place. Liu said, "It is not surprising that he defeated everyone in the hall because he is a true master." The perplexed protagonist asked what he was talking about and whether he knew Hong Sanquan. The bodyguard replied that he was part of a group of monks who trained in the forests, and each of them was extremely strong. The guy asked if even he was inferior to him in strength. Jigang thought about it, after which he said that in a street fight they would be equal, but the linen masters were stronger than the Qianan masters. Subsequently, Liu took off his jacket and asked Ye's permission to try his hand at fighting Hong. It was an honor for him to meet a fighter of this level. He thanked fate for this meeting. Then he immediately rushed towards San Quan, intending to measure his strength with him. Quan noted that he had heard a lot about Jigang because he was a master of martial arts. Liu delivered his crushing blows, but Hong easily avoided them. The guard continued to attack the master, but all attempts were in vain. For some time, San successfully blocked all the attempts of the persistent bodyguard Yi. But at a certain moment, Jigang still found a gap in Hong's defense and broke through his block. Quan noticed that Liu was indeed strong, but now it was his turn to attack. After several powerful blows, the guy realized that San Quan was stronger than him. He tried to block the master's series of attacks, but his blows were too strong. Unexpectedly, Hun completely broke through the young man's defense and thereby put him in a difficult position. After another blow, Jigang literally flew into his boss. Q asked if he was okay. Quan said that the teenager was really strong, but he should train more with their monks. He then turned his arrogant gaze towards Lei and continued to provoke him. Naturally, it worked, and Hu hurried to fight him to the death. However, the main character unexpectedly called out to him, and the surprised Lei turned around. Yi, in turn, volunteered to deal with this pseudo-master instead. Hu replied that he had already done a lot for him and it was better for him not to interfere. San Quan called on them to attack together. He was confident in himself and declared that he could easily defeat them. Q said that he intended to deal with it alone, without the help of anyone. Lei was shocked by the teenager's decision, but Ye ignored all his objections. Hun simply laughed, saying that he would destroy him and it would be a fairly easy fight. But the young man noticed that if Quan withstood at least one of his attacks, then he would win this battle. San was perplexed and replied that in this case he could deal with it with his eyes closed. Kyo raised his hand above his head and said that then he could take his blow in any way convenient for him. Hong was surprised because the guy started to emanate characteristic energy. He assumed that the boy was the master of Quan Shu. As a result, Sanquan stood in a fighting position and called on the teenager to attack. The main character instantly struck with incredible force, and the master stuck out his fist. Everyone present was simply dumbfounded by the consequences of the guy's attack, because with just one movement he neutralized the pompous Hun, who was writhing in pain, but Q himself stood absolutely calmly on his feet and didn't even move. San Quan continued to roll on the floor, holding his hand. He did not expect such power from the young man. Lin said that Yi is an incredible person and was able to defeat the monk with one blow. Lei was also shocked and asked whether Q was really capable of such a thing. The teenager wondered the same thing and guessed that it was due to the training of the celestial dragon style. Realizing that he had miscalculated the force and had overextended himself as a result, Ye asked how Hong was feeling. He ran up to him and apologized, offering to take him to the hospital, and volunteered to bear the costs. The defeated San Quan did not know how to react to this. He simply could not believe what had happened, after which he nervously ordered his charges to help him get up. Quan's fighters instantly rushed to his aid and hastened to take him out of the hall. Hu in turn thanked Q and said that the people of Linnan would remember this for a long time. Smiling Yi replied that it was quite easy and thanked him for his kind words. Zhigang immediately asked the young master to study with him and learn the technique of the original Qi. The guy smiled once again and said that this is exactly what he came here for. Liu was even willing to pay 10 million for Chu to improve his skills. He remained mysteriously silent and urged Lei to go to the restaurant to have a good meal. Lin, in turn, also became interested in the primordial Qi technique and began asking Zhigang about it. Lao replied that it was a kind of consumable, but it was extremely difficult to restore and not all craftsmen could do it. Meanwhile, Song Quan went to the hospital, where he heard a disappointing prognosis from the doctor. The doctor said that his tendons and muscles were torn and he would have a long and difficult rehabilitation. Shocked, Hong asked if he could return to training and continue his martial arts training. However, the doctor said that he should forget about it since there is a high risk of re-injury. The monk was stunned by this verdict and could not believe that he would no longer be able to do what he loved. The enraged San Quan immediately kicked everyone out of the room and began to think. He decided to call Sheng Yatian and report how someone beat him. Quan called on Bai to avenge him. Hong also asked what the boy's name was. Tian replied that this was Lei's right hand, named Ye Chu. The next morning, the teenager was unexpectedly awakened by a phone call. The guy hurried to answer it, and it turned out that Lin was calling him. The main character instantly woke up and said that he would do anything for her. The girl said that she planned to return to the university today and asked for a ride. Naturally, Yi agreed and said that he would soon come to her, after which he hurried to get himself in order. After a certain time, the young man happily picked up Lin and took her to the institute. The guy left Zhigang at the car, saying that when they finished, he would call him. But Liu confidently declared that he was obliged to protect him and not leave him a single step. Qiu replied that he was not stronger than him, and moreover, nothing bad could happen at the university. Finally, the teenager calmed down and agreed to wait for the young master's call. Approaching the institution, Yi noticed that they had improved the campus and even updated the library. Smiling Lin, in turn, asked why this made him so nostalgic. At this moment, the young lady was suddenly called out by an unknown student, and Q turned around in surprise. The strange guy said that they had not seen her for a very long time and finally met, after which he began to confess his love to the girl, saying that without her, his life had become gray. He didn't like the boy's behavior and urged him not to bother Lin with his nonsense. The student in turn reacted negatively to Q's statement and asked who he was and where he came from. Then the teenager identified himself as her boyfriend and once again demanded that he leave the young lady alone. Aggressive Chen asked what course he was from and why he decided to take the girl away from him. Yi did not want to hurt Kwon and urged him to simply leave to avoid irreversible consequences. But the guy still wouldn't let up and demanded that they break up with Lynn. The girl couldn't stand it at that moment and nervously asked what he needed. Self-confident Chen said that she would forever remain his woman, after which he called on Q to resolve this issue like a man and challenged him to fight in a fair fight. He continued to try to resolve the conflict with words, but Kwon took this as weakness. In this connection, he began to say that Lynn should leave this scum, who could not even protect her. Then the young master put forward an ultimatum. If he wins, then Chen will leave the girl alone. Kwon agreed and stated that otherwise she would remain with him forever. Lynn noticed that she would not become his girlfriend under any circumstances. This was extremely unpleasant for the student to hear, but he did not think of retreating back. Yi turned to her and said that he was really in love with her and could lose to him on purpose. But the young lady encouraged him to win, and Chen began to boast that he was the captain of the Zhonghai basketball team. Those around him also naively believed that Q did not have a single chance to win. Naturally, the female half of the audience was rooting for Kwon and strongly supported him. The master was supported only by Lynn, who asked him only one thing: to win. Yi himself understood perfectly well that he had not played basketball for a long time, and he would have to give it his all. The confident Chen continued to provoke him and urged him to start the match quickly. Soon the duel began and it was the main character who attacked first, but his skills were quite low, at which the arrogant Kwon began to laugh, saying that he could not win this match. A moment later, Chen easily intercepted the ball from him and demonstrated his superiority. Kyo did not expect such impressive abilities from the student, but the basketball player rushed to the attack. Suddenly, he announced that he would not let him score a single goal, which only warmed up the audience, adding that he should learn to play basketball because his skills are extremely low. After which, Yi once again easily passed and rushed to the ring. Kwon soared into the air and performed quite complex tricks. Everyone admired him. Then he made a perfect dunk, demonstrating how it should be done. Chen turned to Q and asked if he wanted to continue the game. The guy naturally responded positively and tried to concentrate as much as possible on the match. However, even with this, he succeeded in little and the student never ceased to amaze him. As a result, he literally made himself a laughingstock, but he didn't think of giving up. Kwon sent the ball into the basket over and over again, thereby simply humiliating Ye. The crowd chanted his name tirelessly, and Chen happily basked in the glory. Suddenly, he gave the ball to his opponent, urging him to at least touch it and try his hand. But Q did not want to look weak and said that he was playing by the rules, after which he threw the ball back to Chen, who in turn said that then he would be finished. A moment later, Kwon was already near the ring and hurried to throw another ball. However, suddenly he saw a hand reaching out to him nearby and was surprised, not understanding how Yi was able to jump so high and block his throw. Subsequently, the guy not only did not give him the opportunity to realize his plan, but also to knock the ball out of his hands. Thus, as perplexed as the crowd of spectators, Chen ended up on the ground. The students immediately began whispering among themselves and stared at Q. The young master himself understood that this could become a turning point in the game. Lynn began shouting words of encouragement towards the named guy. Chen, in turn, became wary and urged the teenager to attack again, adding that even if he was lucky enough to stop him once, it didn't mean anything. The young man ignored his statements and turned to the ring. No one could understand what he was up to. Surprised, Kwon asked where he was going and why he stopped playing. At that moment, Yi threw the ball towards the basket from half the field, which was quite strange, since even professionals rarely allowed themselves to do this, because getting into the hoop from such a distance is very difficult. A couple of seconds later, the ball bounced off the backboard and flew towards the self-confident Chen, who naively believed that victory was already in his pocket and prepared to catch the ball. However, at the last moment, the main character flew into the air and intercepted the ball, which greatly surprised everyone. After which he absolutely calmly threw it into the trash. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. Some fans suddenly began to support him and celebrated his incredible shot. Joyful Lynn was also delighted with this result and praised Yi. Q understood that the girl was deliberately playing along with him, pretending that she was his girlfriend, so that no one else would dare to pester her. Kwon at this time accused the young man of cheating, so that Chen would initially think that he did not know how to play. But the teenager replied that he really hadn't played for a long time, but now he began to remember. The student was determined and said that he would not be able to score again. The self-confident young master had a different opinion and urged Kwon to observe what was happening. The basketball player spread his arms and said that he would no longer let him near the ring. But Ye didn't even think about running on the attack. Instead, the teenager began to prepare for a throw. The stunned Chen noticed that this was impossible, since there were still a couple of meters to the three-point line. A couple of seconds later, Q still dared to make a long throw, and the ball flew straight into the basket. Kwan's fans fell silent for a moment, not understanding how Yi won it. The student himself asked him who she really was and what team she was from. The guy replied that he had not played basketball for a long time and did not have any team, after which he reminded him of his promise not to pester Lynn. The girls instantly began to show interest in him, forgetting about Chen, while other students invited him to join the team. However, the businesslike Chu said that his heart was occupied, and Lynn took the young man's arm. After walking a few meters, he noticed that the cunning woman was exploiting his father's friend as she wanted. The girl said that he really turned out to be very cool and finally wiped Kwan's nose. He said that she should be taught a lesson. Smiling, Lin asked how he was going to do this. Kyo thought about it, and then demanded that she give her a massage and pay for it in a cafe. The young lady agreed and said that she would take him to a restaurant and then give him a surprise. This greatly alarmed him, and the teenager began to wonder what she was up to again. Suddenly, the girl asked if he had a girlfriend or wife. He looked at her mysteriously and replied that he had absolutely no time for this. After which, she suddenly pointed her finger at the young lady and called Kyu to look at her. At that moment, the student gave flowers to the unknown girl, but she did not reciprocate. Lin asked if he liked this girl, who was the most popular in the university. Her name was Yufei, and not long ago they lived in the same room with her, but Liu is 1 year older than Lin. And now Fei is studying for a master's degree and working as a curator, at which time Yu drew attention to them. The girl was shocked by the unexpected meeting with Lin and did not believe that it was really her. Liu was sincerely glad that her friend had finally come to her senses and recovered. The young lady replied that now they will go to the cafe and walk as before, after which Lin introduced her to her father's friend Yi, with the help of whom she came out of her coma. And she introduced her friend as the most popular curator at the university. The main character extended his hand to her and said that he was pleased to meet her. Yu reciprocated and urged not to believe in rumors about popularity. However, at this moment, the guy rejected by Fei demanded that Q take his hands off her. Ye, in turn, asked if he was Miss Liu's young man. The young man was extremely negative and ordered not to touch his woman. Kyo asked why he was reacting this way and what was causing his sudden aggression. The teenager began to threaten him with his brother Dun, who was his patron. He asked if this is the one who steals food and beggars, and if this is so, then it's really better not to mess with such a person. The girls couldn't stand it and laughed, which naturally angered Yufei's boyfriend. As a result, the embittered Zhang immediately declared that he was finished and that his brother would come now, after which Jin called Dong and told him that he needed to deal with one person. He then turned to the young master and urged him not to be a coward and not to run away. Fei demanded that Zhang immediately stop this circus, because she was absolutely not interested in it. But Jin said that this man deliberately wants to destroy their relationship, but he has already found justice for him. Then Yu urged Yi and Lin to run away, since this Dong is a bandit and constantly beats people at the institute. However, the girl assured her that Q is not afraid of such individuals and easily breaks them. But the guy said that if 20 thugs arrived now, it would be a problem. Linling noticed that he so cleverly put Chen in his place. Yi objected, because he is a student, and here the bandits are at work. Zhang, in turn, said that it was too late to be afraid and no one could help him. After a certain time, a certain group on motorcycles approached them. Duong insolently asked what kind of trash dared to offend his brother. Kyo asked him a counter question. Why did he come on his scooter and where did his car go? After which he told Jin that this was some kind of poor bandit and was not at all like Dong, who was doing real things. With this statement, Yi angered the teenager even more, and he declared that he could not live. The young master continued to provoke Dong and say that he would destroy him. Naturally, the leader of the bandit group began to respond with insults. However, Kyu's answers were much wittier, and he really managed to hurt Dong. After a couple of seconds, he could not stand it and ordered his thugs to beat up the upstart. A crowd of motorcyclists in helmets and with bats immediately rushed towards the guy. Suddenly, Lin urged them to stop and not start a fight here. Dung, in turn, said that if she didn't stop yelling, then she would get it too. The girl asked if he knew who she was and how to talk to her. The arrogant teenager responded by asking her a counter question, trying to find out who she really was. The young lady proudly said that she was the daughter of Lei himself, and her name was Lin. However, the self-confident scum said that he did not know any who and did not care at all. At that moment, one of his accomplices said that he was a very influential man in the city. Doong became nervous and said that if they found out about this, their heads would be torn off. The bandits' henchmen noted that no matter what, they would all follow him. Lynn in turn asked if he was really afraid and not so brave anymore. However, Dong decided to go all the way and said that if she is Lei's daughter, then he is Jackie Chan's son. The main character noticed that her threats did not really have an effect on them. Unexpectedly, Lin asked the young master to teach these arrogant fools a lesson. Kyo immediately called on them to attack, saying that now no one would leave here alive. A crowd of armed motorcyclists immediately rushed towards E. However, they were extremely inept at using their advantage in the form of numbers. As a result, Q literally began to brutally beat the thugs one by one. He dropped one after another onto the asphalt, demonstrating real masculine strength. Another gang member wanted to strike him unexpectedly from behind, but the guy broke the helmet on his head with just one blow. Doong began to realize that this man was not one of their kind, and nervously ordered his men to attack at the same time. Following his instructions, the attackers attacked the young man, but this did not help them either. Having finally killed off the entire crowd, Ye encouraged Zhang to warm up a bit, since he was next in line. The frightened boy asked him for forgiveness and said that he had misunderstood him. Kaio noticed that 5 minutes ago he was overly impudent, but now he was completely unrecognizable. Jin continued to humiliate himself and say that initially he did not recognize him as a good person, but now everything has changed. He asked if there had been a weak person instead, he would have killed him with his thugs. Suddenly, Zhang fell to his knees and began to hit himself on the cheeks, saying that he had made a mistake and would no longer offend the weak. Q became carried away by the process and ordered him to beat himself harder. All this time, Jin apologized to him. Yufei didn't like that Ye was overzealous and began to literally mock him. Finally, Q sent him away and urged him never to pester teacher Liu again. The tearful teenager instantly rushed in an unknown direction. The young master then turned to Yu and said that if he pestered her again, she could always turn to him. Fei answered displeasedly that this would not happen, and he should not boast so much. The surprised young man asked what was wrong and why, instead of gratitude, she answered him so rudely. Liu stated that he was stronger and could simply teach him a lesson, but it was not worth publicly humiliating him. The guy said that if he had not done this, Zhang would not have learned his lesson. The girl suddenly turned away from him and went to the university, saying that because of people like him, the world is full of violence. Then E said that in this case, next time he would simply pass by and not use violence. The next day, Lin met with Yufei and they walked through the old places, where they prepared unique tofu, and they decided to go to a cafe to have a snack. At that moment, a car stopped behind them, from which unknown people ran out. Subsequently, they grabbed them and loaded them into the car. The girls called for help, but no one heard the screams. Because everything happened quite quickly, and they left in an unknown direction. After some time, they were brought to a house. Fei was immediately thrown onto the bed. Zhang removed the bandage from her and urged her not to be afraid, assuring her that nothing bad would happen to her. After which Jin once again began to confess his love to her and say that he could not live without her. The stunned girl ordered her to be released and threatened to call the police. However, Zhang said that even they would not do anything to him because he has an excellent lawyer. Besides, she couldn't prove anything to them. Liu began to insult him and call him sick in the head. Jin in turn urged her to be an obedient girl, especially since she would not change anything. But Fei naturally began to scream and fidget. The guy noticed that this hotel had good sound insulation and no one would hear her. At this time, the door to the room suddenly opened and the main character stood on the threshold with Lin. Chong was shocked by their sudden appearance and did not know what to do. Meanwhile, Lei began filming everything on her phone, and the young man ordered him to move away from Yu. Stunned, Jin stammered and asked what he was doing here and how he found out about their whereabouts. Ye, in turn, asked Fei if he should use violence against this person. The young lady understood what he was getting at and asked for forgiveness for her recent statement. Kyo noted that he could partly understand her, because she grew up surrounded by good people and thinks the world is ideal. But this is not at all true. Jin at that moment began to say that he did not mean anything bad. After which he told Zhang that most likely he was humiliated as a child, and he grew up offended by the whole world. Adding that the teenager wants to seem cool and therefore made acquaintance with a criminal gang, but in reality he is a coward. And since he carries the weight of attempted rape and kidnapping, only prison will correct him. Then Ye told Liu that she was too naive for this world, and if not for him, The girl would have even gotten away with this situation to Zhang. But if she still lets go and forgives Jin, then he will harm someone else in the future. Kyo advised her to tell everything to the police, and now his fate is in her hands. Zhang began to cry like a child and beg for mercy, saying that he would never do this again. But the young master repeated that everything depends on Fei, and if she takes pity on him, then he will be lucky. And the girl with green hair is really Hu's daughter, so Jin is already lucky that he was found by him and not her father. The terrified Zhang instantly knelt down, asking for Yu's forgiveness and declaring that he had failed. Finally, insight descended on Liu, and she said that this time he would definitely go to prison. Jean continued to unsuccessfully ask her not to do this, but the girl was determined. Lynn, in turn, noted that Ye had dealt with Zhang's friends and she had nothing to worry about anymore. Yu Fei, in turn, asked the protagonist for forgiveness for yesterday's statement. Q replied that she should not apologize to him. The main thing is that she understands that the world is cruel, and not everyone needs to be forgiven. Fei also decided to invite the young master to dinner as a thank you. As a result, they went to a restaurant. Linling said that this place was quite expensive, but Liu insisted on her own. The girl noticed that the desserts here were incredibly delicious and encouraged her friends to order any dish. Lei said in a joking manner that Yu apparently was eating and not getting better. They went to the table and ordered various pastries, when suddenly an unknown person called out to her, who began to say that Fei's salary was clearly not enough to go to this restaurant and she should have found a more modest place. Liu did not tolerate her impudent communication and demanded that she mind her own business. The girl began to play to the public, saying that she was trying for her and did not mean to offend her. He asked the teacher if she knew this businesswoman. Yu replied dissatisfiedly that she was her colleague and also worked at the university, where she processed information about students. However, the young lady did not rest on this and began to boast that today she would have lunch with an incredible man. According to her, he was handsome and rich. The guy even graduated from Harvard, after which he worked as president of the company. Fei sarcastically wished her luck with her catch and continued eating her dessert. A moment later, Liu's restless colleague said that her beloved was never late and would come now. Lynn, in turn, urged her friend not to pay attention to her and have lunch calmly. After a couple of minutes, the impudent girl jumped up and began calling her businessman. The guy was extremely surprised that she arrived earlier than the agreed-upon time. In connection with this, he said that next time he would also come earlier. Yi almost choked from such sugary courtesy, but controlled himself. Linlin noticed that Yu Fei's colleague clearly knows how to exaggerate, and there is nothing special about her boyfriend. Then the annoying girl decided to introduce her betrothed Lai to Liu and her friends, stating that they are narrow-minded people and there is no point in trying too hard to communicate with them. Suddenly, Q recognized Jianhua and asked what he was doing here. Lai was shocked by such a sudden meeting with the president, which he reported. He continued the humiliation and asked if he really liked this teacher. Hua replied that teachers have high moral qualities and this will be useful in raising their own children. The teenager agreed with him, but this description did not fit the personality of this lady. Jianhua thanked the main character for the remark to his girlfriend and hurried away. Lai began to hurry his narrow-minded lady to go to his table. In response, the perplexed teacher asked if he was really offended by her. Stunned by this information, Lin asked Ye why he didn't say earlier that he was the president of the company. The young master said that his actions should speak for a person, after which Chu asked Liu whether he did the right thing by making a remark to this impudent person. Yu Fei responded positively and added that their marriage is doomed to constant scandals, and this is obvious. He also noticed that in fact this Lai is not a stupid person and will soon understand that she is not his match. At the end of dinner, they hurried to say goodbye and Q went home. But suddenly he remembered that there should be a shopping lane nearby and decided to go there. The guy was surprised that everything had changed so much, because just a couple of years ago there was nothing in this place. Looking at the assortment of sellers, Q could not understand how they even lived. Suddenly, he drew attention to an old man and a girl who were looking at some kind of stone. The young lady claimed that this stone was fake and should not be bought. The old man asked how she was able to determine that it was a fake. The granddaughter said that he was her best expert on precious stones and would have already bought it if it were a real stone. Grandfather urged Wei not to praise her, especially since a global examination is needed for a final verdict. The seller was naturally dissatisfied and urged the old man to buy the goods or not to scare away the customers. Grandfather in turn asked for forgiveness and said that they were already leaving. However, the merchant did not like this and grabbed the old man, saying that now the grandfather is obliged to buy this stone. His granddaughter was outraged by the guy's behavior and demanded that he immediately release her grandfather. But the young man still did not let up and declared that while the old man was looking at the product, someone else would have already bought it. Grandfather was at a loss and asked a rhetorical question whether he was in his right mind. The seller continued to claim that it would be he who would reimburse the lost profits. Wei started shouting that he was actually selling junk and wanted to pass it off as rare items. In addition, her grandfather is an expert in this field, but the old man urged his granddaughter not to interfere. But the seller said that he doesn't care who he is, and until the old man pays for the goods, he won't go anywhere. Unexpectedly, E intervened in the conflict and ordered the impudent man to immediately release his grandfather. The indignant merchant asked who he was and why he was interfering with his own business. Kyo busily walked up to the counter and took one of the stones, after which he began to examine it for a long time. We urged the young master not to buy anything from this swindler, but the old man once again asked her not to interfere. The merchant immediately perked up and began to tell the story of the ancient jade stone. Suddenly, the guy interrupted him and urged him to just name his price. The seller thought about it. Then E himself offered 10,000 for him. Of course, this did not suit the greedy man. As a result, he asked 10 times more for the jade, which was simply unacceptable. The girl objected again, saying that this was an unthinkable price, but the grandfather quickly shut her mouth. The main character, in turn, was outraged by the price and threw the stone back on the counter. But the merchant stopped him again and said that they could negotiate with him. However, Yi immediately indicated that he would not buy this jade for more than 10,000. Finally, the seller agreed to sell the stone at his price and stated that he was ready to make concessions only for him. Kyo hurried to pick up his jade and said that this was the way to conduct business right away. But the merchant did not calm down and once again began to demand money from the old man. The young man again said that he bought the stone from him, so there can be no talk of any losses. The teenager called on E to get lost, otherwise he would make him pay too. The perplexed Q asked what was happening to him because a couple of minutes ago he very politely sold him jade. The merchant continued to say that it was none of his business and again tried to drive the guy away. But the young master said that he would not close his eyes to this situation until he let the old man go. Then the seller called his people for help, who instantly jumped out of the alley. There were a considerable number of them, and one of them said that now no one would help him. The girl, in turn, urged them to calm down and not start a fight in broad daylight. The merchant still did not let up and ordered the bandits to beat E so that he would think about his behavior. As soon as they tried to attack the young man, Jigang unexpectedly stood up for him. Subsequently, he began to beat self-confident thugs with particular cruelty. The main character himself did not expect such a turn of development. Liu continued to demonstrate his skills. At this moment, several more people attacked them, but bodyguard Q easily dealt with them. Everyone present was simply shocked by such a fighter. Ji Gong was truly at his best. A moment later, all the bandits assumed a horizontal position, and Liu mockingly urged them to continue this circus. Wei and his grandfather were dumbfounded by what was happening, realizing that these guys were quite strong. Suddenly, at this time, a police patrol arrived and the officer asked what happened here. The seller immediately stated that the two had attacked him and robbed his shop. He added that the girl and the old man distracted his attention, after which two people appeared and started beating everyone. Wei could not restrain herself and said that this was all untrue, and he twisted all the facts. A law enforcement officer immediately ordered my grandfather to pay for the damage he caused. Grandfather replied that this was simply unthinkable and that everything was really wrong, especially since they only listened to one side. But the policeman grabbed him by the jacket and said that his friend was a prosecutor, and even if he killed his grandfather, nothing would happen to him. He could not stand such outrageous injustice and struck Officer Wang. The shocked representative of the law said that he would not get away with it so easily. Then Q hit him in the face again. The officer was horrified by his actions. In this connection, he ordered his stupid colleagues to disfigure this man. Thus, a mass brawl began, where the main character began to beat the police. The other, in turn, hastened to reason with the young master, but he suffered the same consequences. Jigang also came to Ye's aid and without thinking twice began scattering the officers. Meanwhile, several bandits came to their senses and were perplexed by what they saw. The granddaughter of the grandfather was delighted with such a spectacle and praised the brave men. But literally a couple of minutes later, another police squad approached them. The eldest of them asked what was happening here and what this brawl was connected with. The warmed-up Jigang noticed that fresh meat had arrived and was about to pounce on them. But Yi stopped him in a timely manner and said that this time the real police had arrived. Wang, in turn, stated that the two started a fight for no reason. Lieutenant Wu asked him where he found the uniform and why he wore it at all. The guy mumbled something indistinctly about his image. Then the senior officer said that they would all go to the police station and sort out the situation there. Looking at Ye and Liu, he added that this also concerns them. The teenagers were surprised. Zhigang began to say that in fact they were victims and were attacked by these bandits. Wu said that he already understands this, but everything must be done according to the law. Besides, there is not a scratch on them, and those people have numerous injuries. Liu found out about what had happened and was delighted that Q had gone to prison. Xuan ordered that everything possible be done to put him behind bars for a long time. Also for this, it was necessary to contact the best lawyer named Ma. After some time, the trial began. Yi was confident in his innocence and believed that, indeed, the truth was on his side. However, Zhao and Qing understood perfectly well that he was in big trouble. The young man greeted the girls and assured them that everything would be fine with him. Extremely dissatisfied, Rui asked why he constantly finds himself in such situations. He continued to assure her that the truth was on their side and they wouldn't do anything to him. After all, those whom he beat turned out to be quite difficult people, and their lawyer never lost a case. At that moment, their lawyer approached them and said that Ma was a world-class lawyer and they had problems. Yui asked Zhang if he really couldn't oppose him in court and help Tu. The guy sadly said that their chances of winning were really small. But Yi was interested in something else. Where did they get such an expensive defender? Zhao also thought about this issue and tried to understand who went against him. The young master realized that someone was behind all this, and everything that was happening for a reason. Suddenly, the girl had an epiphany and said that it could be Chen. Kyo noticed that this was definitely his doing because he had been wanting to annoy him for a long time. Upset, Rui said that she originally wanted to pay them money, but now it won't help. Suddenly, the protagonist said that Zhuan could also embellish the injuries for the court's decision. Zhao understood that this could indeed be true, because Chen would stop at nothing. Literally a moment later, the girl's phone rang, and she hurried to pick up the receiver. She was informed that 2 of the attackers allegedly died as a result of the brawl. The young master realized that Liu had already begun to act and was in big trouble. A horrified Rui said that forensic experts are now establishing the true cause of death. Kyo could not understand how such a thing could be arranged. Zhao only repeated that Chen was ready for anything. He realized that he needed to leave the scene and not fall for the police's tricks. Soon Qing and Meng left to get as much information as possible. After a certain time, the girls returned. Rui stated that no one died, but relatives of the bandits allegedly identified some corpses and this was enough to imprison Q. The lawyer added that the situation was terrible and he couldn't get away with it that easily, and Ian had already done his job. The concerned guy asked how much time he would be given in the worst case. Zhang said sadly that he was facing about 15 years for murder. At the same time, he advised Yi to admit guilt, since otherwise the situation would worsen. Kyo agreed to any strategy as long as it reduced his prison term. Meanwhile, Zhao called her father, and he told her disappointing news because guilt had already been proven. The girl almost burst into tears and begged him to help, even though it was difficult to do. At this time, Chen's assistant reported that Ma had already proven the defendant's guilt, namely, his involvement in the murder. And even Zhao's money did not help. Yang also wondered how much it was necessary to drown the teenager in this case. The embittered Zhuan replied that it was necessary to achieve the death penalty. Businessman Liu lit a cigar and said that they would soon destroy all the influential people with the help of Dekun. The assistant was only happy with this outcome and supported his boss in everything. A couple of days later, the hearing began in court, where Yu Fei asked Linglin whether Ye would be imprisoned. Lei replied that he hired the best lawyers in Linen. Rui heard their conversation and could not understand who they were. Concerned, Liu noticed that the prosecution had the best defense lawyer in the country, named Ma. However, Lin was absolutely sure that today was definitely not his day. Zhao became angry with Q, suggesting that these girls were his mistresses. Suddenly, Chen approached her from the back rows, allegedly surprised by her presence. At the same time, he said that Yi really went too far and killed 2 people. Arrogant Xuan ordered her to sit still and not take any action. In response, Rui said that she was aware of his tricks, because it was he who did everything to imprison Q. The guy, in turn, called on her to prove his involvement, realizing that she could not do it. Soon the bandit's lawyer began his extremely unpleasant and untruthful monologue. where he began to claim that the plaintiffs died from injuries received during a scuffle with the defendant. Ma also stated that the investigation established that the defendant has martial arts skills, and witnesses confirmed the prosecution's version. These materials were handed over to the court in full, and all of the above fully proves the guilt of the defendant. Shocked, Wei and her grandfather understood that this whole circus was paid for by someone. In connection with Yang's statement, the defense lawyer asked the court to issue an appropriate sentence for Yi in the form of 10 years in prison. Chen, in turn, could not sit still and truly enjoyed what was happening. Unlike Zhao and Qing, the girls were depressed and realized the seriousness of the moment. Zhang suddenly objected and asked the court to invite witnesses as he believed Ma had malicious intent. Rui was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events and did not understand why the lawyer was aggravating the matter. Naturally, Yang was against inviting these people and said that the prosecution had ironclad evidence. The young master's defender was confident that he would now establish justice. Thus, the judge granted Zhang's request and invited witnesses. The lawyer said that now he would see how they would behave without his instructions. Xuan, in turn, was taken aback by such a sudden turn and was clearly nervous. A moment later, the first witness, who was Wang, was brought into the courtroom. Chen was horrified because he understood perfectly well that now his entire plan would crumble like a house of cards. In this regard, he began to call his subordinate and furiously express his dissatisfaction. Lu also threatened Ma with physical violence if Q failed and was released. Meanwhile, Zhang asked the witness why he suddenly decided to change his testimony. Van said that he had changed his mind and wanted to tell the truth, as his conscience was tormenting him. Those present in the hall began to whisper among themselves, thereby creating unnecessary noise. The judge, in turn, immediately called them to silence and knocked with his gavel, after which the witness stated that in fact they were the first to start the fight and Yi acted as the defender. Yang asked Yun if someone had threatened him to force him to give false testimony now. However, the guy said that he was not lying and was telling the truth, and no one had threatened him. Ma literally flew into a rage and demanded the court to stop this circus, since in his opinion Wang was being tortured. But Yun continued to claim that after the fight they only had bruises. In the morning, two of his friends went for beer and did not return. Yang still vehemently tried to convince the judge that the witness was lying, because the investigation had established the death of two people. Zhang then asked the court to invite another witness, the person in charge of the forensic examination, Dr. Xiaoqiang. Ma understood that this could lead to irreversible consequences, but he could not do anything. At this time, Song stated that he was forced under threat of death to record the death of Sun and Seng in a hospital in Lynn County. Defense attorney Yi asked if the respected forensic expert was now lying to them. Xiaoqiang replied that this was the truth and even provided a flash drive as evidence. Ian was stunned by what was happening and did not understand why everything turned out this way. Zhang, meanwhile, asked Song whether he was offered a bribe or just threatened. The witness responded that he was threatened with physical harm, including death, adding that there is irrefutable evidence on this device in the form of CCTV footage. At that moment, Zhao told Chen that all his attempts were in vain. Yuan could not stand it and jumped up from his seat and began to insult Rui, saying that he would destroy her. The girl was not at a loss and began to call for help, claiming that this man was threatening her. Security instantly escorted the restless Lu out of the courtroom, but even so, he did not calm down. Finally, the trial ended in Ye's favor, and in the corridor, Zhao heard two girls talking about him. Extremely dissatisfied, Rui looked at them with an indifferent and withering gaze, after which she deliberately loudly called on Qing to be happy for her boyfriend. Naturally, Linling and Yufei heard this and were simply dumbfounded. Zhao continued to tell Yue that she should celebrate the occasion as a family with Q. She also specifically touched on the topic of the wedding so that the young lady would hurry up with this event. Lynn couldn't stand it and responded in kind, loudly declaring that Yi doesn't have a girlfriend. Rui, in turn, told her friend that she was right and these girls had their eyes on her fiancé. Lei responded by saying that this person was like a dog that it was better not to approach. Finally, Zhao could not restrain herself and approaching Lynn, urged her to lower her tone. At this moment, the main character suddenly appeared and asked them not to quarrel. Ming immediately ordered Qing to quickly hug her betrothed, but the girl was shy. Unlike Linling, who instantly stuck to Q and took his arm, saying that she was very worried about him. The young master said that there was nothing to worry about and it was finally over. Suddenly, the guy noticed an old man passing by with his granddaughter. The teenager called out to his grandfather and asked him to wait, and he himself moved in his direction. The old man and Wei turned around. Initially, they did not understand what he wanted from them. E, in turn, broke into a smile and thanked them for their presence. The grandfather replied that this was nothing more than male solidarity because he then helped them deal with the bandits. Besides, it was they who should thank him, but the young man thanked them once again. The old man noticed that everything was in order and he deserved an acquittal, adding that he respects Q's masculine act, and from now on, he can consider him his elder brother. After which they shook hands and grandfather introduced himself as Chen Chutian. The guy said that he was glad to meet you and gave his name, saying that now he can turn to him for help. Tian reciprocated and said that he had his own jadestone business. The granddaughter also greeted the main character and smiled and introduced herself as Xiao Wei. The girl invited the young master to Beijing, offering to show him the collection of Chupa Chups. Suddenly, Chutian said that he actually had one question for him. Why did Yi buy the stone from that merchant? Was it really so that he would leave him and his granddaughter behind? The teenager, in turn, took out that same jade fragment and said, now they will see everything for themselves. After which he began to beat him on the ground. No one could understand what he was doing. Zhao immediately urged him to stop because this cannot be done in a government institution. However, after several blows, some other fragment began to be visible from the stone. Kyo took it out of the stone and said that it was even larger than expected. An extremely enthusiastic Wei asked how he could have known about this. The old man took out his glasses and asked the young man to let him look at the stone. After a few seconds, Chen was delighted and said that the guy clearly had talent. Yi replied that he himself did not expect such a result and that he was simply lucky. After which Chutian asked whether Q realized what kind of treasure this was. The perplexed Ye called it a lovely stone. However, grandfather assured that this jade shard was unique and worth at least 1 million. Then he gave him the fragment so that the teenager could personally see its value. On the back it was written, Jade Stone from the Three Legends collection. The young master was shocked by such a sudden discovery and did not know what to say. Chen said that this was a relic from the Dan dynasty, which was loved by the emperor's wife. Zhao asked Chutian how such a precious item ended up under the clay. Grandfather suggested that he spent a long time underwater and came under its influence with sand. Suddenly, Rui asked what was more expensive, this jade or the Julong cube. The stunned old man decided to clarify whether she was really talking about the cup of Emperor Tang Yun himself. The girl answered positively and began to wait for the answer she was interested in from the expert. Then Chen said that in 1949, the cup was buried in the emperor's grave, but then it was stolen by looters. Zhao said that the Zhonghai Hengfu Holding recently discovered this item at its excavations, and it will soon be put up for auction. Chutian asked to take part in this event in order to see this treasure in person, adding that it was much more valuable than jade. After which they said goodbye, and the young man put grandfather Chen and Xiao Wei in a taxi. Curious Lynn, in turn, asked who this old man Tian was, since there was no information about him on the internet. Kyo thought for a moment and then replied that he didn't really know him, and they met at the market. Rui suspected something was wrong, because Chen came from the other side of the country to help the stranger restore justice. Unexpectedly, Lin asked her in a rather rude manner what it had to do with her. Naturally, Zhao became angry and began to insult the young lady, and a verbal altercation ensued, in which Yi chose neutrality and tried in vain to calm the sarcastic girls. After which the main character suggested that Rui go home to have a snack, as he was very hungry. However, the girl said that the three of them should have lunch. The young master was surprised. At that moment, the annoying Lin grabbed his hand and urged him to join him and Faye, adding that such a lovely daughter-in-law like you should definitely be introduced to his relatives. The poor guy was already clutching his head from these annoying girls and didn't know where to go. Zhao, in turn, gave him two choices. Either he goes with her, or he forgets about his relationship with Qing. Kyo asked Lin not to organize a circus and go to study, and he would go home. However, Lei literally created a scandal and did not want to put up with this decision. At this moment, Yufei grabbed her hand and urged her to calm down immediately. Lin asked her forgiveness for her capricious behavior and said that she really wanted to marry her to Ye, but she didn't succeed. Meanwhile, the embittered Zhuan brutally beat his servant, stating that he decided to set him up and he wouldn't get away with it so easily. But the aide maintained that he had nothing to do with Q's release. Chen replied that there was no one else to take a hand in this matter because Wang refused to take money from Zhao. The beaten and frightened guy stated in his defense that he would not have come here if this were true. As a result, Lu ordered him to find Qiang and Yang to find out how this happened. The perplexed assistant promised to find out about everything and ran out of the room. Suan could not calm down and continued to be nervous because Ye had once again eluded him. At this time, Sanquin unexpectedly called him. Chen nervously asked why he was calling him. Hong spoke. He had heard rumors that this scum of Qiyu had gotten away with it again. An enraged Lu gritted his teeth and confirmed his guesses and added that someone had clearly worked on this. Then San said that he had one reliable person who could easily deal with him. Xuan immediately ordered him to send this guy's contact to talk to him personally. Quan noted that his teacher was a very respected figure and should be thanked properly. Chen replied that money was not a problem, but since Yi was their common enemy, they should pay equally for his master's services. Hong agreed to this condition and stated that it would cost them 10 million. Thus, Lu needs to pay 5 million. Zhuan was shocked by this figure. San assured him that the money was worth it, because the teacher was not a layman and would do everything in the best possible way. Finally, Chen agreed to pay him in cash so that Quan would pay for the master's services from his own account. In fact, the distraught Lu intended to deal with Hong after the liquidation of Yi. Meanwhile, Q with the girls and Zhigang were driving up to their house when suddenly a ball flew into their windshield. The teenager, in turn, leaned out of the window and very convincingly asked the kids to play in another place. The joyful grandfather met his grandson and was glad that he was finally released. In response, the main character asked the old man if his back was bothering him. The grandfather said that he was completely fine and had nothing to worry about anymore. However, at that moment a soccer ball was flying towards them, which Liu shouted about. But naturally, the grandfather did not have a quick reaction, and subsequently the ball flew into his head. The young master managed to grab and hold the old man on his feet so that he would not fall to the ground, after which the angry Yi turned to find out who dared to kick the ball in their direction. Jigang picked up the ball and said that these kids take on too much, and one of them, in turn, demanded that they immediately return the ball to him. Liu urged the boy to ask his grandfather for forgiveness, since he had hit him. But the extremely impudent and ill-mannered boy said that there was nothing wrong with it. At that moment, his alarmed father ran up to them and asked what was the matter. The guy leaned over to the bastard and asked his son what happened and who dared to offend him. The perplexed Q immediately asked his father who these people were and why they were in his house. Guoqing replied that while he was in prison, his mother's relatives came to visit them, and they had nowhere to stay. After which he apologized to his son and said that he thought there would be a couple of people, but they came as a whole family. Yi, of course, was extremely dissatisfied with what was happening and said that he would solve everything now. Kyo approached his uncle and asked if he wanted to greet him. The relative, in turn, noticed that the nephew put on an expensive suit and even got a luxury car. Suddenly, an unknown relative asked why he didn't help them with money. The shocked guy asked a counter question, who was she anyway, and why would he help them, especially since their offspring kicked the ball at the old man. The woman said that it was just a child and he didn't do it on purpose. Zhao immediately intervened and said that in this case, age does not matter, and you always need to be responsible for your actions. The aunt began to say that money really changes people, and the rich cannot be pleased. Then Q said that instead of her son, she and her husband should ask for forgiveness from their grandfather. The woman got excited and started shouting that she was 10 years older than him. He immediately put her in her place, saying that age does not give her the right to behave like that. The uncle could not stand it at that moment and said that they would leave, but when he felt bad, he might not even count on their support. Soon, his relatives rushed off in an unknown direction, saying that the money had changed him a lot. And in the village, they will tell everyone what an ungrateful person he is and who kicked them out onto the street. Kang tried to calm down the angry Ye and stated that nothing terrible had happened. But when the young man went home, he fell into madness because all the furniture was damaged. Kyo said nervously that he would make them all pay for such ignorance. However, it didn't end there, and the uncle came to sort things out with Guoqing, saying that his son was not acting like a human being. The father of the main character stated that he entered into their situation and allowed him to live in his son's house, and they created a mess here. The uncle was indignant because it was just some kind of furniture, and they were ready to break family ties because of it. The young master noted that they would now together calculate how much damage had been caused. But the uncle said that he would not deal with such a shame and called on Q to carry out the count himself, and he would pay for everything. Then he hurried to the exit, but the guy ordered the security not to let anyone out and to call the police. The stunned relatives all began to say that they should be ashamed of this circus. The teenager instantly brought the impudent people to their senses and urged them to stay in the house until the police arrived. After some time, law enforcement officers arrived and began to count the losses. Lawyer Zhang, meanwhile, read to them the civil law, according to which parents are responsible for children. After a certain time, Zhao announced that the relatives had to pay a little more than $1 million. They, in turn, were simply shocked by such a sum and began to be furiously indignant. King said that they could do the math themselves if they didn't believe them and offered to pay $100,000 each. The defense lawyer reminded them that if they refused to pay the required amount, the court would force them to do so. He asked if they didn't have the required amount, what to do then. Zhang replied that in this case, the bailiff would seize their bank accounts and real estate with cars. The relatives realized the situation they were in and immediately began to ask Guo King and Q for forgiveness. The uncle also ordered his son to apologize to the whole family in order to avoid financial punishment. However, the self-confident son refused to do this, saying that he never asks for forgiveness from anyone. The father once again nervously demanded that the little mischief maker apologize to the Yi family. Unexpectedly, the child sent his dad far away, and for a long time, this indicated that no one was involved in his upbringing. As a result, the uncle finally went crazy and began beating his extremely arrogant son. At a certain moment, the child burst into tears and declared that, from now on, he was nobody to him, which is why the equally stupid father took off his shoe and began to beat the ungrateful insolent with it. The policeman could not restrain himself and called on him to stop it, as he had the right to arrest him for child abuse. Kyo also lost his temper and chased them away from his house, declaring that they would meet in court. Relatives literally began to beg him not to do this to them, but Yi could no longer control himself. Guo King immediately ran up to his son and asked if he would really demand money from them, because they were beggars. The teenager said that he simply intended to teach them a lesson, and he had not yet decided about their property, adding that if he had not brought the situation to this, they would have started telling nasty things about them in the village. And so, in the same village you can repair the road at your own expense. My grandfather liked this idea. In this connection, the old man said that he was proud of his very wise grandson. Guo King called on everyone to forget what happened and asked the girls for forgiveness because they had to listen to it all. Soon they had a good snack, and the young man volunteered to give Zhao a ride. He asked the young lady if she was sure she would not go with them. Rui replied that he had better take care of Yue and that the driver would come pick her up soon. After some time, it was late evening and, lost in thought, Ye returned home with Qing. Suddenly, the driver said that a BMW had been following them for several minutes and suggested finding out who it was. The main character looked out of the window, but could not understand who exactly was pursuing him, after which Yi said that he had so many enemies, and he couldn't even guess who they were. Yue became nervous and the young master tried to calm the girl down, saying that no one would touch her. However, Qing insisted that he call his bodyguards immediately. But the self-confident Qiu assured her that he and Zhigang would deal with anyone who dared to attack them. The perplexed young lady asked where such confidence came from. Liu urged the boss to take the wheel, and he would go and find out who this brave man was. The guy ordered him to stop the car so that they could look at this daredevil together. As a result, Gan abruptly stopped the car, and they instantly got out of it. The unknown pursuer also braked and got out of his car. The stranger approached them and asked which of them was President Ye. Kyo proudly declared that it was he. In turn, the young man asked a counter question about who he was. The unknown person said that a weakling like him could not defeat his student and break his arm. After which, rolling up his sleeves, the stranger said that now it was his turn to go to the hospital. He could not understand who he was talking about and asked which student he was talking about. The man shouted extremely aggressively that he had come to avenge Sanquan. This name meant nothing to him. And then Zhigang reminded Q that he was the one who beat everyone in the gym. Finally, the teenager realized who he was talking about and noticed that he offered to pay for Hong's treatment, but he refused. The enraged Goshen said his name and said that today he would remember it forever. Stunned, Liu could not believe his eyes. He began to say that Wu was a great martial artist. Yi was surprised and asked if they really knew each other. The frightened Gan said that this was the strongest fighter in the world. He is also known for killing his opponents with literally one blow. The indignant Goshen urged them not to whisper, adding that if he had not been imprisoned, he would have long ago cleared the world of such people. The old man was determined and said that they had ordered a guy for him, so he wouldn't leave without his head. Liu said that no one could really compare with his strength, but he couldn't defeat two. Wu, in turn, urged him not to interfere and to step aside if his life was truly dear to him. The master himself rushed to attack, saying that for Yi there would be no tomorrow. Kyo began to understand that this was a problem and he had nowhere to go, which meant he had to stand until the end. At this time, Goshing began to deliver crushing blows, but the brave Zhigang took them upon himself. After which he himself tried to attack Wu, but Shen easily dodged his fists. Then, having blocked several more blows from the brave Liu, he launched a counterattack. Subsequently, he was able to break through the guy's defense and thereby deal a strong blow. Defeated, Gan collapsed to the ground, experiencing incredible pain in his body. Wu laughed and noted that he was not his rival, and the boy should train for a long time. Go immediately rushed towards the main character, declaring that now it was his turn. The young master also rushed to the attack, and they fought in mortal combat. The stunned Zhigang urged the boss not to go head-on with him, as he was extremely dangerous. Liu understood perfectly well that the owner could not defeat such a strong opponent. Meanwhile, Shen carried out a powerful series of blows and was able to put Q to the ground. At the same time, the old man stated that the guy possessed the Quan Shu technique and therefore was able to defeat his student. Yi himself was horrified by the master's inner chi, which surpassed him. In connection with this, the teenager suddenly grabbed the brick and again hurried to the attack. Zhigang did not expect that Q actually owned the ancient Sanshu technique. Wu noticed that a real fighter would never throw bricks and accept a fair fight, after which the old man once again attacked the young man, demonstrating his superiority. Liu shouted to the boss that it was a pretty good brick hit, but Guo was still on his feet. Shen actually resisted, although he took a blow with his head from a stone, declaring that it was extremely vile of him. Then they fought again, where Goshen, as before, was stronger than Ye. At a certain point, he literally began beating the teenager, without giving him the opportunity to respond. Wu continued to take advantage of the opportunity and land crushing blows on Q, after which the old man grabbed the brick and said that it was time to finish with it. However, at that moment, one of the guards who came to the rescue shot him in the shoulder. Zhao was also with him. The girl was very scared for Ye and watched in horror what was happening. A moment later, Qing ran up to the main character and asked if everything was okay with him. Naturally, even in this situation, the guy did not lose his fighting spirit and replied that everything was fine with him. At this time, Goshen grabbed his wounded shoulder and said that he would kill him anyway. Soon they went to the hospital, where Q's hand was taken. The doctor was shocked, saying that his hand had been run over by a car. Extremely concerned, Rue asked the doctor whether his arm would heal. Huan replied that he could collect his brush, but it was unlikely that Ye would hold the glass with it. King stated that she was ready to give any money just to rectify the situation. But the doctor assured that medicine is powerless here, and unfortunately, this is the final verdict. Cao asked Yue not to tell Q about this, as he should not be nervous now. Soon the girls went to the guy's relatives, and the father asked if everything was okay with his son. King in turn smilingly replied that everything would be fine with him, and he escaped with only a couple of scratches. However, the young man did not believe her and urged her to tell the truth what exactly happened to his hand. But the girl confidently said that everything was normal, as she told his father. Yi smiled and said that she doesn't know how to lie at all, and it looks like there really is a problem with her hand. Zhao also joined Qing and said that everything would be fine, especially since the doctor said so. The main character replied that girls can't lie because he has multiple fractures and a torn biceps. He also suggested that the right hand was finished, but the left one would still be able to function, after which the young master once again urged them to tell him the truth. Then Rue sadly said that he was indeed right. The left is normal, and the right is in a sad state. Yu urged him not to worry too much, as it would not affect his daily life much. Yi, in turn, wondered whether he would be paid disability benefits. Zhao immediately stated that she had already contacted the best doctor in the country and he would cure him. Kyo asked the girls to return home, because he needed to be alone with his thoughts. Meanwhile, Zhuan received a call from his assistant and told him the good news that Ye had gone to the hospital this time, adding that Tu will remain disabled in the future as he has numerous fractures in his right arm. Chen's joy knew no bounds. He was simply delighted with what had happened, after which he asked his assistant to prepare a funeral wreath to present it to him soon. Lu's servant also stated that they managed to find the one who helped Yi avoid prison. He turned out to be the Beijing authority, Chuchen, and he helped him because Q saved him from bandits in the market, which is why they wanted to put the teenager in prison. Zuan couldn't understand why Ye was so lucky and always got away with everything. Unexpectedly, the assistant asked if he really needed to buy a wreath. Chen confirmed his demand. The next day, Lu came to the hospital, where he rushed to Q's room. The guy's bodyguard asked who they were and why they came at all. Suan replied with a grin that he had simply come to visit his old friend. Suddenly, the main character ordered the guards to let this man through. Chen immediately started the conversation in a humiliating manner and asked if the elephant had really stepped on his hand, adding that he was sorry to see this because they had been at enmity for so long and someone had hurt him. He noticed that if he came to gloat, then it was better for him to leave immediately. Lu continued his circus and stated that he actually came to support him. The bodyguard at that moment said that giving a wreath is not support at all. Xuan, in turn, responded rather rudely to the guard and urged him to shut his mouth. The guy could not stand such bullying and attacked him with his fists. However, Q urged him not to touch this scum since he does not even deserve it. Chen said that it was better for him to remain silent too, so as not to lose his second hand. At this time, Chuchen unexpectedly came into the ward with his granddaughter Xiao Wei and greeted Yi. The main character did not expect to see him and also greeted the old man. The girl took out the candy and handed it to the young master, saying that she promised to bring him Chupa Chups. At that moment, Chen saw the wreath and asked who brought it and why, because no one died. The guard told him that Zhuan had been at enmity with Chu for a long time, and Lu dared to joke in this way. The stunned grandfather asked him if he really didn't think at all about what he was doing. Chen mumbled something inaudibly, but never bothered to answer the question. Suddenly, Chushin said, he knows that it was his will that Ye's arm was broken. Naturally, Lu began to deny it and say that this was not so at all, and he had nothing to do with it. The old man noticed that he did not have to make excuses, since it was obvious, and money does not make him omnipotent. Xuan, in turn, replied that the wreath was just a harmless joke, after which he burst into a smile and asked Q to confirm that they were just joking. But the teenager denied this information and ordered him to immediately ask for forgiveness. Chen understood that it was better to actually do this and apologized to the young man. Unexpectedly, Yi said that he wanted to know the answer to one question that interested him. Do the Lu family sell anything other than fakes, or is it just their habit? Surprised, Zhuan said that everything they have is the most original and there are no fakes. The guy sighed heavily and ordered him to immediately get out of his room. Chen gritted his teeth and hurried out with his stupid bodyguards, after which Chu once again thanked the old man, because if not for his sudden visit, this Lu would have been here for half a day. Chuchen said that this is what friends are for, then stated that he actually came on business. He noticed that now they would not hear about Zhuan for a long time, because he was clearly afraid of him. Grandfather, in turn, asked what exactly happened to his hand. Kyo said, extremely sadly, that his right hand had apparently come to an end. Tian once again suggested that Lu was involved in this, which he asked the young man about. The teenager replied that he was almost 100% sure of this. The old man said that you need to be on your guard with such people as they will stop at nothing. Then his grandfather introduced him to his friend Guo, who performed miracles in medicine. He greeted Master Yiming and said that he was glad to meet him. Soon Q removed the plaster and the doctor stated that his affairs were indeed extremely bad. Guo then laid out his needles to perform medicinal acupuncture. Yiming began to very carefully stick needles into Ye's arm, one after another. After a certain time, the guy really felt improvement. In this regard, he stated that the doctor's methods impressed him since he himself understands acupuncture, but Q has never seen anything like this. Guo also urged the young man not to move, because it was necessary to place the needles in the Qi trigger zone. The joyful teenager, in turn, noted that the result was simply incredible. The enthusiastic protagonist thanked the miraculous doctor for his help. Yiming reciprocated and said that he was also honored to help the young master. Yi already thought that he would never recover, but Dr. Guo's treatment methods amazed him. Kyo noticed that he felt sleep overpowering him and called on the old man and his granddaughter to go to the hotel, and tomorrow they would continue. Chuchen said that he doesn't have to worry about them, and the main thing now is to heal his hand. Suddenly, qi began to flow out of the guy's hand en masse, which greatly surprised those present. Yiming stated that he had never seen such strong energy before. Chen also could not believe his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi's eyes began to slowly close and sleep was already on the way. Concerned, grandfather and Guo asked how Q was feeling. The young man replied that he was a little dizzy, but the pain was gradually going away. The guy's relatives, stunned, could not fully understand what was happening to him. Guo King, in turn, asked his son if he really felt much better, after which, being delighted, he began to thank the miraculous doctor. At that moment, Qing sat down on Ye's bed and they looked into each other's eyes for a long time. Kyo asked why she was looking at him like that and what she wanted to talk about. The girl said that he just seemed to be fine and everything was fine, but her facial expression said otherwise. The worried teenager urged her to tell her because he could see that something was bothering her. Then Yue asked him to never quarrel with anyone again in order to avoid such situations. Perplexed, Yi looked at her and asked what exactly she meant. The young lady said that his grandfather was already old and would not survive if something irreparable happened to him. Kyo smiled and promised her to try not to get into trouble anymore. But unfortunately, in this world, even if you don't touch anyone, a person will still not be allowed to exist in peace, adding that he would listen to her in any case, especially since he was never the first to start conflicts. Suddenly, Qing began to smile and suggested that they engage directly in business, namely its development. He noticed that sometimes she can be so funny, and of course sweet. At that moment, the girl's phone suddenly rang, and she hurried to answer. However, at this time, the teenager intended to tell her a very important thing. But Yue interrupted him and said that his father was calling her, after which she handed him the phone. Guo King said that the house they rented was set on fire by someone, and the owner of the building is demanding money from them. The police also arrived, and the shocked Q said that he would come right away. King couldn't understand why he was so alarmed and reminded him of his hand, but the guy said that they urgently needed to go. When they arrived, the father urged him to return to the hospital, because of what had happened, he had forgotten about his son's injury and did not realize it in time. However, Yi asked him to calm down and not panic, then asked if there were any valuables left in the house. Guo King replied that there was nothing special there, but the owner of the house demanded an impressive amount of money from them. The main character confidently said that he would personally deal with this and called on his father to go to his grandfather, after which he ordered his bodyguards to go into the house and look for a certain mirror. King noticed that this was clearly planned and they probably used gasoline as there was a characteristic smell. The young master, in turn, looked for a bronze mirror, but it was nowhere to be found. In this connection, the teenager assumed that it was stolen by the one who set the building on fire. At that moment, the owner of the house suddenly appeared and said that this was unthinkable. After all, he inherited this building from his ancestors, and for some unknown reason, they burned it down. He stated that his family had not lived here for a long time and none of them had done this, which means someone had a hand in this. But the man said that he didn't care who did it, and since they rented the house, they should pay 20 million. However, Kyo noted that if the cause of the fire has not been established, then according to the law, there is no one to blame for the fire. But the irrepressible owner of the building continued to demand a huge amount of money and did not want to hear any excuses. Then the guy suggested that he himself set fire to the house in order to get 20 million from it. The man in turn hurried to call someone, saying that huge troubles awaited him. A few minutes later, armed bandits came to them and said that they would now resolve the issue. Then, the owner of the building once again called on the young man to give up the money, or he would be made disabled. He urged him to wait for a while, after which they would solve the problem. He thought that Q wanted to call for help and said that she would not help him. Suddenly, the teenager asked his name. Jie said his name and noticed that he was the boss of Heifeng Street. Meanwhile, Yan was discussing what was happening with his friend and believed that they would soon deal with Ye. Xiao said that Q does not change and even in this situation gets into a fight. His accomplice noticed that if it weren't for that old man, he would already be basking in prison. But at least Wu Guosheng broke his arm, which couldn't help but make him happy. They also believed that he would call his friend Lei, but before his arrival he would not be well. Yan discussed with him for a long time how exactly they should deal with Ye. But by that time the room was already completely filled with Jia's people, who at the same moment ordered his dogs to send the young man to a wheelchair. Kyo noticed that there were no normal fighters among them, and if he wanted, he could have dealt with them with his left hand alone. Noticing a bald man with a scar on his head, the young man called on the guards to catch him. At that same second, the bodyguards grabbed the unknown thug and brought him to Yi. Kyo, in turn, asked him who actually hired him. Xiao's accomplice heard the characteristic sounds of a fight, which he reported to Yan, who realized that the guy was not so stupid after all, since he saw through their plan. After some time, the mercenary finally admitted that he was hired by Xuan. The main character asked the following question: what exactly did he order him to do? The bandit replied that Lu wanted them to provoke him into a fight, during which he would cripple them and go to prison. It was quite strange that Chen resorted to the same method. Then the young master ordered him to immediately leave along with his people. Thus, a huge number of thugs immediately began to run away. Then Yi asked the fat man how much he owed him for the burned house. The frightened Ji, stuttering, said that he did not owe him anything and there was a misunderstanding. after which he himself rushed to run away from the building, realizing that he had no choice. The stunned Xiao at this time realized that Q had once again emerged victorious from the situation. The perplexed accomplice asked how they could deal with him now. Yan said they needed to take him by surprise. The servant noticed that he was indeed right, and everything needed to be carefully planned. Moreover, they achieved the main thing. They took away such a precious mirror. Ye, in turn, only thought that he needed to meditate in order to accumulate qi. Due to this, the teenager ordered Hui to take him and Qing back to the mansion, where the main character immediately began to cultivate, especially since he didn't have much time. However, he noticed that something was blocking his energy, but Q could not figure out what it was. Suddenly, the guy jumped up from his seat and rushed off in an unknown direction. A worried Yue asked where he was going. The young man urged her to stay in the house, but he himself ran out into the street and noticed that someone was creating a negative aura around the building. The teenager was able to track where the unknown blocking energy led. Naturally, he immediately set out to find out who was behind this, assuming that it was the same Xuan. Seeing unknown persons near a building, Q decided to play it safe. The guy called Master Mao and asked him for much-needed help. A moment later, he called him back and said that he would be there soon. At that moment, Zhou noticed him and said that they decided to meditate, and he also asked if he was okay. Ye, in turn, asked a counter-question why he was not in Lindong and what he was really up to. The indignant master said that the young man should not talk to him in such a tone, and they were not planning anything. Kyo then declared that they were stealing his qi and also ordered Zhou to tone down his tone. The cultivator was shocked because the guy could sense energy flows in space, and that's why he found them so quickly. But at the same time, he naturally did not admit to stealing qi and provoked him in every possible way, stating that he himself bought a mansion here because he knew about this point of power. A couple of seconds later, Monk Mao drove up to them, which made the young man immensely happy. The master said that, at his request, he took with him a detachment of the strongest fighters from the Lynn monastery. They in turn were shocked that Chenglong was actually stealing qi. In this connection, Shang immediately commanded his wards to draw their swords. The squad instantly reorganized and took out their blades, realizing that the situation was serious. Mao also informed the protagonist that Zhou intends to steal all the energy of this place. The young master asked the monk if there was a way to prevent him. Shan stated that there is one method, but it may not work, but it is worth a try. He soon called upon Ji to create a 6-pointed energy shield using the Liu Hichin technique. Kyo, in turn, asked Mao if they needed his help. The monk answered in the negative, urging the teenager not to distract them while creating this barrier, as the consequences may be irreversible. After a couple of minutes, all three masters began to activate the magical barrier. He had never seen or thought that such a technique even existed. Zhou at this moment urged Shang not to waste time, since they would still drain all the energy from this place. Mao ordered Ji to ignore him and concentrate on creating a shield. Suddenly, the monk's eyes filled with energy that literally overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, a huge flow of qi went straight to the heavens, taking away all the power. The main character realized that things were extremely bad and he needed to act on his own. In this connection, Yi ran up to the meditating masters and literally burst into their magical barrier. As a result, a certain energy enveloped him, and the guy felt a piercing pain in his body. Everyone was shocked by what was happening and could not understand what he was up to again. Q at this time concentrated the entire flow of such powerful qi, because of which he suddenly felt sick and even began to bleed. His relatives were afraid for him. The perplexed Jia asked his father what was happening to him and why he was bleeding. Mao replied that he felt the qi returning and took the blow upon himself, thereby saving their lives. The shocked young man asked if they really could not have contained such a flow of energy. Grandfather and Guo King did not understand what was happening to Chu and immediately ran up to him. The bloodied teenager, in turn, continued to lie on the floor unconscious. Zhou naively believed that Ye had died because they provoked a powerful release of qi. After a couple of minutes, the guy finally came to his senses, but the hellish pain in his body overcame him. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with fire and something inexplicable began to happen to him. Finally, Q stood up, realizing that it was the eye of the seal that helped him overcome the powerful surge. Guo King and Yue decided to take him to the hospital, but the teenager objected, saying that if someone comes near him, they could easily die, so he needs to release the energy through meditation. The main character, with great difficulty and pain in his body, reached his room, where he instantly sat down on the bed and began cultivating to finish what he started. Using the seal of concentration, the young master tried to pass all the energy through himself so that it would not kill him. However, in the meantime, the father still called an ambulance because Guo King could not risk his son's health. Within a few minutes, the doctors arrived at the mansion and he ran out to meet them. The father immediately led the doctors to room E, saying that he needed help. But Qing insisted that one should not approach him, since Q himself said so. Yuk literally stood in the aisle and did not let anyone near the guy, declaring that this could kill them all. Finally, Mao tried to explain to Guo King that if the transformation of the flow of qi energy was interrupted now, then Ye might not come to his senses. And you just have to wait. The father asked what would happen if he couldn't handle it. Shang assured Guo that everything would be fine and his son would definitely transform the energy. But in any case, it's better not to touch him. Naturally, as a parent, it was difficult for him to sit with his hands folded. A few more minutes passed and Jia noticed that Q was sitting in complete silence, and this was suspicious. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and a teenager stepped out onto the threshold. Mao immediately asked how it went. The guy replied that everything was fine and he burned the negative energy and at the same time transformed it into his qi. After which the monk went out into the corridor, where the relatives could not find a place for themselves. Qing asked what was wrong with Ye. Shan stated that everything worked out well and asked the doctors for forgiveness for the concern. The doctor, in turn, urged them not to play with magic, and if something happened, to come to the hospital. Kyo, meanwhile, felt great and assumed that he had managed to reach a new level of qi mastery. He suddenly became curious if he could heal his arm on his own. Subsequently, the young man took the necessary measures, and his hand literally glowed with energy. The young master was incredibly tired from the whole day and noticed that it was already late evening. Entering the room, he saw Qing sleeping soundly. The guy looked at her for a long time. Then he gently ran his hand through her hair and caught himself thinking that he really loved her. A moment later, the girl woke up and instantly inquired about his well-being. To her surprise, Yi stated that he was now stronger than ever before and felt great. Yui urged him not to rejoice prematurely and not to strain his right arm. However, Q said that he managed to heal his hand and now everything is fine. At that moment, an alarmed Guo King and his grandfather entered the room and asked if he was okay. The teenager immediately began to show him a completely working hand and said that his fractures had disappeared. It was hard to believe, but he really managed to overcome his injuries in some miraculous way. After which he urged them to finally go to bed, but he still had unfinished business. The next morning, Mao and Jie came to the main character and inquired about his health. The joyful young master declared that he was as healthy as an ox and invited them into the house. Shan was shocked that in some incredible way he managed to heal his hand. The guy confidently said that with the help of qi energy, he restored the bones. Mao was at a loss and did not understand how such serious damage could be healed in just one night. The young man noticed that he took advantage of the flow that their enemies created, after which Yi asked if Shang would help him drive away these energy thieves, but the monk replied that they were stronger than him. Then Kyo clarified that he only wanted to combine their energy, and then he would deal with them himself. Mao said that he knew one effective spell, and they could concentrate the qi at one point, but at the same time, he could not promise that their strength would be enough. But Shang was ready to do everything possible. The teenager, in turn, assured him that their energy would be enough for him to put an end to this scum. Mao subsequently urged his son to prepare for the fact that they would soon need to generate an energy shield for Yi. After some time, they went to Zhou, who naturally began to insult them. Qiu said that he was giving them a chance to escape before they staged a massacre here. Chenglong continued to stand his ground and did not fall for the guy's tricks, saying that he would not succeed. Then the young man offered him a bet. If he destroys his magic shield, then they will leave here. But Zhou offered him another option. If Ye could break through their defense, he would give him a certain artifact. Qiu smiled and stated what would happen if he completely broke their spell. Lynn, in turn, said that in this case he would give him all the property. However, the guy demanded a scroll with which they stole energy in large quantities and an apology from Chung. Zhao refused him, saying that he was given this scroll for use, and even if he had it in his possession, he still would not give it back. He began to provoke Chenglong in every possible way, saying that they were some kind of beggars. The master began to boil more and more with anger and could not wait for the moment when he would humiliate this boy. Suddenly, Lynn offered him a scroll, but only if he alone defeated them. Finally, they came to a general consensus, and the teenager urged him to come down, after which the main character handed Ji a certain paper, and he himself began to deal with Zhou. Due to this, He generated a long blade and was looking forward to the battle. Mao was shocked by the guy's skills because he was able to concentrate his chi and use it to create a sword. Then the young master achieved the desired result with just one swing of the weapon. Chenglong's magical barrier literally burst at the seams and was ultimately destroyed. Zhou could not believe his eyes and began to wonder what he should do next. He urged Ye to wait a moment, but Qiu urged him to hand over the scroll now. Adding that with one movement, he sent all their work to the trash heap. The enraged Chenglong said that he had completely forgotten about one important thing. Zhou instantly locked himself inside the house, and the main character watched what was happening through the window. Where some kind of magic literally ignited in the room, the young master became wary, after which Chenglong sent a huge stream of unknown spell towards the teenager. Yi began to understand that he would not give up so easily and that he should use more energy, namely the power of his magical eye. Q immediately began to concentrate chi in himself. At this time, Zhou's beam pierced the guy's body, but could not harm him. Since the young man managed to activate the secret power in himself in a timely manner, a magical eye began to appear on his head, from which a huge amount of energy emanated. As a result, Yi suddenly shouted, trying to contain the powerful chi within himself. A moment later, everything stopped, and the stunned Mao asked if everything was okay with him. After a second, Q opened his eyes and declared that he was fine and called on Shang to take the long artifact. Approaching Zhou, the teenager said that he absolutely did not know how to lose. Chenglong suddenly said that despite their agreement, he could not give him the relic. Having offered him 10 million in this mansion, Yi said that words must be answered and demanded an artifact. Long noticed that even if he gave it to him, sooner or later Mr. Yunhai would come for him, with whom he could not compete. However, Q stood his ground and said that it was he who would have problems because of his long tongue, after which the guy went to the house to personally pick up the relic, since Zhou did not want to fulfill the terms of the contract. At this moment, Chung had the imprudence to grab the young man by the shoulder to try to stop him. After a couple of seconds, he felt bad, and he literally collapsed to the ground with wild pain in his body. Finally, the teenager took such a precious sphere and rushed home. Lun shouted after him that he would regret it, adding that Yi doesn't know what kind of trouble he got himself into because by this action he brought trouble upon himself. Kyo ignored his remarks and left. Zhou immediately called Yunhai. Chenglong informed his patron that he had a problem. Namely, the artifact for collecting chi was taken away. Hai literally went berserk. Zhou added that the man destroyed the shield and disarmed it, then took the relic. Yunhai demanded the name of the insolent man, Cheng said. His name is Ye, and he said that he would not even give him the sphere of energy accumulation. Long, in turn, continued to deliberately exaggerate and say that Q does not care about Hai's authority. This only angered his patron more, who declared that now this little guy would not live. Meanwhile, the guy returned home, where he immediately began cultivation. And only a couple of days later, the young man came out into the living room and Guo King asked how he was feeling. Joyful Yi reported that he had meditated and regained his strength, so he was in good spirits. The father immediately called his daughter-in-law, saying that Q had finally woken up. The teenager himself was extremely surprised that the girl had been here all this time and had not left. Kang instantly jumped out of the kitchen and asked her beloved to wait for breakfast. Soon, the whole friendly family began to have a snack, and the main character, in turn, thanked Yue for his concern. Guo King noticed that he had a gorgeous daughter-in-law, and her hands were golden. In addition, the girl did not lag behind in her career. The young master once again expressed his words of gratitude. Qing literally blushed. However, the father urged his son to thank him well, because the young lady tried so hard for him. He said that this was too much and called on him and his grandfather to have a good meal. The girl also said that there is no point in going overboard with etiquette. Guo jokingly said that if his son still offends her, then she can call him. Qiu himself was pleased, because Qing was able to find a common language with his family, and this was the main thing. Unexpectedly, Guo King suggested that the young couple go to the cinema, since he had a couple of tickets lying around, and he asked his son to buy a couple of things for the house. The teenager was surprised by his father's act because he usually put money under his pillow. At that moment, Zhao came to visit them and asked if everything was fine with them. He replied that everything was fine with them and asked her a counter question about how she was doing in the company. The main character suspected something was wrong. Since the girl remained silent, he asked what exactly happened at the corporation. Rue began to deny it, saying that in fact everything was fine and she simply did not expect him to recover quickly. But the young man insisted that Meng talk about the company's problems, saying that she had never learned to lie. Then Zhao said that Jiang had left for another company, followed by the bulk of the staff, and now they were competitors. He hurried to calm her down and stated that it meant this was destined to happen. But Ruwei said that the suppliers also left with them, and they need to re-establish relationships and look for others. Kyo asked what happened to Chi and where he was now. The girl sadly said that he decided to retire in order to spend more time with his family. The guy asked if she tried to convince him. The young lady answered positively, but it did not bring the necessary result. The teenager thought for a while and then said that most likely it was someone else's tricks again. Zhao asked if he thought that someone really could have threatened him. The young man did not rule out this option and invited her to go to his home to find out everything. After some time, they arrived at his house, and Ruwei noticed that after the death of his wife, Chi had only a son left. But he also left for America to study. Meanwhile, they approached the house and Yi rang the doorbell. An unknown elderly woman came out onto the threshold and asked in surprise what they needed. Zhao politely greeted her and said that they were from Uncle Chi's former work and would like to chat with him. The extremely suspicious grandmother answered uncertainly that he was not at home right now. Then Ruwei asked where they could find him and where he could go. However, the woman said that he had gone to Beijing, but she did not know where exactly or why. The perplexed Meng began to wonder what kind of business he might have in Beijing. He looked at the second floor and said that in fact Chi was drinking tea at home and had not gone anywhere.